Enough of the gang is here. Good evening, Santa Monica. We are going to call to order the special meeting at 5 o'clock of the Santa Monica City Council. And because he's walking in late, we're going to have the city manager lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Finally.
There you go.
I'm just waiting for this. So long. After me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can we have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Sure. Councilmember Swick,
Here.
Councilmember Brock,
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Here.
and Mayor Davis.
Here. Thank you. We have two council members who are running a bit late. We'll call the first item.
Okay, the first item is public input, and this is agenda items under closed session for this meeting. And it looks like we have two speakers, Denise Barton and Wawa.
All right, Ms. Barton and then Wawa.
Good evening. Considering the city clerk's evaluation, again, please remember, I'm grateful for a few of the employees in the city clerk's office, but I have grave concerns about the continued employment of Denise Anderson Warren. According to Transparent California, Ms. Anderson Warren's total pay with benefits was $307,686 in 2019. Ms. Anderson Warren is commonly known to be serving the interests of the lobbying group Santa Monica Forward instead of being a politically neutral public official for the city of Santa Monica. This is very concerning, as in her role as city clerk, Ms. Anderson Warren is in charge of elections. During the most recent past election, Ms. Anderson Warren interfered with and lied about a submission by a group opposing one of the ballot measures. As far as I know, she was never disciplined for that. I'm informed that there have been HR complaints filed against Ms. Anderson Warren, which were whitewashed. The city needs a highly skilled and ethical city clerk, not a plant within the City Hall doing the bidding of a lobbyist group like Santa Monica Forward. The City Council appoints and fires city clerks, and as with other positions you appoint within the city, are a clear reflection of you. I hope all of you, as the stewards of the public funds, will replace this overpaid, underperforming, and unethical city clerk with one worthy of the tax dollars the city spends on the important position of city clerk. Ms. Anderson Warren should not be the clerk to take the city through any more elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Wawa.
Wonderful. Oh, I don't know if 2 minutes will be enough. Could I have 3 minutes and 33 seconds?
No, you may not. Everyone gets 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
Of course, I'll begin. We have two systems in our brain, our left hemisphere and right hemisphere, and we have our reptilian brain too. It's the primitive part of us that does fight or flight, and we know the rest. And we also have a relational brain. And market economy is sort of like a manifestation of the part of us that does the doing. And this part of the brain is about getting more. And the one with the most power wins and gets to use it all with a power over and a top-down control. And everyone horizontally competes to get more. And I want market economy to be for treasure hunting, treasures, games, role-playing. And I want the most powerful to lead, because I guess that's how it goes with games. But I want our ecosystem to be one that has needs lead us. And I want the most vulnerable to be in charge. Because microorganisms are super important, and so is the superorganism known as Earth, supporting all of us. And I want us to do what all of us want, and we felt in our bodies what it's like to hear what is wrong. And I honor all goddesses and superheroes and whatever you identify with. I want us to join each other. And in a system of an ecosystem, it does two things. It resonates. It wants to know how everyone feels. What are the emotions, the energies in motion, the chi? And there is an energetic part of us, the quantum part. And then The second most important component, after what do we feel? What do we need? What will make life more wonderful? And instead of punishing behaviors and withholding needs, we will meet needs with love and generosity and not withhold needs.
Thank you.
And I only had 2 minutes, but I'll be back next time.
All right. I believe that is all the public speakers, so we will close the public comment. And we will now call the next item, Madam Clerk.
The next item is closed session. It's public employee. It's consider evaluation of performance of a public employee, and the title is city clerk.
All right, and we will adjourn to closed session. I anticipate that we will be back, we better be back at 5:30 for the regular meeting. So thank you very much. All right.
No, I understand.
All right. We are going to now convene we're in a regular meeting, are we? The regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Madam Clerk, do we need to say the Pledge of Allegiance again? Okay, good. Then I'm going to call this part of the meeting to order, and we will have a roll call.
Councilmember Zwick. Here. Councilmember Para. Here. Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember Terosis.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. Here. And Mayor Davis.
Here. Thank you very much. We will begin with item number 1.
Item number 1 is public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm just starting the computer.
That's okay. If everyone can be just a little patient, we need to get our list of speakers up. All right, for item number 1, public input, I'll call a few names, and we'll have you line up along the wall to your left, in the order in which I call you. Denise Barton, Wawa. Denise Barton and Wawa were from the previous one, is that correct, Madam Clerk?
It's a separate meeting, so they
Separate
can sit
meeting?
on this one, right?
Okay, so they're also on this one, because I just see Miss Barton's name twice, that's the only thing I'm asking. She's in the...
Yeah, I have her for 10A, and then I have her for the 16 items as well.
Okay, so Denise Barton and Wawa are for this item as well as the previous item, before we went into closed session.
And it looks like Jonathan Foster, Troy Robertson, and Isabel Cruz. Are you guys for the public input? Okay.
All right, okay, so we have Denise Barton. Ms. Barton, if you can just be patient for a minute. I don't see Wawa, so maybe she's left. And then we'll have Jonathan Foster, Troy Robertson, and Isabel Cruz. Thank you, Ms. Barton, for your patience.
Good evening. Tonight's city council meeting seems to be another rules for thee, but not for the city council or city. I do find it very interesting how the city council picks the rules and regulations and laws it chooses to follow, with most of the actions results being to disenfranchise the residents, like tonight's meeting. I say this due to the city clerk's office acknowledging that the agenda for tonight was not posted until Friday, March 17, 2023 at 1:30 p.m., which can be seen by the corresponding email. Would this be out of compliance with the 72-hour notice for council, board, and commission meetings? Because to be compliant, shouldn't the agenda for tonight's meeting have been posted by 5 or 5:30 on Thursday evening? In addition, one of the city clerk's employees tried to sell me on the weekends count too, which they don't. Just another example of how the city clerk's office gives misinformation to the public. And you can so easily disregard what the residents want for what did you call your bold agenda, which is all that matters to you, that can be seen by the dysfunctional operation of the city at this time, which other residents seem to be catching on to too. Did you see the California Issues episode with Matt Wilson titled Residents Tell How California's Famous Beach Town is Getting Unsafe, with one of the points that he made being the city says there's so many homeless services when in reality they don't exist, keeping people on the street, just like the city says there are so many services for the affordable housing tenants which really don't exist. Again, showing the rules and regulations and laws the city council and the city pick and choose to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Mr. Foster.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. Got some things that
that's my testimony. It probably won't mean that much to y'all up there, but I needed to make some corrections. I don't know if I said this at the last meeting, but when I switched my day of work on when the George Russell Weller went down the farmers market, I had a day that I worked was Wednesday, and I switched it to Tuesday, so I had off on Wednesday. I don't know if I said anything about that, but so I wanted to get back to the Negrete. I had heard about your dad, Chico. He's a drummer and all this. I heard about it's like since I've been here, but I never met him, and I only been in your store once. Sorry, I got robbed and all that kind of stuff. It's amazing how I feel like you're bad on abortion, but you're good on the cigarette smoke, which is really funny. It's because the cigarette smoke is really disgusting, but so is an abortion to me. So I don't understand the Democrat mind is really hard to take. I still think it's a baloney whole government, especially what's going on where I got to give my testimony about a bunch of stuff and I haven't heard what you said. And I've seen in the past where you keep saying stuff and I'm like, I want to say something. He said, and I can't say anything. And you already voted on it. This is corruption. This is corrupt government. And I look at you like, I've seen you on the sidewalk and you're corrupt. Said, I meant it about anyone that was nominated. You were nominated, just like the current mayor. This is fraudulent because you didn't get elected. You got appointed just like her. And nobody appointed should be able to put anything on the docket. And then both of you got elected after you were appointed. You should not be able to be mayor because of when you got put here, you got appointed. You're fraudulent, mayor. She shouldn't be able to become mayor either. I like you people, but that shouldn't happen in government.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Troy Robertson.
Troy Robertson.
You can pull that up. You don't have to
thank
bend over, really.
My name is Troy Robertson. I work at St. John's Healthcare Center in Santa Monica. Been there about 30 years. I'm here to support my fellow colleagues for a living wage. A lot of our people that work there are highly underpaid, and we can barely keep people on staff. So we're having to do a lot of overtime and trying to find ways to keep people there. A lot of people go to UCLA or Cedars, and we can't keep people at St. John's Hospital because their wages are way under the transporters, people like that. They refuse to stay. They can't survive. So I'm here in support of them. So I'm hoping that the council, if this comes up for a vote, that they can look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Isabel Cruz.
Good evening, all. I am a Providence St. John's employee. I've been there 36 years. I can truly say I love my job. I live 26 miles away, hour and a half on the freeway, and my heart is there. Unfortunately, the paycheck is not enough. But at the same time, I know where there's a will, there's a way. And everything is possible. And that's why we're here tonight, to let you know that, yes, there's other places that make more money than we do. But that doesn't mean that there's not room for growth for us. And I truly believe that someone out there, all of you can hear our voice and know that we love what we do. But at the same time, it's disenchanting to know that what I make after 36 years of being at St. John's, a registration person, administrative assistant can go to UCLA and make easily $10 more than what I do. I'm a unit secretary. I'm an ER technician. And yes, I could go somewhere else if I choose to. I have that choice and that right. But why not stand and fight for what we can earn and achieve? So I want to say, let's do this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Cruz. We appreciate your coming tonight. I believe that closes out all the public testimony under item number 1. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct, and it looks like we do not have any speakers for the public input on closed session, special agenda items, and consent calendar.
All right. So we'll have no public comment there, and that takes us to item 3, closed session.
And before we do Before we do that, Mayor, did you want to do the proclamation for the Red Cross?
Oh, yes, yes, I'm sorry, since it's not in front of me, I forgot about it, I apologize. I am going to, at this point, turn the meeting over to Councilmember Para.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So it's with great pleasure that I get to read this proclamation today in support of Red Cross Month. Whereas, during American Red Cross Month, we celebrate the humanitarian spirit in Santa Monica and reaffirm our commitment to help ensure no one faces a crisis alone. And whereas, caring for one another is at the heart of our community and exemplified by the people of Santa Monica, whose simple acts of kindness through the Red Cross provide help and hope in people's most difficult moments. Continuing the life-saving legacy of Clara Barton, who founded the organization more than 140 years ago to prevent and alleviate human suffering. And whereas every day these ordinary individuals lend a helping hand to make an extraordinary difference for neighbors in need, whether it's providing emergency shelter, food, and comfort for families displaced by disasters, donating life-saving blood for people with life-threatening conditions, supporting military members and veterans, using vital skills like first aid and CPR to help others survive medical emergencies, or delivering international humanitarian aid and reconnecting loved ones separated by crisis around the world. And whereas their support and volunteerism and generous donations are critical to our community's resilience, we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of all those who fulfill Clara Barton's noble words. You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it. And ask everyone to join the commitment. So, well, hereby I, Gleam Davis. But in the city of Santa Monica, Red Cross Month in the city of Santa Monica, and we encourage all citizens to make themselves aware of the support and support Red Cross's humanitarian mission. I'd like to invite Sean, I can never say your name right, from Executive Director of Red Cross, and also a close and dear friend. I've worked with him for many, many years in my day job at the city of Culver City, and I'm just very thankful for all the work that you do for our community and for all of those in need. So thank you. And
Councilmember, thank you. I'm honored to receive this on behalf of volunteers. I want to extend our deep gratitude to our council members, our mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, our staff, and of course the residents of Santa Monica. This is a really special month because it honors our volunteers that actually deliver our mission. That is what the Red Cross is. It is a combination of folks like me who are just organizing the power of our volunteers to make sure that folks have a place to go when they experience a home fire. That is the number one thing we do, is respond to home fires in the middle of the night to make sure those folks have a place to go and they have a recovery plan. I'm actually coming from a shelter in East Hollywood where not one but two volunteers that are supporting the folks who have been displaced because of a large fire are residents from Santa Monica. And I'm really proud to serve this community and continue to do this great work together. And it's, again, an honor to receive this proclamation on their behalf. So thank you all.
Thank you, and I think Councilmember Parr will go down and we'll have a photo opportunity.
Thank you, council members.
Thank you so much for coming tonight. We appreciate it, especially in the rain. All right, now we will turn to closed session. Mr. City Attorney.
Okay, let me read the closed session items first.
Oh, darn.
Okay, so we have a couple closed session items. The first one is an existing litigation, Thomas Metzger versus the City of Santa Monica. Then we have another one. It's the City of Santa Monica versus 1238 10th Street, LLC. Next, we have another existing litigation. It's the City of Santa Monica, NMS 1539 LLC versus the City of Santa Monica. And then the last one we have is an anticipated litigation. It's WS Communities versus the City of Santa Monica.
All right, now I will turn to the city attorney and ask when he thinks we'll return.
It should be 7 o'clock.
All right, we will see you all at 7 o'clock. Thank you. All right, folks, we are back from closed session, so I'm going to call the meeting to order again. Excuse me, colleagues, we are calling the meeting to order. I believe we'll start with a report out from closed session.
There is no report, thank you.
That was easy.
Can I ask the city attorney, were all the items heard?
Yes, they were.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I guess we'll move on to item 4B, the city, manager's report? Wait a minute, do I have,
No, that is correct.
that's correct? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So I want to, it's another stormy Tuesday, and once again, give a big shout out to all of our first responders on the streets working incredibly hard to address all the calls for service that are coming in, and certainly any impacts from the current storm that we're experiencing. But certainly one of the things that I wanted to spotlight, certainly with our effort and focus on sustainability, is our Sustainable Water Infrastructure Project, or SWIP. And it's been getting a tremendous amount of attention recently, and I don't know if you saw it, but if you haven't, I certainly encourage everyone to take a look at the recent Spectrum News one. They did a great article about the project, and it's certainly been getting a ton of national and international recognition. And in fact, recently, we just received the National Water Reuse Association's Transformational Innovation Award. So once again, I want to congratulate our entire Public Works team, and particularly our Water Division, on an incredible project, well delivered. Next week is California Tsunami Preparedness Week. And certainly we're going to be doing a lot to bring this forward to the community so folks can be prepared. And I certainly want to stress that during a tsunami warning, it is critical to follow public safety officials' directions or evacuate beaches immediate after a major earthquake. Learn if you live, work, and plan in tsunami zone by going to the city's tsunami preparedness webpage. And if you haven't visited our recent newly introduced event portal, I encourage you to check it out at santamonica.gov/events. This is the latest in our efforts to enhance and upgrade our website. You can now filter events by type, age group, place, program, and month, and the new system is fully ADA compliant and offers over 100 different languages and is fully integrated into our website. And speaking of events, mobility staff have been hard at work on the Active Aging pilot program. There are several activities planned this month to help adults 65 and over use transportation options to get safely around the community. And I know our Director of Transportation is somewhere in the audience, so thank you very much for your leadership and your team's leadership in bringing this forward. And then voting in the Most Loved Business Contest kicked off last Wednesday, and everyone has until the end of the month to vote for their favorite Santa Monica businesses. You can see both of these opportunities as well at santamonica.gov. And then once again, as a reminder, Monday, March 27th, City Hall and city facilities will be closed in observance of the Cesar Chavez holiday. Thank you.
And because of the holiday, will that affect trash collection and parking issues?
Yes, it will, and I will get the details out.
Okay, so everyone, keep your eyes peeled for that, so you know when to put your trash cans out and whether or not you have to agree with parking. I believe we should have a picture of an animal, Madam Clerk. Ah, there he is. This week's featured pet is Max. He's a very energetic and goofy German Shepherd mix. He's been at the shelter since August of 2022. So he's been there quite a long time, looking for his forever home. He may be 2 years old, but he's all puppy. Max needs some training to learn some manners, but he's very smart and he can learn quick. He loves to roll over, and belly rubs are his favorite. Max absolutely adores people, but doesn't really like to hang out with other dogs. He's hoping to find a home where he can be an only child. If you think Max could be a good fit for you, please come visit him at the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. And a reminder for those of you who may already have a forever friend at your home, if you happen to use Chewy.com, you can donate to the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation on their website. They are always in need of things like food, kitty litter, all sorts of things for the animals there. And it's easy to do with a couple of clicks and very much appreciated by our friends at the animal shelter, both our human and our furry ones. So go visit Max. He looks great. And I love that tongue hanging out of his mouth. He's a good guy. All right.
Okay, so it's my turn. I'm asking, do any council members have any reports on travel since the last regular meeting?
All right. And before we begin those, we are reinstituting something that begun under Mayor Ted Winterer, the Tony Chocolonely Challenge. We are entering that season where many people are starting to travel. We have lots of business to engage in. So whoever gives the shortest report on their travel gets the Tony's Chocolonely. So this was an innovation from Mayor Ted Winterer, and it worked extraordinarily well. So we're going to reinstitute it. And this is great chocolate, by the way, if you haven't tried it. So whoever has to report, take it away.
Councilmember Zwick and I both attended the Civic Well Conference in Monterey. A ton of infrastructure talks, a lot of very useful information. It was a wonderful conference. Jesse, do you have anything? I'm done.
That's the shortest I've ever heard. We went up to Monterey County the week following some pretty devastating flooding that had occurred in the county, and we talked a lot about climate resiliency and other things the state must face as we deal with a rapidly warming atmosphere. And the conference, covered a lot of great ground on climate issues and its relationship to housing and transportation issues. And Phil saw some amazing orca whales as well. It was a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you both. And the winner is Councilmember Brock. Woo!
I will never win this again.
Oh, you'd be surprised. Chocolate is a great motivator. All right. Well, thank you for those reports, and thank you for taking time out of your schedules to represent the city well. Let us move on to the consent calendar, Madam Clerk.
Have the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents.
And has anyone indicated a desire to pull any items?
We do not have any.
I have Councilmember Brock in the queue.
I'd like to move to motion to pass all of the consent items.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to pass the entire consent calendar, moved by Brock, seconded by Torosis. May we have a roll call vote, please?
And you guys can vote on this item using your screens. There we go. Okay. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes 7-0 unanimously. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have public input, and it's on the remaining agenda items. And I think we have approximately about 20 speakers, and we do have an interpreter.
Wonderful, thank you. So just so everyone can understand, everyone will have 2 minutes, but if you're using an interpreter, we will give you 4 minutes to allow for interpretation. I will call a series of names. We'll ask you to line up against the wall to your left, and we'll call you in turn. So I'm going to call the first 4 speakers: Balvino, Jenny Hans, Ed Mendoza, and Joanna Elliott. Balvino?
Sí, buenas tardes, mi nombre es Balvino.
Un momento. We have a translator for you.
He sido un vendedor ambulante que vendo frutas durante muchos años.
I have been a fruit seller for many years.
He adquirido varios carritos con permiso de la ciudad de Santa Mónica
And
a
I
lo
have a-
largo de los años.
And through the city of Santa Monica, I have the permit to sell that fruit on a cart.
Me ha dado la oportunidad que mi negocio prospere últimamente.
And so I had the opportunity for my business to be prosperous.
Mis trabajadores y yo nos hemos encontrado con números problemas con otros vendedores que venden lo mismo que yo.
So I had some problems with other vendors that had the same problems that I did.
Todos estos problemas tienen sus raíces en el mismo tema.
All of these has their roots in the same subject.
Hay varios vendedores que se sienten que han ganado la propiedad de un determinado espacio.
Okay?
¿Determinado espacio?
Okay. Yeah, a ver, repítamelo.
Hay varios vendedores que se sienten que han ganado la propiedad de un determinado espacio.
There are a lot of sellers who feel that they have acquired a determinate or a special place or stand.
Solo porque siempre llegan a ser un lugar primero, según ellos, debido a que siempre están en un solo lugar.
Yes, and they get there because they are always there in the same place.
Eso significa que ese lugar ahora les pertenece a ellos y si no, cualquiera de mis trabajadores ponemos nuestros carros allí, enfrentaremos consecuencias en sus manos.
And so they acquire the spaces by themselves because they get there first. And so if we get there with our carts, then there would be some problems, there would be consequences.
Pido que la ciudad se haga cargo de la situación y realice cambios en el sistema de venta.
So I asked the city that they would take this matter into their hands and they would give us then the change the system.
Ambulante para abordar estos problemas y evitar que esto intensifiquen si la ciudad quiere imponer sistema de rotación de vendedores.
And so I asked then that this system be changed so if the city would be allowed then to revise the system so it would be on a rotation system.
Pedimos que haya persona designada para que las reglas se cumplan de manera constante.
I would ask then that the rules would be applied in a systematic and consistent way.
Nos gustaría proponer una rotación constante, forzada,
We would like to propose a constant rotation that would be applied,
preferiblemente cada 2 horas,
preferably every 2 hours,
para que cada vendedor tenga la misma oportunidad de vender todas las áreas permitidas
so that each vendor will have the opportunity to sell the fruits as it is allowed
sin temor a repercusiones,
without any fear of repercussions
represalias de otros vendedores.
or reprisal from other sellers.
Gracias.
Thank you. Jenny Hans?
Hi, my name is Jenny Hunts, and I am Chief of Staff of the Livable Communities Initiative. I wanted to thank the council members for your kind comments at the last council meeting discussing the housing element. And I wanted to let you know that over the last few weeks, we've met with some city staff and the city manager and the planning department staffers, and we're agendized to meet with the Planning Commission in April. And for those of you who are not familiar with us, the Livable Communities Initiative is a program in both the Los Angeles and the Culver City housing elements, which we believe could help address many of the priorities and concerns residents have expressed when it comes to adding new housing here in Santa Monica. Our plan is focused on mitigating the traffic and climate impacts of new housing while also preserving fine-grained retail on commercial streets. The idea is basically to create walkable, bikeable 15-minute communities with gorgeous mixed-use housing above local shops so residents can get most of their weekly needs met without having to get into a car. Our approach essentially applies the ADU model to small commercial properties, so housing could be added above shops without having to sell or combine parcels. And by making it feasible to develop on these smaller individual parcels, the retail footprint could remain the same. And that's really important when you're wanting to protect and preserve those small local businesses on some of our neighborhood commercial streets that we all love so much, like Maine and Montana and Pico and Ocean Park. It also provides a customer base of folks living right above those shops, and it adds more eyes to the street, which everyone will tell you can really enhance public safety. So it does a lot to add just a couple stories of housing above the shops, mixed use on these streets. And I just want to say that by incentivizing parcel by parcel development, change can be gradual. So rather than seeing an entire block ripped up, wiped out in time, you see smaller. Thank you. I hope you will consider and take a look at LCI. We'd love to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hans. Ed Mendoza.
Hello, my name is Ed Mendoza. I'm a Santa Monica resident and the policy director for the Livable Communities Initiative. Our vision aims to address both the housing and the climate crises by creating better housing designs with more green open space on walkable, transit, and mobility-friendly streets. We were approached by concerned residents who see Santa Monica as an ideal city to implement this vision. Our plan involves adding a few stories of housing above retail and individual commercial parcels without relying on lot consolidation. We believe this is a way to meet the city's housing goals while preserving the character of our communities and protecting small businesses. With specific changes to setbacks, FAR, and implementing innovative construction methods such as vertical shared access, we could create more climate-friendly buildings with an array of unit sizes, more green space, and zero displacement. I look forward to advocating with neighbors and working with you all to realize this vision and address the very real concerns expressed by Santa Monica residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. Joanna Elliott, and before you begin speaking, I'm going to call a few more names so people can line up behind you. Michelle Ashford, Allison Abner, Patricia Gomez, and Alfredo Miguel.
Should I start? Okay. Hi, my name's Joanna Elliott. I've lived here in Santa Monica since 1997 in 2 apartments, and I've been a homeowner for the last 12 years in Sunset Park. I'm here to speak in support of the Livable Communities Initiative. I think we have an obligation to step up and do what we can to help solve this housing crisis. I think we must be proactive and embrace a vision to build housing that's more livable, more beautiful, and more affordable than many developments we see today. I want to see the city incentivize smaller, mixed-use developments to protect local retail and the small-town beachy feel of our neighborhood commercial streets. As you know, building more housing near jobs will reduce the number of cars commuting in for work. I also want to see intentionally car-light housing with options for people to get around safely by bike, bus, and public transport. That way, we don't need to bring a lot more cars with the housing we're required by the state to add. I think LCI-style housing will appeal to young people starting out their careers. Kids like my 17-year-old, who soon won't be able to afford to live in the Los Angeles area after college or whatever he does unless we build a lot more starter apartments. If we don't want all of our young adult children moving to Portland or Austin, we need to make this a city that works for everyone. LCI will also be a great option for our seniors who want to downsize from a single-family home when they no longer drive. We want them to be able to live right above restaurants and shops, and this is a great way for seniors to stay in Santa Monica without having to move into a retirement community. I hope you'll please work with LCI to make this vision a reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Michelle Ashford.
Hello, my name is Michelle Ashford, and I have been a North of Montana homeowner since 1996, and I'm here to encourage the council to explore the Livable Communities Initiative as a plan to add state-required housing in a way that will enhance the character of our neighborhood commercial streets without adding to our traffic nightmare. I want to acknowledge that many of my neighbors are upset by the idea of adding any housing at all, and I get that. We moved here to live in a sleepy beach town, but it is very clear that Santa Monica residents can no longer continue to fight all new housing. Change is coming. The state is requiring every neighborhood in every city to step up and add more housing to address our shortage, a shortage that exacerbates our housing affordability crisis and often tips those who are most rent burdened into homelessness. The question is, can we meet this moment of change by creating a plan to encourage the housing we want rather than encouraging the housing we don't want? Personally, I do not want to see giant 8-story block-long developments with pricey units that are fully parked and car-centric on Main Street or on Ocean Park or on Montana Avenue, where I live very close to. That would be out of scale with those streets and would likely lead to more giant chain stores that are already replacing small businesses, as well as more traffic. Instead, I'd like to see incentivized smaller 3 to 5-story car-light housing with a vernacular that the community can help to choose. We would like to be brought into this process and find a way to get everyone to a yes. I think it can be done, and I encourage you to look at the LCI. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Allison Abner.
Hello, my name is Allison Abner. I'm a volunteer with Livable Communities Initiative and a second-generation Santa Monica resident. Housing obviously is on the council's agenda today, and I wanted to encourage members to please consider LCI's proposal as a way to meet the city's state-mandated housing goals. To give you an idea, you've heard some of them, the vision for LCI is to create walkable, car-light neighborhoods by adding affordable housing to pre-existing properties. And taken together, these mixed-use conversions will create equitable, economically vibrant, multi-generational, beautiful communities, much like you've seen in Latin America or those quaint European cities and towns that we all love. I grew up in Santa Monica, and it was in many ways ideal. My brother and I, we took the Blue Bus to school every day. We knew all of our neighbors. They were our teachers, our doctors, the shop owners on Montana Avenue. And as a Black family, this was one of the communities where we felt very safe. All of this is why I've also chosen to raise my family here too. For families like ours, adopting LCI housing measures could provide affordable housing near the metro, like my college graduate son is looking for and can't really find. He doesn't want to rely on a car. Or my 80-year-old mother, who can't afford to live here. It's the town that she raised us in. And LCI would make that possible. I believe Santa Monica is one of the most desirable places to live because of its innovative and compassionate approaches to solving really difficult problems like housing. And LCI's solution aligns with that approach and in a way where everyone wins. So I hope you'll consider our plans, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Patricia Gomez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Patricia Gomez, and I'm a vendor in Palisades Park. I want to start by thanking Ms. Negrete, the task force, and city staff for their continued support working alongside vendors to improve the vending program at Palisades Park. With that being said, I wanted to bring up my concerns regarding not having a system that regulates vendors at Palisades Park. With summer approaching, more vendors are showing up, and the conflicts amongst vendors will just increase. Every day we witness vendors competing amongst each other for the most desirable spots. We see them blocking one another in hopes of increasing their personal sales, and we also witness vendors taking ownership of spots that do not belong to them. Not having a system that regulates vendor will just cause Palisades Park to be overcrowded and puts both vendors and the public at risk. I propose that the city puts in place a system that meets us vendors halfway, that addresses all the issues happening right now. As simple as having a rotation every 2 hours and assigning someone to ensure that rules are being followed can go a long way, opposed to having everyone self-regulate. I also want to encourage all city council members to get familiar with our vending situation and issues happening between vendors prior to moving forward with a free-for-all system. I actually wanted to take you guys back to like a year ago, like what Santa Monica used to be a year ago and what it is now. The task force has done an amazing job, and we don't want to go back down that route by having a self-regulate system. Something needs to be in place to make sure that everybody is following the rules and that everything is fair for everyone. Okay? Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Alfredo Miguel. And before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. Alejandra Pedrosa, Luis Pedrosa, Sylvia Chavez, and Alejandro. You can begin, sir.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Alfredo Miguel. I am a vendor at Palisades Park. I would like to thank the City Council and also Ms. Negrete and the task force for their efforts in improving the sidewalk vending program and for taking time to reach out to and listen to our concerns and our opinions. Some of the issues I have noticed due to the lack of regulations over vending spaces is that vendors rush every morning to get the most desirable spaces and will stay there until the end of the shift. I have witnessed vendors claiming ownership over spaces, and if anyone takes these spaces, those vendors get threatened and they have their merchandise pushed around, shoved around. With summer approaching, more vendors will show up and conflict among vendors will just increase. It seems like some people have forgotten the disrespect the task force members have tolerated and the assaults that happened between vendors last year. I strongly believe that having a system that regulates vendors is better than not having nothing at all. A system for everybody. I would like to encourage all city council members to engage and get familiar with these issues prior moving forward with any decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Alejandra Pedrosa.
Hello, my name is Alejandra Pedrosa. I'm a vendor at the City of Santa Monica in Palisades Park. I sell jewelry. As a vendor for the City of Santa Monica, I have had the opportunity to start my business and take it to a larger scale. By being granted a permit, I was given the opportunity to work, which is a privilege and not a right. Currently, there are no marked spaces in the areas that we are allowed to vend in. We are given permission to sell as mobile sidewalk vendors, which allows us to move in a constant manner and in no set location. Since this has not been enforced by our own request, this has unfortunately made us realize that some vendors take this flaw in the system as an opportunity to claim certain locations as their own. It is evident that things need to change and there is no constant presence that can prevent future altercations between vendors from happening. Leaving things as they are and doing nothing to remedy the problems that have been arising from the lack of policing the area as a free-for-all system will leave room for vendors to take command of the area, as we have seen as of lately. Some of the problems include, and are not limited to, vendors racing to their desired space at the beginning of the day in order to win the right to vend from that space for the rest of the day. Vendors also threaten other vendors to move from their claimed space and act violently if they are not obeyed. While the presence of the task force has not allowed certain grievances between vendors to escalate, we understand that they cannot be babysitting the area at all hours of the day. We plead that there be a change in the sidewalk vending system in order to prevent certain spaces to be claimed by vendors. If the city wants to impose a system for vendors to rotate, we ask that there be designated staff so that the rules are enforced in a constant manner. We would like to propose enforced constant rotation, preferably every 2 hours, in order for each vendor to have equal opportunity to sell in all permitted areas without fear of repercussions and
Thank you very much. Luis Pedrosa.
Soy Luis Pedrosa.
I'm Luis Pedrosa.
Thank you very much. Gracias. Como vendedor de la ciudad de Santa Mónica,
As a seller from the city of Santa Monica,
he tenido oportunidad de trabajar durante mi temporada baja.
I had the opportunity to work during my low season.
El hecho de que la ciudad me dio un permiso de trabajar es un privilegio.
So it is a privilege that the city has given me a permit to work.
Y no un derecho.
And not a right.
Actualmente no hay espacios marcados en las áreas
Right now, there are no spaces marked on the areas
en las que se nos permite vender.
and the ones that allows us to sell.
Nos dan permiso para vender como vendedores ambulantes.
So they give us permits to sell as street vendors.
lo que nos permite movernos de manera constante y sin un lugar fijo.
And so that we have to move constantly from one place to another place without a fixed space.
Dado que estas reglas no se han aplicado últimamente,
Given the fact that these rules have not been applied lately,
por solicitud nuestra,
we then are asking,
lamentablemente nos ha hecho darnos cuenta de que algunos vendedores toman esta falla en el sistema como una oportunidad para reclamar los espacios como
so there are
propios.
others who will take this opportunity to claim their spaces in order for themselves.
Es evidente que las cosas deben de cambiar,
So it is evident that things must change,
ya que no hay una presencia constante que puede evitar futuros altercados entre vendedores.
so there is nothing there that will prevent for future altercations to take place.
Dejar las cosas como están y no hacer nada para remediar los problemas que
So-
han surgido
There's no good to leave things as they are in order to bring a solution to the problem as they are.
por la falta de vigilancia del área con un sistema gratuito para todos.
So in order that it lacks a place there to watch it, and that they would have a privilege for everyone to be there.
Deja espacio para que los vendedores tomen control del área
So they leave a space for the sellers in order to control the area,
y los proclamen como propios.
and they use them as their own.
Si bien la presencia del grupo de Task Force nos ha permitido que aumenten ciertas quejas entre los vendedores,
So even the task force has given the privilege to,
si bien la presencia del grupo de Task Force
so the
no ha
presence of task
permitido,
force,
no ha permitido que aumenten ciertas quejas entre los vendedores,
so there have not taken the claims from some vendors.
entendemos que no pueden estar cuidando el área a todas horas.
We understand that they will not be able to watch over the area during the many hours.
Pedimos que haya un cambio en el sistema de venta ambulante
So we would like to have request a change in the system of street vending
para evitar que ciertos espacios sean reclamados por los vendedores como propios.
in order to avoid others that will claim their spaces as their own.
Si la ciudad quiere imponerse un sistema de rotación de vendedores,
If the city would like to implement a system of rotation,
pedimos que haya un personal asignado para que se hagan cumplir las reglas.
we would ask there would be a person, somebody there watching or taking over so that we'll be able to do the right thing.
En lo personal, siempre he propuesto
Personally, I've always proposed
una rotación constante, forzada,
A
por lo
const-
menos cada 2 horas,
a constant rotation applied at least every 2 hours.
para que todos y cada uno de los vendedores
So that each vendors,
tengamos las mismas oportunidades
we would have the same opportunity.
de disfrutar los lugares asignados por la ciudad. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sylvia Chavez, and before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. Apparently you had some people out of order. So I'm going to call Denise Barton, Jonathan Foster, Marcus Stillwell, and Erica Leslie.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Silvia Chávez.
Good afternoon, my name is Sylvia Chavez.
Yo he tenido la oportunidad de trabajar aquí en Santa Mónica, ya tiene muchos años, empecé con un performer permit.
Yes, I
En el
had the
muelle.
opportunity to work here several years here in the city of Santa Monica.
Ahora tengo un permiso que me dieron para ser vendedora ambulante.
So now I have a permit in order to be a street vendor.
Yo en lo personal tengo la idea de que una rotación de cada 2 horas
So personally, I believe that a rotation that it be implemented every 2 hours.
supervisada por personal adecuado abriría la oportunidad para
So supervised by adequate personnel, then they will have personnel. Then we have the adequacy.
abriría la oportunidad para que todos tuviéramos la misma oportunidad de trabajar en los lugares asignados por la
So
ciudad.
then everybody will have the opportunity to be able to work in the assigned places.
Con el propósito de que nadie reclame un lugar como propio.
So with the purpose that nobody can claim a space of their own.
Ya que como vendedor permitido de la ciudad de Santa Mónica, todos tenemos las mismas derechos, obligaciones y privilegios.
Yes, as a result of that, being the fact that we had the city permit, we would have, that everyone would have the same privilege and opportunities.
Y tenemos que respetar las reglas que la ciudad nos imponga.
¿Cómo?
Tenemos la obligación de respetar las reglas
Okay.
que la ciudad nos
We
imponga.
have the opportunity then to respect the rules that the city would impose.
Eso es todo. Gracias.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Spartan, and Ms. Spartan, I see you speaking on 3 different items. And how much time do you need for those 3 items? 4 minutes? All right. Madam Clerk, you got that? Yes. All right. Thank you, Ms. Spartan, for waiting.
Good evening. On item 10A, my first question would have to be, if the present IZO expires on March 31st, 2023, is there a timeline for Program 1A to make the provisions permanent for the IZO? And would that be the reason for the mention of the enforcement action of $10,000 per month? And would the extension of the IZO cost any enforcement actions? I also have to question the continued exclusion of the residents in the planning process. In addition to, if the city already has a housing surplus in comparison to jobs, how is eliminating commercial and industrial property with housing supposed to work? Because by eliminating jobs, you're increasing the vehicle trips to get to and from work. That would also bring up the question about your workforce housing, especially if you're eliminating jobs for housing. But then they can all use public transportation, you'll say. But have you seen the recent media reports about how unsafe the E referred to as the Expo line, like the city is? Or what about all the commercial and office space you want to include in the multiple use buildings? If present property owners are unable to rent their property due to the horrific conditions you have allowed this once nice city to turn into, why would you think they would have any easier time renting their property? And wouldn't that be putting the property owners you've already harmed in further disadvantage? Finally, your grandiose plan to turn the airport property into housing. If you violate federal law by making loans to the general fund from the airport fund, might that actually nullify your agreement with the FAA to close the airport? Not to mention if all this housing is really needed due to the number of people who have left the state in the last 2 years. Next, item 16A. It's so nice to see that the mayor has seen the light. That 16 items are council member discussion items, not equivalent to consent calendar items, as you've been treating them. By the way, Mayor Davis, did you vote to treat council member discussion items like consent calendar items when Sue Merrill-Rich was mayor? And now you're just trying to clean up after her? Or will it be like the elimination of accommodations for people with special needs, which action disappeared from the city's records after Mayor Sue Himmelrich said she'd put them back in place? Just curious. Then, item 16B. Council members Zwick and Torosis, I find it very interesting that you're bringing this action based on LA County statistics and not statistics from Santa Monica. So would this be anything like the other laws which are in place that there is no one to enforce? I mean, considering your choice to defund the police to numbers that are well below what the chief says are needed to help keep the city safe, right? But now with this item, it would appear that you want to take police away from fighting crime again to enforce this no turn on right idea. And if the entire state stopped enforcing jaywalking on January 1st, 2023, how is this going to help, really? Or is this your way of furthering the wishes of the LA County supervisors? There have been rumors. You might want to think about bringing this item back when you have Santa Monica statistics to support your action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Mr. Foster.
So on 16B and 16C, so I get 2 and 2, is that right? Well, thank you, Jonathan Foster. I thought it was a little bit funny. We'd love to have no children being killed, a Vision Zero. But I had wondered, LA County goes all the way like to Palmdale. I wondered, do all the deaths happen at the intersections in Santa Monica? All these kids aren't dying at the intersections of Santa Monica, are they? So it's a little, why you had to state that just to change intersections here was really funny. And it's only going to help a little bit, that the bulk of the kids die somewhere else. And I think this is not exactly in your jurisdiction, but one of the things that would really help is if people watched car crash compilations. You ever seen that on YouTube? And they have fatal car crash compilations. You can learn so much about what people are doing to avoid an accident. It's helped me out tremendously. That would actually, they got car crash, bad driver, crazy driver, dash cam compilations, Russian drivers, English drivers, Chinese drivers, stupid drivers, fatal crash, truck drivers, snow crash driving. I mean, there's so many you could watch to learn from. And I think that would be a better thing to help, get children not to die in car crashes. But my vision zero is nobody dies. And this is why I've been trying to do this for like 35 years. I'm 52. I've already been on this. Why are we letting humans die on our roads at all? Is my question. I've been asked this for a long, long time. 16C. So you're going to have a constant consultation, right? You're going to have these people speak with the staff, and you're going to get directly in a consultation. And I started thinking to myself, every item actually that's on the docket is a court case. Every item, because if in the end, if it's a criminal charge if you offend the law that you're making, right? But no one here is to protest. Elected people don't seem to listen, so I thought I would just come up again and say, wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Like on the Peanuts where the teachers, you can't understand, because I know you're not really listening to me. I hope sometimes. So, but this consultation, this is what we're supposed to have for 16A, is what we weren't supposed to come. We were supposed to hear what you say about 16C and then comment on what you people say. Right now, we're just commenting, and we're all going to leave, and then you're going to say stuff. But I mean, it's around for 60 days or something like this. It's a long proposal. Maybe that was the other one. But you're going to talk to these people over and over again. So this is good. But this isn't happening for many of the other items. We were made to speak up here about all this other stuff, and yet there's been, when you have 6s and 8s and the other numbers that are on here, you guys talk about stuff, and that we can't speak about this is inappropriate government. When I constantly think about D-Day, I heard this one military gentleman say when the gate went down, the first 14 people were shot dead. They are only 18, 19, 20 years old. So that people don't get to speak here? Who the hell are you? I mean, this thing has run me and my family all around the continent. And I come in here and I can't listen to what you say and then comment about it? Who are you? We're still fighting for this. To have a great time to sell stuff, that's cool, but you can't take all this freedom of speech away and then yet give it to them, but take it away from every speaker that comes up here. You can't do that. I love you guys a lot, but I'm just still trying.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Marcus Stillwell.
Hello, City Council.
There you go.
Hello, City Council, and thank you for hearing me today. I'd like to just give my input on item 16B in support of banning right on red and the signal preemption for pedestrians. I really enjoy dining, shopping, just being in downtown Santa Monica. It's just a really wonderful place, but when I'm, crossing the street and somebody's trying to turn, it feels like the trade-off that we're supposed to have with the pedestrian scramble is not there. We're not allowed to cross the street when we normally would, so cars can turn, so traffic can flow. And in return, we're supposed to be able to cross the street safely and not have to worry about being hit by a car. I just would like to keep it brief and just to, state my support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Erica Leslie. And Ms. Leslie, before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names so people can line up. Alejandro, I don't have a last name, I'm sorry. Dulce, also no last name. Carlos Uluan, Delia Lopez, Jorge Cruz, Kevin Kozel, and Marina Garcia. Welcome, Miss Leslie.
Good evening. So I've been here a few times, stating that I've almost been hit at least 20 times with my children as we are pedestrians, not just in the downtown area, but in different areas throughout the city. I'm coming in support of 16B, but also for our crossing guards as parents are walking their kids to school. We need to do something to keep our crossing guards safe and our students safe as well, not just in the downtown area. I've witnessed myself at least 3 or 4 times crossing guards about to get hit by cars, by vehicles, as they're trying to protect our children. So please do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Leslie. I now have Alejandro. Okay, Dulce.
Hola, buenas noches. Gracias por su atención. Y yo pido, no nada más por mí,
I'm not asking only for myself.
pido por todos mis compañeros que no es justo que solamente las personas que están aquí piensen por ellas.
So it's not just that the person, I'm speaking for my other workmate, but it's not just for the people that are here only.
Yo lo único que pido es que sea parejo. No queremos la lotería y que la ciudad
We want things that be just, even. We don't want a lottery system imposed by the city.
que la ciudad abra más espacios para todos.
So
no
there will
nada
be
más
more
para
spaces
uno.
for everyone, not just for one.
Y aparte de eso, la gente que dice que quiere la lotería, eso significa para mí que nos están haciendo un racismo para nada más.
So those
para
people that
nosotros,
would want
nos
the
discriminan.
lottery system, I believe that what's behind that is kind of a discrimination.
Porque comentaron de que solamente nos queremos adueñar de los lugares, eso no es cierto.
So the rumor was made that we just want to appropriate the system for ourselves, and that is not true.
Porque si nos quisiéramos adueñar de nosotros, no pelearíamos como tal persona que la ha enseñado, porque hay
So
evidencias,
if that
hay
was the
videos
truth, then we wouldn't be fighting like that person is showing that
de
lottery
que
system there.
supuestamente él es un señor respetuoso, pero no es
Supposedly
así.
he's a
Hay
very
videos,
respectful person.
hay evidencias de cómo él ha peleado los lugares también,
So there is evidence that he has fought the system.
y yo la verdad nada más vengo a decir aquí que no queremos la lotería y que nos abran más lugares, eso es lo único que les
So
pido.
what I'm here is that I don't want the lottery system, and I'm asking for more spaces available for us.
Y que ya no queremos más racismo de la policía ni de la ciudad,
So we don't want any more discrimination from the city or the police.
porque estamos recibiendo tickets de la ciudad sin
We are
ninguna
getting tickets from the
autorización,
city without any justification.
sin un aviso. Nada más llega la ciudad
Without
y nos está
telling
dando
us,
tickets,
the city is
llega la
giving us
policía
tickets.
y a los compañeros les están dando tickets.
So the police comes and they give us tickets, and even to my workmates, they are giving tickets.
Y solamente les vuelvo a repetir, pido por favor que no queremos la lotería y que la
So
ciudad abra más
I'm
lugares.
restating
Es lo
again,
único
I'm
que yo
saying,
les
the
pido.
only thing I want is that I don't want the lottery system.
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Carlos Uluan.
Gracias. Buenas noches, cónsul de Santa Mónica.
Well, Council, good evening.
Mi nombre es Carlos Uluan.
My name is Carlos Uluan.
Y le doy gracias primeramente a Dios y por Santa Mónica.
And I give thanks to God and also for the city of Santa Monica.
Por la oportunidad que me dan de trabajar como vendedora ambulante en esta ciudad.
For the opportunity to be able to be a street vendor here at the city.
He sido bendecido, hemos prosperado.
We have been blessed and we have made some prospect.
Y felicito también a la ciudad y la policía por el trabajo.
I'm very thankful for the city and also for the police.
Por el trabajo que están ordenando ahí entre todos los vendedores.
because they're doing an orderly system there among all the sellers.
Si un vendedor trabaja correctamente, no va a recibir tickets.
If a seller is working properly, he's not going to get a ticket.
Y razón por la cual agradezco.
And that's the reason why I'm thankful.
Igual, recalco, digo.
And so I'm restating and I'm saying it.
Que tristemente muchos no han entendido los
Sadly,
lineamientos.
Some of these things, some people have not understood it correctly.
De los lineamientos y las reglas de la ciudad.
About the rules and regulations concerning the city.
De cómo tenemos que movernos.
How we should move around.
Y no pelear por un lugar. Hemos visto.
And not to fight for a space. We have seen.
Yo no vengo aquí a señalar ni a decir nada. Simplemente.
I'm not going here to point or do anything like that. Point out something.
Simplemente la ley de la ciudad es la que debemos de respetar.
Just simply that we should abide by the law of the city that we should respect.
Y es más que todo igual proponer una rotación para que todos tenemos el mismo pago de permiso.
And so I would propose that we have a system of rotation so that everyone will have the same, pay the same permit.
Igual todos tenemos los mismos derechos.
And everyone has the same rights. All of us have the same rights.
Solo tomar en cuenta más en serio quiénes son las personas que hacen problemas.
So take it more seriously in account and for those people that are causing problems.
Y poner en orden la rotación.
And also have the rotation available and in a properly orderly system.
Y gracias por la oportunidad.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Delia Lopez.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Delia López.
I'm Delia Lopez. Good afternoon to everyone.
Yo vengo porque no estoy de acuerdo con la lotería.
I'm here because I'm not in agreement with the lottery system.
Yo vendo fruta.
I sell fruit.
Tengo 3 carritos.
I have 3 carts.
Y no estoy de acuerdo con la lotería.
I'm not in agreement with the lottery system.
Porque si a mí no me toca las 2 horas que están poniendo.
So if I don't get, according to the lottery system, the 2 hours that they're imposing,
yo pierdo toda mi mercancía.
I lose all of my merchandise.
Y yo cuando fui a agarrar el permiso,
when I went to get the permit,
a mí no me comentaron que iba a hacer la lotería.
They didn't tell me that they were going to go in a lottery system.
Yo invertí todos mis ahorros.
I invested all my savings
en este negocio.
In this business.
Y la verdad se me hace justo 2 horas.
And so I don't think it's justifies only 2 hours.
Porque si no tengo cómo mantener a mis hijos.
Otherwise, I would not be able to care for my children, sustain them.
Entonces no estoy de acuerdo.
So I'm not in agreement with that.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jorge Cruz.
Hi, my name is Jorge Cruz. I've been a vendor for many years in Santa Monica, and I don't agree with any kind of program. A few vendors are proposing to you guys in this meeting because it will harm a lot of businesses, a lot of vendors, street vendors that don't agree with those type of 2 hours or lottery or any kind of program they want. Why? Because we signed a paper the first come, first serve. So I believe this is the best way to work as a street vendor. And also, I don't agree with the 2 hours and the people are saying that also a lot of vendors are harassing or that they want to hit the vendors and all that. I never seen that. I never heard police coming down here or speak to vendors. So if my life is on threat, I will go to police station instead of talking here in front of you guys. That cannot help in anything if it's a threat or situation. So I believe so that they're just making up things so you could guys help them out on help them out on this kind of program. But for me, it will harm a lot of my business if you do a lottery or something like that. And I got people working for me that have family here and in Mexico that will be harmed. So that's my point of view.
Thank you, sir. Kevin Kozel.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm speaking tonight on behalf, Kevin Kozel, 1256th Street. I'm speaking tonight on item 10A, specifically the zoning for the Bergamot area. I'm speaking behalf on our client Stanford and Nebraska Properties, the owner of 1757 Stanford, which is located in the CCS district of the Bergamot area. This is an approximately 53,000 square foot parcel improved with a one-story warehouse, which is ripe for redevelopment. We are asking tonight that you modify the proposed zoning for the CCS district to upzone a portion so that the remainder then steps down in height and density, similar to the way the MUC district to the west steps down. And I submitted a letter with a map showing our proposal. The MUC district has a proposed zoning of 4.0 FAR and 84 feet, but then that portion north of the line of Pennsylvania Avenue steps down to 3.25 FAR and 70 feet. Yet the CCS district, which is just across the street on Stanford, is proposed for only 2.5 FAR and 55 feet. What we're requesting is that portion of the CCS bounded by Stanford, Nebraska, Berkeley, and Pennsylvania be changed to 3.25 FAR and 70 feet. Then the remainder of the CCS district will then step down to 2.5 FAR and 55 feet as a buffer to the adjacent R2 zoning districts. Our client's property is ripe for redevelopment, and providing this zoning change will help incentivize the redevelopment of this site with housing. And this is consistent with the city's goals of encouraging more housing in the Bergamot area, which is an area near transit and which historically has not seen much housing development. Thank you.
Thank you. Marina Garcia? And before you begin, I'm going to call what I believe, and you can confirm this, Ms. Anderson-Warren, our last two names, Carmen Garcia and Angelica.
Hi, my name is Marina, and I'm a vendor at the Palisades Park. And for the time I have there, and I haven't seen like people owning their spot. We do get in rush there every morning to get the best spot. And we also get tickets by when we are loading the carts. And I think it's not fair. I think rotation won't work at all. During the week, there is not a lot of people it's not so crowded. But in summer, it is so crowded since a lot of people, tourists, come in over there. And moving every 2 hours will be difficult since there are kids, wheelchairs, dogs, and bicycles. There is a group of dancers doing their show there. They call for people, it gets crowded, and there is no space like to be moving around. And I think it won't work. At Palisades Park, I would say it's a very nice place of working to me. I'm a fruit vendor, and I haven't seen so many bad things since I am there. I have seen and witnessed a few things, but it's not about the spots or threatening or anything like that. I think people over there are very nice to each other. Not all of them are friends, but I will say it's so pacific to work at Palisades Park, but I think rotation won't work at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmen Garcia.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Soy vendedora ambulante de la ciudad de Santa Mónica por varios años ya.
I've been a street seller in Santa Monica for several years now.
El motivo por el cual estoy aquí, bueno, son dos puntos que quiero mencionar.
The reason I'm here, well, actually, are a couple of things I want to mention.
No estoy de acuerdo con la lotería y mucho menos con la rotación.
I'm not in agreement with the lottery system and much less with the rotation system.
La lotería es un sistema que han implementado en varios lugares, ciudades, y no ha funcionado del todo.
The lottery system has been implemented in several places, several cities, but has not been doing too well, has not worked.
Palisades Park es un parque muy transcurrido.
Palisades Park is a park that has a lot of movement.
fines de semana y días feriados están llenos de
So it's
niños.
full, even with children on weekdays and weekends as well.
Estar haciendo una rotación con carritos de fruta y otros carritos
So doing a rotation with fruit carts and other carts
es bastante complicado.
is very complicated.
Hay mucha gente caminando, niños corriendo, personas con sillas de rueda.
There are a lot of people running, children's playing, and people in wheelchair.
En el Palisades Park, la ciudad no está haciendo su trabajo como debería de hacer y como
So-
está haciendo en otras áreas de la ciudad.
Palisade parks are not doing the work that they should be doing as another place are doing.
En otras áreas fuera del Palisades Park, la policía nos trae correteando prácticamente todo el tiempo.
In other places other than Palisade parks, the police are running the sellers constantly. Some running them off.
Prácticamente entre nosotros los vendedores abajo hacemos la rotación entre nosotros mismos.
So we sellers, we do the rotation ourselves.
Si estamos en un lugar y no estamos teniendo buena venta, nosotros nos movemos por plena voluntad.
So if we're in a place and, we're not selling, things are not going too well, we on our own rotate.
A veces en lo que cambiamos de un punto para otro punto, casualmente nos encontramos con la policía y el code enforcement a mitad de camino.
So sometimes when we're from one place to another, sometimes we run across the police and the task force,
Nos dan ticket
and they give us tickets
porque nos miran caminando
because they see us walking.
y como son la policía creen que siempre tienen la razón.
And because they're policemen, they always are right.
Ahora, otro punto por el cual estoy acá.
Another point that I want to mention, the reason as to why I'm here.
La vez pasada quedamos en que cuando ustedes iban a hacer una reunión,
The last time that it was here, you were going to do a meeting.
cuando se relacionara a los vendedores ambulantes,
Related to street vendors.
iban a hacer notificación a todos los vendedores
So
ambulantes.
you were going to give a notice and advice to all the street vendors.
Y en este caso no fue así.
And so in this case, that was not so.
Al menos yo por casualidad o por accidente me enteré de esta reunión.
So I'm here maybe because by chance or by whatever other means, I'm here today.
Entonces, la verdad, no entiendo cuál es la diferencia entre unos vendedores y otros vendedores.
So I don't know the difference between some vendors and other vendors.
¿Es favoritismo o racismo?
Is it racial discrimination or favoritism?
No a todos nos tratan igual, ni el code enforcement ni la
The
policía.
code enforcement or the policeman doesn't treat everyone the same.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time's up. Thank you. Angelica.
Más que nada pedir ayuda.
So I'm here to make a statement but more than that is just to ask for help.
Como dijo mi compañera, el Code Enforcement y la policía no tiene un trato igualitario con todos los vendedores.
So as my friend said, the code force do not have the same treatment as everyone else should have.
La policía y ellos se toman el tiempo hasta 1 hora platicando con específicos vendedores.
So they engage in talking with some specific vendors.
Y les da el poder para ellos sentir que son parte de la policía o la ciudad.
So in so doing that, then they feel that they are the talk that they have, the police and task force with other vendors, that they are part of the same people there.
Quisiera yo saber por qué en vez de gastarse 1 hora platicando ahí, no nos dan una rotación a todos, no una rotación, checar que todo esté bien porque hemos tenido.
So instead of talking there for so long, why don't they just then do a rotation?
Porque hemos tenido muchos problemas con los homeless.
Yeah, we had a lot of problems with the homeless.
y no tenemos ayuda de nadie, solamente los vendedores que están ahí enfrente con ellos.
So we didn't have much help from anybody, only the sellers that are engaging and talking with the police and the code force.
No sé cómo pedir ayuda, más que nada para que la policía y la ciudad que nos supervisa tenga un trato igual para todos.
So I don't know how to say this, but I'm just requesting that maybe the police and the city council members would have treatment for everyone the same.
Es todo. Muchas gracias.
That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I think that is everybody on the list, so I am going to close the public input, and we will move on to item 10.
Item 10A is the housing element implementation.
Ready?
Sorry, I was settling in for the long haul. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Ross Furman, Senior Planner for the City of Santa Monica. I'm joined here tonight by the rest of the housing element team, which includes Rachel Kwok, Steve Mizokami, Carrie Fukui, Roxanne Tanamori, and Heidi Von Tonklin.
And you may want to point out that Ms. Yao's not here because she had her baby.
She did. Yes, she did. So she's here in spirit. And we are here to present staff's recommendation to City Council regarding the adoption of amendments for the first phase of housing element program implementation. So tonight's pretty short presentation is broken down into two parts. The first is a review of Council's prior direction on the amendments to the housing element and an overview of the recommended City Council adoptions, which include amendments to implement the housing element programs, findings that amendments were analyzed in the housing element EIR, adoption of emergency IZO to extend administrative processing, and adoption of a finding that the emergency IZO is categorically exempt.
Can you hang on one second?
Sure.
We're just going to let people clear the chamber so you don't have to compete with the noise. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
No problem. So to take a quick step back, staff held 2 study sessions with City Council in February to review the proposed amendments to the LUCE, BAP, DCP, and zoning ordinance. So at these 2 study sessions on February 22nd and 28th, the proposed amendments to the housing element programs was really grouped into 4 main topics. The first being streamlined process for housing projects, and then the rezoning for housing projects, special standards to encourage housing production, and then finally programs dealing with consistency with state law. At this study session, staff asked Council 11 very specific policy questions, only 2 of which required further changes to the amendments. Those 2 policy questions were in regards to the first one for the downtown AA threshold. This change would be to the 90,000 square foot project size threshold to now incorporating a size of 1 acre. This is consistent with the rest of the city. And the second topic was regarding SB 9 projects, specifically waiving the affordable housing production fee, development impact fee. In addition to those 11 policy questions, Council directed staff to look into 3 additional topics. The first one was to submit a letter to HCD requesting technical assistance regarding upzoning the neighborhood commercial zone district. This letter is being drafted currently by staff and is underway to be submitted shortly. When it is submitted, we will be posting the final letter on the city's housing element webpage. So just wanted to give you a quick update on that process, that progress. The second topic was to mitigate NC upzoning concerns, to add a lot consolidation limitation in the NC zones on Main Street, Montana Avenue, Ocean Park Boulevard, and Pico Boulevard. And the final topic was for staff to come back with a proposal for AA streamlining timelines. So to kind of go into a little bit more detail on those last two topics, in regards to lot consolidation, the amendments now include a lot consolidation limitation of 15,000 square feet for the NC zones located on Main Street, Ocean Park, Pico, and Montana. This 15,000 square feet really came out of four data points. The first one was staff's review of past projects in our mixed use and commercial zones. Staff found that 6 out of 17 housing projects built in the last 10 years were indeed on parcels with 15,000 square feet, and only 2 additional projects were actually on parcels less than 15,000 square feet. So we wanted to see if our projects actually could meet this threshold and they were feasible. The second data point was this 15,000 square feet was the criteria used in the suitable sites inventory as a minimum needed for housing. The third was that 15,000 square feet was studied by HRNA in our feasibility analysis. And lastly, staff believes that the 15,000 square feet balances existing commercial activities while still allowing for housing opportunity. You can see on this table on your screen that this is a breakdown of the NC lots in those 4 areas of the city and shows how many lots are under 15,000 and ones that are greater than 15,000. We did also want to note that this lot consolidation, however, is not proposed to be applied to properties identified on the suitable sites inventory. This only includes 3 sites located on Pico Boulevard that were included on the SSI due to common ownership. The next topic that council gave direction was for staff to return with options to further streamline the process for projects as part of Program 1A of the streamlined approvals, and to come back with opportunities to establish timelines. So in result, staff is proposing to establish administrative guidelines that are largely based on state law, specifically SB 330. So what this timeline would really look like is the first 2 steps are very much dictated by current timelines imposed by SB 330. So once an application is submitted, staff has a 30-day period to deem the application complete or incomplete. So that 30 days is dictated by SB 330. Once a application is deemed complete, staff has 30 days for a project less than 150 units or 60 days for a project greater than 150 units to provide the applicant the first round of code compliance review. So these timelines are also dictated by SB 330. After those 2 stages, there is no state law that imposes additional timelines. But to respond to council's direction, staff is proposing that every subsequent round that an applicant resubmits their plans, that we would just continue carrying those 30 and 60-day timelines that are established in the SB 330 state law. Once an application is deemed compliant, we are now proposing a 30-day kind of timeline for determination. This is because once the planner might deem an application compliant, there still is a work product to type up the determination, have the acting zoning administrator review it and sign it. So we wanted to include a timeline for that stage of the process as well. In regards to how ARB, or Architecture Review Board, kind of fits into this overall process, Program 1B of the housing element was established to help consolidate the ARB process into a formal review before a project actually is deemed approved. Currently, what the process is before before a project is approved, we will take the applicant to a preliminary review before the design review board to receive kind of preliminary comments on the design. It isn't until after the project is actually approved that we take them back to ARB for a formal review. So this new process would be consolidating this two-step process into a one-step process that happens before the application is approved. Where this kind of falls into the overall timeline of the project, staff is proposing that this occur during the compliance review of the project once the project is deemed sufficiently code compliant. What sufficiently code compliant means is once the planner can deem that the application meets the kind of big development standards, kind of those building envelope standards such as FAR, building height and modulation standards, we would then only, after that, take the project to ARB for its formal review. Staff feels like it is appropriate to kind of only do this after we kind of deem the project sufficiently code compliant, because we feel like it'd be disingenuous to take something to ARB that might be dramatically not compliant with code. We want to make sure the ARB is reviewing something that could relatively be built with maybe still some minor adjustments that need to be made. Additionally, kind of recognizing that this process is a change and departure, staff would also acknowledge that there might be some reduced project detail requirements that we would require at this now formal stage that happens before. So this could maybe include something like a lighting plan, something that is not largely impactful on the project that we might have normally required at its original formal review after the project was approved. But given that we are kind of moving this process forward to provide a little bit more flexibility on kind of what the board will be looking at. The next part of the presentation is really just a couple housekeeping items. The first is that the current emergency interim zoning ordinance that is in effect to streamline the administrative approval process for housing projects is set to expire at the end of this month. So staff is recommending to extend this IZO to June 30th, 2023 to kind of bridge the gap of when this IZO will be expiring and when these amendments will become effective. The last is in staff's review of the proposed attachments. We did catch a typographical error in the resolution, changing what said Planning Commission to City Council, and also implementing applicability language for clarity. Staff is proposing that these proposed amendments wouldn't become applicable until June 1st of this year to kind of provide a very clean cutoff date of when everything will become effective, essentially to also kind of oversee the various documents and plans, to kind of bring everyone into kind of a one applicability date. And with that, staff is here to recommend that City Council adopt the amendments to implement the housing element programs, adopt a finding that the amendments were analyzed in the housing element EIR, adopt the emergency IZO to extend the administrative process, and to adopt a finding that the emergency IZO is categorically exempt. And with that, I and the rest of the team are here to answer any of your questions.
All right, thank you. We'll do first technical questions. Let's try and stick to questions, please. Anyone have any questions? Councilmember Swick.
On the portion regarding the Architecture Review Board, in previous meetings, there was some assurance provided that this process would not serve as an undue delay on the broader ministerial or administrative process. What are those assurances, say if the ARB can't meet, say within that time period on that project or something like that?
So right now we are having, an ARB hearing once a month. If we found that projects needed to go sooner to the ARB, originally before COVID, we did have 2 a month, so we might start going back to that implementation. And ultimately, I think staff is very motivated to kind of move these projects through as quickly as we can. And I think, when it is deemed ready to go to ARB, we will hopefully find the soonest hearing, hopefully within that month or the next, to take the project before the design review board. That will not stop the code compliance process. These two processes will essentially happen in tandem. So even if there is a delay to get to the next ARB hearing, let's say a month or so, the planner would still kind of be working with the applicant to ensure further compliance with the code. So there wouldn't be kind of a pause in the project. They would just be happening in tandem with each other.
So I've heard in the past that occasionally it is a sticking point in the process. So I'm just curious, if a project has been deemed code compliant and yet it has not been able to receive approval through the ARB, would it be able to receive its final entitlements and approvals, or would it be delayed?
I believe the language in the amendments right now says you will need to go to ARB before approval, but if there is any reason that the ARB would not be able to approve the project, we would not let that be the reason. We would stop the AA determination. That maybe the second hearing they might have to go to could happen after the AA approval. So, but the first hearing does need to happen before.
So there'll still be 2 meetings.
There could be potentially. The hope is there would only be one, just the one prior to approval. But if there was a reason that the applicant needed to come back again, we would not let that hold up the AA determination.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, seeing no one else in the queue, I have a couple of questions. So I want to follow up to Councilmember Zwick's question, because I do know from my time on Planning Commission, when we actually had to rotate going to ARB meetings, that sometimes it was hard for projects to get onto the ARB agenda. Would there be some internal process or something that we could institute that would say that housing projects would get priority over other agenda items? I mean, because part of the problem isn't that they're not having enough meetings, it's just that their agendas are full.
I think we could put something in the administrative guidelines to prioritize housing projects. I mean, we do something very similar for, let's say, 100% affordable for building permits. We do try to kind of front load those as much as possible. So I believe that is a very reasonable thing to add.
Yeah, and I would just add to what Ross said, the number of projects that go to ARB is far reduced from what it was like back when you were on Planning Commission. We've made so many things administrative that really getting on an ARB agenda is not really that difficult. I mean, we've had meetings recently where there's been 2 or 3 items.
Okay, good.
So
Well, that's good to know, but I do think if there's something we can do to prioritize it so that, as Councilmember Zwick points out, they're not.
And to build off of that, talking about the administrative approvals for the amendments are now going to include, an R2 project up to 10,000 square feet will no longer go to the board. It'll all be reviewed. So we are very much trying to open up the agendas as much as possible for bigger projects.
Great, thank you. And then one of the items, and you didn't really mention it, but we did get some correspondence about it, was reconciling the loose and the zoning map inconsistencies, and there were particularly, I believe, 2 parcels in the Pico neighborhood. Can you explain that a little bit? Because as I understand it, the loose trumps the zoning, and there's just an inconsistency, but I think for people who had questions.
It's not necessarily the loose trumps the zoning. New state law requires that wherever the greater density is, whether that's the loose or the zoning ordinance, the greater one prevails. I believe in those 2 specific examples, it happens to be the loose that is where the greater density is. The loose designation is low density housing, which more aligns with the R2 zone. So all of those changes are really to bring consistency between the loose and the zoning map, and have very much only been guided by state law. The greater prevails.
So under state law, just to be clear, we couldn't go back, even though they're in an R1 area, and go back and designate them R1, because that would be illegal downzoning at that point.
Yes, I think there is a very arduous process to go downzoning, but you have to provide capacity elsewhere. So it's not something staff is recommending, but there is a technical process. But really, these tend to be cleanups. I think these parcels have always been shown to be meant to be R2, but when the map was redone, potentially in 2015, they were inadvertently designated as R1 when they should have always been historically been R2. And Rachel can provide a little bit more clarity.
And just to add to that, someone can walk in the door, propose an R2 project, and we wouldn't have the ability to deny it. So what this amendment does is really just bring the 2 into consistency.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, that as long as there was an inconsistency, we would have to go with the more dense designation.
Correct, yes.
Regardless of whether we took any action here tonight or not. Is that right?
And just to be clear, that doesn't mean that person has to tear down their property to develop an R2 R2 dwelling unit or dwelling units. It just means that if someone does propose it, we cannot deny it by state law.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilmember Brock.
Hi. So let's continue first with the two parcels in the Pico neighborhood. This is more of a just housekeeping issue, I understand. However, it would appear that the owners should have been notified. I mean, from the complaints, the questions I've gotten is nobody reached out to the owners or the neighborhood. And I would think that would have been appropriate, even if they said, hey, this is great. I can put something bigger there. But now you've got the neighbors of those two buildings in fear that something huge is going to come up in the middle of their block. And it's sort of like, hey, we're going to have a giant zit on our, somewhere in the middle of our face. So why weren't those people notified?
I don't know if I can provide an adequate answer of why they were not notified yet. I think we can at least make a great attempt moving forward to bring those people, to help them become aware of this change. But I can't necessarily comment on why letters weren't potentially sent out earlier.
And I think the city attorney wants to answer your question.
Okay, but the question is are they, now there are R1 zones? What are they presently?
They have a loose designation of low-density housing, but a zoning map classification of R1.
How did that happen?
A mapping error. I'm not sure exactly how it happened. It seemed like through our research of those two parcels, they have historically always meant to be this low density or R2 development standards. But for whatever reason, most likely in 2015, when the zoning ordinance was updated and the map was kind of recolored, if you will, these two parcels and others were accidentally misclassified.
And
I'm sorry, Doug.
Yeah, can we let the city attorney answer?
Yes, and I'll invite Heidi up to fill in if I don't get all the details. But the law allows that if it's a citywide process, that you can notice by publication, not necessarily individual parcels. And that's what was done here. If I understand that was correct?
Yes, correct. There's, as I said, there's like 40 parcels that have been identified with these inconsistencies. And in addition to that, we're upzoning basically all of the commercial mixed-use zoning districts. So it's simply not possible to send out thousands and thousands of
So in
letters.
essence, it doesn't do anything to their properties unless they or a future owner wants to.
Correct, yeah.
And it's not just those two properties, it's properties located throughout the city?
Right, and this is a very hard map to read, but as you can see, there's 40 parcels approximately that have these inconsistencies. And so what we're recommending here is just correcting these inconsistencies because state law requires that we allow for the greater density anyways. And for all intents and purposes, it provides clarity to the neighbors to know what exactly they're allowed to be developed to.
I'll probably let someone else follow up on that because it still seems odd to me.
Councilmember Para. Oh, are you?
No, I have other questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
And those little dots were all over the city?
Correct.
And we have a list of 40?
Yes, they are in the attachments. In the attachment F, and I believe it's all in attachment F, actually.
And I guess my question is,
E.
I have a clarifying question on this, just for residents who may be listening or watching. So nobody knows how these mysterious designations happened? It was someone's magic marker that went awry? Or
I mean, these designations happen as part of the 2010 loose, so it was a public process.
Right.
Citywide public
These
process.
These were all former R1 parcels?
No, not
No,
necessarily.
I'm seeing a head shake that I'm wrong there.
Not necessarily. I mean, some of these are R1, some of them are R2. It's all in that attachment. It shows what the existing ones are and what the existing zoning are and what the existing land use designations are.
There
Could
was
be commercial as well. There's a number of these are also commercial.
There was a speaker earlier who talked about upzoning 2 potential parcels in the Bergamot zone. It looks like his idea may have merit. Have we considered and looked at those parcels? And is there any downside to the upzoning there to allow more housing in a primarily, I think, commercial zone?
I don't think we were talking about parcels. I think
A parcel.
the commenter had
parcel.
suggested a swath, a block.
Yeah.
And that's entirely a council policy decision. I mean, originally, we had suggested the height of 2.75 as a transition to the residential neighborhoods to the east. However, keeping that block just across, I believe, Berkeley would provide that residential transition. So whether or not council decides to upzone that portion west is entirely a council policy decision.
What does the upzoning mean in real terms? Not in
It's
FAR,
3.2.
how many stories, how many
It's
apartments?
50, it would go from 50 feet to 70 feet, I believe. 55 to 70.
So 5 to 7 stories?
Yes, roughly.
Okay. All righty. I want to come back to something. Well, first, I want to ask, you talked about lot consolidation on Main Street. It was my understanding that part of Main Street had a much smaller lot consolidation. Are we north of Ocean Park, south of Ocean Park, or is it just Main Street in its entirety that could be lot consolidated to 15,000 feet? Because some of those lots are not 7,500 feet each, correct?
Yes, so Main Street does have smaller parcels in comparison to other areas of the city. The only lot consolidation that exists in the code now is for the NC zone district on Main Street. Main Street is kind of made up of, the majority of what you think of Main Street is NC, but there are areas that are also MUBL.
So the NC remains?
So, no.
Or are you upzoning the NC?
It is part of the upzoning, is part of the NC upzoning. Right now, the lot consolidation for the NC parcels on Main Street you're correct, are 6,000. The reason why we are proposing 15,000 for housing projects is because through our feasibility analysis, 15,000 was kind of that threshold of when housing could be feasible. The reason why we are not seeing much development for housing on Main Street is due to low development standards, probably small lot sizes. So this kind of lot consolidation is kind of needed to support housing development in these NC districts.
So, because this, I think, is going to be a point of contention in the city and especially along Main Street. So in essence, it could be 4 lots in the NC zone that get destroyed to have new housing, correct?
I would probably say it's more like 3 lots, given the Main Street's average parcel size seems to be 5,772. So 2 to 3 lots, depending on the size.
Right now, the maximum is 6,000 square feet for lot consolidation.
Correct.
So either it eliminates all lot consolidation and all big parcels, but it also keeps the true neighborhood character of the street, especially south of Ocean Park. Have you thought about bifurcating Main Street and keeping the area south of Ocean Park Boulevard at the smaller the present lot consolidation, but the area between Pico and Ocean Park, allowing that to go bigger, because that's already gone bigger in several areas?
We did not look at further bifurcating the NC zone along Main Street to have some parcels have lot consolidation potential and some to not.
I would just also add that putting too much restraint on the lot consolidation does, we have to be careful, because in the housing element, we did assume 15,000 square feet of housing development in the NC zones. And so once we kind of start putting housing constraints in the NC, it does, run a potential risk of being in conflict with the housing element and what we assumed for the NC and providing housing opportunities in these areas.
And just to add on to that, the 15,000 square feet lot consolidation is really only applying for the development of housing. So a commercial parcel or development would not get the same, would still be limited to that 6,000.
But if you're looking at the historical character of that street from Ocean Park Boulevard down to Navy, in a lot of cases, those lot consolidations would destroy any remaining character on that street, because you'd end up with, and I'm going to characterize this, sorry, developers, but you're going to end up, for the most part, with nondescript apartment houses versus brick and mortar small businesses. And in fact, because Main Street stores aren't as deep as the stores, let's say, on the promenade, you end up probably with less opportunity for mom and pop neighborhood businesses, for startup businesses, and for the businesses we really want to maintain character in that area.
So council did give us direction to impose a ground floor commercial requirement on the ground floor in the NC. So we wouldn't be seeing like just apartment buildings without any commercial activity on the ground floor. That would be a requirement still.
But since we don't have commercial rent control and we can't give right of return to the businesses that are presently there, we will end up losing that character, that special part of the street that's existed for almost 100 years. And I think we have enough issues in trying to maintain historical narratives on our streets, but I think that really will be devastating. So I strongly recommend the bifurcation. I want to go to something else. This is something I talked about, and I don't know if I was supported by anyone else on the council or not, but what the hell? I'm going to bring it back up. We we reduced our inclusionary housing requirement from 20% to 15%. That really offended me when we did it, because I believed strongly that if we're going to really try to add affordable housing to our city, then you don't downzone that requirement. You maintain a requirement that says that we're going to build as much affordable housing as we can. And to use a 17th century, 16th century term, I thought the discussion was poppycock about, reducing the housing requirement. And I talked to counterparts in West Hollywood, for instance. West Hollywood is also a very desirable city for development. They're developing like crazy there. And they are maintaining their 20% on inclusionary housing. Amtrak, for instance, requires 30% on all the affordable housing that's built on their property. I don't understand why we are allowing a 15% requirement, and I don't believe, and I know most of the council is probably in opposition, but I surely do not believe that that would hamper development in our city. There has always been more development fervor in Santa Monica than there is supply. So I believe even at 20% that we will keep the developers who are coming. We will gain more affordable housing and not sacrifice the city to just market rate housing, which current residents can't afford, future residents aren't necessarily coming to right now, and we're not going to build the affordable housing we need. Response?
So
it is a question.
I can respond. Yeah, I can respond to that. So we did present the 15%, and as we had reiterated before, the rationale for having it at 15% is a number of reasons. One, for consistency with the rest of the city. Number two, we heard a lot of input from developers and housing providers that the 20% was actually too much. In the downtown where we do have the 20%, there has only been, I believe, one project that has had the 20%. Every other project has been at 15%. And this is supported by a review of all the historical projects that we have pending and passed. That 15% is supportable. The 20%, as I said, has only happened on one project, the Vaughn site, and that was because it was a very large site. Another rationale is the fact that once you go above 15%, it does invite HCD review of your inclusionary requirement. And so it does put us a little bit more of a scrutiny under HCD, anything above that. And I think that was it.
So I guess from your surveys of developers who want to make money in Santa Monica, they believe, or your questions, your answers, let me rephrase that. The answers have been that they would walk away from Santa Monica if we required the continuing 20% affordable housing and inclusionary, just even anecdotal evidence that.
I can't speak on behalf of developers. I will tell you that West Hollywood is being scrutinized for their affordable housing production program. They did get a letter from HCD scrutinizing that. So I will say that going above 15% does invite HCD review, as we said before.
So you're saying that if we continued with the current requirement of 20% on those in that area of town, there's a chance we would be deemed non-compliant by the housing element, or by HCD?
I think it would invite HCD review of whether or not that requirement is in fact hindering housing.
What is your planning staff's best guess of, would they then say, hey, you're out of compliance?
Again, I would say I would look to West Hollywood and think that that would be what we would be subject to, is an HCD review letter.
They've received a letter.
Yes.
Someone else is coming forward to dispute this. And I'm not trying to argue just to argue. I'm really saying if our heart is set on affordable housing, that's one of the ways we require more affordable housing. And I'm not in favor of inclusionary anyway. I'm in favor of 100% affordable projects. But if we're going to end up having to fulfill part of our requirements through inclusionary, I want to get as much bang for the buck as we possibly can. And I strongly believe that Santa Monica is desirable enough that builders will still build. They will still make money here. It's not my job to help them make more money. Yes, ma'am.
So I'd just like to offer a small clarification to what planning staff has been explaining with respect to the going over 15% in HCD investigation. It is actually a separate law. It is a separate statute. It was AB 1505. It was adopted a few years ago. It's not necessarily only tied to your housing element. And it gives HCD investigative authority over your inclusionary requirements, anything over 15%, and it becomes a long and drawn out process. And they may determine at the end of the day that the 20%, if you choose it, is not appropriate. So it is not exactly a housing element concern. It is a separate legal requirement that the state can look into, which is.
So what you're saying, if we stayed at 20, we could be rolling the dice.
Yes.
And not in a good way. Thank you very much.
No. Just write it down and when it's your turn. All right, Councilmember Para.
Thank you. So Mayor Davis and Councilmember Brock asked most of my questions. But one of the other questions that I had regarding the discrepancy between, the uses was, can you please, because again, we got a lot of emails about this. So the upzone, from R1 to R2 means that, let's say, this owner or the next, how many units can they put now on that if they wanted to knock down their house?
It'll depend on the lots.
Wait 1 second. Councilmember Zwick, when I ask a question, I'd like to hear from staff, not from you. Thank you. Even though you know the answer, I'd like to hear from staff. Much appreciated. Thank you.
So in the R2 zone, it's largely going to be based on your parcel size, and the equation to determine how many units could be developed is you would take the parcel size and divide that by 2,000 square feet. I don't know those parcel sizes off the top of my head, but we're looking.
6,500.
So we're looking about 3, maybe 4. If they do provide affordable housing, they have the opportunity to potentially get more. But typically in our R2 parcels, we've only really been seeing 3 and 4 units.
So for this particular, so let's say hypothetically, and again, we got emails, so we have to explain this. So this street is all single-family houses, right? So this is single-family houses. So you've got that corner house on Exposition, even though it says R2. That's a house. The one that is being upzoned, if you will, that's a house. So that one potentially can go 3 to 4 units and potentially more if it's affordable housing. So you're going to have a single family, 4 to 6 units, single family, potentially.
Yeah, but potentially, if someone wanted to redevelop those 2 parcels, they could potentially do more units than it currently exists.
So individually, and they can't combine them, correct?
No, there is a kind of a restriction on the consolidation of residential parcels.
Okay, so that's good to know. And then on the other side, so on the back side, on the 34th Street, those lots are actually a little bit smaller. And so right now, I understand that what is the ones that are being upzoned or corrected is the 1808 and 1811. And again, those 2 are also in the middle of the block. So those 2 potentially on that very tiny street that only one car can fit down, you also potentially can do the same exact thing.
But yes, potentially. And I mean, whether we rezone this to bring clarity to this issue, they could still come in tomorrow and do the same development.
Understand
Yeah,
that.
so it's for a lot of it's for clarity and for cleanup and for consistency, but just making sure that it's allowed under state law now, which is really what completely drove these changes.
Okay, well, I just wanted to put that out there. I mean, I don't understand it, but okay. My next question, one of the things that you spoke about was when we talked about the 15,000 square feet, you indicated there were 3 properties on the SSI list on Pico Boulevard that were suitable, I believe, for lot consolidation. Do you know what 3 properties?
Yeah, let me
Those
see if I
were-
can actually.
Give us a minute.
And if you want, you can get back to me. That's fine.
Do you have another question in the meantime?
No.
And okay.
Yeah, you can get
We
back to
circle
me.
back and
Yeah,
find out
absolutely,
sheet kind
no
of list
problem.
of Those 3.
Thank you so much.
All right, Councilmember Zwick.
Can we go back to that? Sorry. Can we go back to the sites in Pico? I know you're looking up something else. I'm sorry, but the ones that we were speaking of a second ago.
The sites on
The ones that are being proposed to be rezoned due to consistency issues in that area around Warwick and Exposition. Yeah.
So this is the map of the 40, but
Can I see the 2?
Yes. So this is 1811 Warwick. So the left-hand side is the loose designation of low-density housing, where the zoning map is incorrectly classifying that as R1.
Right. So if I'm looking at this map correctly, the yellow is R1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the I don't know what color, orange, brown is R2. So in
Yes.
other words, there might be single-family homes everywhere on that street, but in fact, several of them are already zoned R2. Is that correct?
Yeah, potentially. Those R2 parcels could already just be developed with only a single-family house.
So some of those single-family homes actually could already have this ability to become 4 homes if they wanted. It's just these 2 parcels we're talking about. All the brown ones are already zoned R2, correct? Okay, thank you. On the topic of inclusionary, if we're trying to get the most affordable housing units we can possibly get, if that's the goal of this council, why not just set the inclusionary to 90%?
As Rachel kind of mentioned, it would invite HCD to review the feasibility of 90%, and we're not seeing that as feasible.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be real feasible, you know. That's
So there's a feasibility analysis that goes into this number.
Yes, and that's what would invite HCD to review. Anything over 15, they could very well ask us to show that this new higher number above 15 is not a constraint, that housing is actually feasible at these higher percentages. And as the higher you go, I think I'm just going to take a guess, show that those would not be feasible.
Right, I'm talking apart from state scrutiny right now. We've done some feasibility analyses. We're basing these numbers on what's happened and not happened in our city based on different inclusionary rates. I think it was mentioned that only one project in the downtown, despite this 20% option, opted for that 20% option, and that was a very specific project, and every other one has only done the tier 1 at 15 or actually lower. Is that correct?
Yes.
So theoretically, if we set it to 20% and we deterred projects, and we deterred all projects through that higher inclusionary, or say we set it at 90%, how many affordable housing units do you predict we would get from that very ambitious affordability requirement?
0.
Okay, so setting the requirement higher doesn't necessarily mean you'll get more units.
No.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Terosas.
Thanks. Sorry, just along that line of questioning, it was my understanding that another reason that we couldn't stay at 20% inclusionary is because we did not upzone the downtown area such that we would be able to accommodate such a dense housing development that financially would pencil with 20% affordable. Is that correct? Inclusionary?
That's what we've heard from developers.
Okay. Did HRNA do any sort of financial feasibility on if we had denser development in the downtown area, if 20% would be more reasonable?
We did, but those analysis was like 3 years ago, in the preparation of the housing element.
Because I think if our goal obviously is to preserve the R1 neighborhoods and concentrate our affordable housing along commercial corridors and in the downtown area, we would potentially want to create even more density in downtown to be able to sustain a 20% affordable housing requirement, right? Potentially.
Yes, potentially. I mean, ultimately, the feasibility analysis through HNRE is what kind of helped dictate heights and FARs to kind of match these up. So the higher the affordability requirement, I would only assume would require higher densities.
And would we just, because I know we hadn't really fleshed out the higher density until, I mean, we kind of mentioned it, but we didn't really get into it in our previous sessions. If we go forward and adopt what's before us tonight, would there be anything precluding us from coming back at a later time after staff studies it to see if we could adopt higher density in the downtown area and thus implement the 20% inclusionary requirement?
I mean, there's the housing element, we anticipate that we're, depending on how we're meeting our RENA, that we would come back with a mid-cycle kind of check-in just to see how we're performing in our RENA, and then you can make adjustments to the programs.
Okay. Just because, I mean, I think you all know I'm an affordable housing advocate, and if there's a way for us to get 20% inclusionary, I'm definitely for that. Understanding the financing issues, of course. Back to just really quickly to put a finer point on the Pico neighborhood slides that you were showing earlier. I just want to be crystal clear because I'm not an expert. Wouldn't these sites, aren't they near transit, and wouldn't they be subject to SB 9? Like, don't we have a plan for implementing SB 9, and couldn't these R1 developments subdivide their lots or produce, denser development? Like, isn't it possible that you're not going to see single family homes potentially in 50 years from now in these neighborhoods?
Yeah, all R1 parcels are, SB 9 is available to all R1 parcels, so they could split their lot, they can do a duplex on each, so they could get to 4 regardless of, even if they're only zoned R1.
Okay, and then final kind of question on the streamlining. I just want to make sure what you put in front of us, even though it's not required by 330, SB 330, like it is, I know you're saying you're going to make best efforts to meet these timelines. I assume that what you put in front of us is reasonable and you think you can achieve it, right?
Yes, I mean, staff is hitting the first 2 deadlines that SB 330 implements, so I don't think there's any reason to see that we couldn't continue to do those same timelines as the project moves through the process.
Okay, great. And I would just say, do we have like a housing ombuds person in the planning department to just make sure that these are expedited?
We don't have specific staff that reviews this. However, we will be trying to monitor these timelines to make sure that we're hitting them as best we can, to kind of provide, data as we move forward. To see
Okay,
how
would
we
love
can allocate
to
that.
see that moving forward. And I also just want to thank you so much for putting this plan in place and per our comments and coming back and listening. So thank you, really appreciate it. Very excited about this. And that's all for me.
Councilmember Para.
Can you please put that?
So these are the 3 sites that are on PICO for.
No, I understand. The one that we've been looking at. I need a point, again, I want to hear from them, not you. Let's put back the map that we were looking at. Thank you. Yeah, no, the other one. Thank you. That one. Point of contention. The reason why I'm pointing all this out, it's not because I don't know. It's because my neighbors are extremely upset about what's happening here. Pico neighborhood, and my neighborhood in particular, has been so marginalized and everything dumped in this neighborhood, and y'all don't give a shit. So I'm sorry if you're all about housing and this and that and this and that. I want affordable housing, but this neighborhood has been beat up enough. So if I'm sitting here standing up and trying to get the point across that these people are upset, that's what I'm going to do. And don't try to come and be snarky about this is what's happening here. Of course I know that that's R2. If you don't know my neighborhood, Exposition all the way down is R2 and multifamily. And why? I know there's all these cars come up and down my street. The train's right there. I got the trash truck on the corner. I have the freeway. There's a lot going on in my neighborhood. And by the way, my neighbors that are all those orange houses right there, they didn't know that they were R2. They just found out that they were R2. So that's why I was bringing this up. I know that the lots can be split. I know all of this. I'm trying to explain to you that these are people that are upset that all these things, anything that you do to their properties is very upsetting. Because again, people are not letting them know or have a choice in what is happening to their properties. These are people of color that have saved every single dollar to buy their freaking house. And then yet you're sitting here, well, can't their house be subdivided? Can't the next door neighbor, the next person that comes in and can break it down and put 4 units, 3 units? My God, I've lived here 24 years and all I've done is fight. But when I lived on 17th in Montana, I was fat and happy. So I am sorry if I get frustrated and upset when you guys laugh when I am continually having to fight for where I live. I have trains that wake me up all night long, and I fought here for 3 years, and nobody gives a shit. I've been fighting for 2 years with the mayor and with the city manager to get the trains to stop waking me up all night. So I am sorry if I am trying to fight for my neighbors and get some clarity. All I'm trying to do is to get people to understand. I know there's nothing we can do, but at least let me try to explain to my neighbors that there is nothing that we can do, that this is what's happening. So I apologize for me being upset and being passionate about this, but my God, I am not anti-development. I am all for affordable housing. But you know what? Enough. My neighbors have deeds, their deeds on their property say, and they're all Japanese, they say that only Japanese people can live in their houses. It's enough. Enough. Leave us alone. Stop trying to mess with us. Leave us alone. Enough. And yes, I'm looking at you. I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm sorry, staff. I'm so sorry. It's just enough.
All right. Councilmember De La Torre.
I just want to support Councilwoman Parra in the position she's taken, because I think this isn't like, we're not playing Monopoly here. This isn't like a board game. These are like people's real lives that are being impacted, and what Councilwoman Parra is articulating is that this part of the city has been dumped on historically, maybe not by us. Maybe, but definitely by people on this, in this body, this council. And everything from social neglect, to, the freeway, to the city dump, trash collection. I mean, we have a park in that neighborhood that you can't use right now. If you drive by it right now, you can't use that park. There's like there's yellow tape everywhere. Why? Because it was a former landfill, and there's allegations of methane coming out. You can't even have a barbecue in that park. So that's sort of the context in which those comments are being made. It's like we deal with a lot of environmental pollution, and it just feels like really because of the lack of political representation historically, that we haven't really had a voice. And so people justifiably feel like things are being done in a way that's not fair. So even like right here, we're hearing like, well, it's just that, we didn't catch this. It was an inconsistency. And then that's kind of like how things get done. So one question I have, to staff is, if we don't approve this tonight, right, these two parcels, what are the repercussions in terms of, what are the repercussions? What are the consequences if we do not approve this tonight?
I don't believe there are any consequences to not approving these zone changes, but just to reiterate, if you don't include them in this adoption, the property owner could still move forward in developing them as if they are an R2 parcel, but there's no repercussions of not doing that. Okay, yeah, because I think that's very important, because I think it's just in terms of the process. We don't have ample community engagement on this, and people are sort of being blindsided by it, and that's where I think the rub is, right? And people are justifiably upset, and it's not just this issue. I just want to reiterate, it's just been a history, a history of things that have happened in our part of the city that, again, for lack of political representation, were done onto us in a way that's been harmful to our quality of life, and that it doesn't feel good to continue those patterns, So I would definitely recommend that we not approve those tonight and give an opportunity for the community to understand what's going on. Maybe there's some outreach. I would personally volunteer with Councilwoman Barra to walk the neighborhood with some information, door to door, on a weekend, and let people know what's going on. Maybe even like a little meeting at the park if you're interested. Come and hear it from us so that we're prepared to just give them some information. Because ultimately, it doesn't seem like it's a huge sort of bad thing that's going on. It's like there's state law, there's rights that people have. We're just trying to clarify that through this process today. I just want to recommend that we put the brakes on it tonight so that it gives us an opportunity to reach out to those residents and inform them of what's happening. One question that I do have in terms of, a lot of and I haven't seen this, and maybe, I don't know if staff is even looking into sort of like, what's the impact on small businesses? In particular, like I look at these parking lots, like these surface parking lots on Main Street, for example. Let's just be very specific of that area. If that, has anybody assessed sort of what the impact is on those small businesses, on those local businesses? The loss of parking, what impact would that have? So that we can just have just a more comprehensive approach. It just seems like I know why we're doing this. It's about housing, but our city is more than that. And I wanted to hear from staff if you all have considered sort of the impact on small businesses when they lose parking, specifically on Main Street.
Those are the city-owned sites that's in the back.
Correct, yeah.
And so when we do bring forward an affordable housing provider and an RFP, all of that can be considered as part of the council's direction. And so similar to what you had done in the Realshare parking lots, you could have staff come back with the proposal for the affordable housing provider to either replace those parking spaces completely or partially. So that would be all up to council's discretion.
Okay, so there's a way to mitigate that, but passing this today, it doesn't preclude us from bringing those items back or to include that
No.
in the RFPs for development. All
Right,
so
the
we have,
development of those city-owned lots would be subject to a public process, and council would have the discretion to determine what is in the development for those sites.
okay, great. So that's important that we articulate that so that people understand where we're going. And then just in general, sort of like, well, I guess that answers the question. The other question that I had is in terms of what opportunities for community engagement do we envision moving forward? But it looks like for the city-owned properties, definitely there'll be, a robust community engagement process.
Correct, and so it'd be similar to what you're currently undergoing through the Wilshire parking lots. It would be an RFP process. Once the city solicits the RFP, a housing provider is selected, that would be brought forward to council. And then after that, development schemes, concept plans would be developed that would also be brought forward to council. So all of that would be very public. There would be plenty of opportunities for public input.
And I think to just make it even a little bit more tangible, because the Wilshire projects are just sort of coming to fruition now. So thinking about Parking Structure 3, where we went through a very open RFP process. That development team was selected by City Council at a City Council meeting. We then entered into an exclusive to negotiate with that development team. They are now out in the community. They've been meeting with neighborhood groups, holding community meetings. And then once they conclude that public engagement process, right, that development project will come back to council for approval and discussion. And just to reiterate the point as it pertains to the Wilshire lots or the Main Street parking lots, yes, there absolutely will be public discussion. We will need direction and feedback from council in terms of what type of development you're going to look for and what you're going to want to demand in terms of replacement parking. We will have to do feasibility studies and analyses on our end to understand what is needed to support the retail districts, because that's going to impact the type of subsidy we might have to put into those projects.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
So first, I heard a proposal a few minutes ago that we should go 90% inclusionary. Is that something that is potentially realistic?
No, that would not be. That would be basically a 100% affordable housing project, and that would require basic financing.
So I have two questions. One question is still back on the 20% downtown. And it feels like as a city, we're now just living in fear that we've given up, that every other answer is, oh my God, HCD might come after us. And look, I'm fearful too. I don't want to go out of our housing element, but I can't fathom that keeping it 20% inclusionary would cause HCD's, their whole department's heads to turn at the same time and start spinning off axis to take us out because we kept 20%. And you strongly believe that we would get a letter and that letter could cause this entire avalanche.
I think it's a combination of the different factors I mentioned. One, that we haven't seen many projects, or except for one project, with anything more than 15%. Two, we've heard from developers that, anything more than 50% is just not workable in this current economic market. And number three is just, as I said, the HCD review. So taking all of that together, we recommend starting with 15%. And to Councilmember Soros's point, we could come back mid-cycle and evaluate, how well the 15% is working.
Wait a minute, next cycle is 2029?
Or not mid-cycle.
So Councilmember Torosis mentioned upzoning the downtown to make up for to add to the 20%. How does that attract more investment? And what type of upzoning was Councilmember Torosis thinking about? And I'm not asking you to speak for Councilmember Torosis, I guess, but just in a rough, just give me a rough picture of what she's suggesting.
I would not do Councilmember Soros's justice if I tried to reiterate what she, or
Okay.
imagine what she's thinking.
Okay.
So I think, Councilmember Brock, it's a combination of a few different factors, right? So you've heard from staff, it's about observed experience in terms of what development has occurred downtown. And then it's a byproduct of the feasibility analysis, which, throughout the entire process, it's been a constant discussion intention to moderate the amount and size of development, right, and our inclusionary housing requirements. So the 15% sort of balanced that discussion throughout the entirety of the process. I'm trying to see if I can get my hands on the feasibility analysis, but I think pragmatically, anytime you include that you increase the amount of affordable housing, you're going to need to offset it with additional market rate development. How much that is, I don't know if we're going to be able to give you specifics on the fly in this meeting tonight, but that's going to ultimately be what's going to end up happening in this discussion, is that if we push the inclusionary piece to bring forward a feasible housing element to the state, right, which is who we're ultimately going to be accountable to, we're going to have to upzone even further. And I think what we have experienced throughout the process is that hasn't been the desires of the council.
Got it.
But if that's what the pivot is throughout this discussion, what I would ultimately recommend is that we move through this discussion tonight and we come back, as Councilmember Trosa suggested, and bring back what hypothetical development standards would have to be to accomplish a higher inclusionary housing.
All right. And mine is more a point that I think at some point, A, we need to stand up finally, and B, that it feels to me like we're handing the keys of the city to other people, and we don't need to do that in Santa Monica. I want affordable housing. I want us to do it with as little inclusionary as possible, because the inclusionary isn't going to help our city's bottom line. But let me move to my other question, which is again a rehash, sorry. But I just am curious, in the NC zone on Main, especially the part between Ocean Park and Marine, let's say, I'm concerned that many residents in that area, many visitors to that area, when the lot consolidation is increased from what it is, are just going to blow up. And they're going to be really upset that we're going from 6,000 to 15,000. And I want to ask this question once again, just to make sure I'm clear. If we kept the area from Ocean Park to Marine, let's say, it could be a block either way, but in a lot consolidation of 6,000 square feet or less, does that also cause housing and community development of the state of California to heads to roll and, spin like an old time cartoon, and the world to explode?
I can't comment on the world exploding, but we found that
Missiles coming from Sacramento to Santa Monica.
staff's concern is by limiting lot consolidation in the NC to 6,000 only, it would essentially mean that no housing would be feasible there. And that's the concern that HCD might be concerned
But
about.
we're giving them Pico to Ocean Park.
You would essentially be, in effect,
Which is-
prohibiting housing development along that stretch because you are not providing them the development standards needed to support housing
But
development.
I haven't looked at their proposal, and I apologize yet. But the LCI proposals, I thought they were talking about no lot consolidation and talking about housing on small lots.
I mean,
And I don't know the merits of their program yet because I haven't examined it, but my question is, I thought one of the ladies who came up said we can keep individual retail stores because we'll put one or two or three stories above a single lot, which won't encourage big box stores, big department stores, and keep small businesses in place. It was like, maybe I wasn't listening correctly.
I can't completely comment on their proposal, but a developer could still right now add housing on top of existing businesses if they found a way to make that feasible for them. And so it's not stopping them from doing that right now. We have not seen basically any
But it is
housing
possible.
It potentially is. We just found through our feasibility it would be very difficult.
And
I guess
by allowing the upzoning, sorry, just to jump in, by allowing the upzoning to occur, because right now it's limited to 30 feet, right? The current zoning, nobody could build anything on top of that. We're increasing the height in the FAR such that if they wanted to, someone could come in, build on top of it. I don't know how likely that would be, but by upzoning, we would actually create that opportunity. Because right now, they don't have that opportunity right now.
So if I guess what I'm asking is this. You're saying there's really no 3,000-foot single lots on Main Street between Ocean Park and Marine, or very few. We'll allow each other to parse that. But my question is, why do we have to go to 15, which would be maybe the equivalent of 3 lots, right? Why couldn't we still have a lower standard between Ocean Park Boulevard South and pick the equivalent of 2 lots, 10,000 feet? There's no reason to have a 15,000-foot ability to consolidate there.
Sure. I mean, the 15,000 came from just historic evidence of that's what would needed for housing production. That doesn't mean that you couldn't propose a smaller site, but that might result in potentially housing development not happening. We would have to wait and see in a little bit.
Okay, but the average lot you're saying is 5,700
Yes.
approximately, give or take.
I mean, this is just averaged across all the sites.
I'm just saying the average between Ocean Park and Marine on Main.
I don't.
Do we know an average?
It wasn't broken down between Ocean Park and Marine, but the NC district along Main Street, the average lot size was 5,772 square feet.
But that might be smaller as you get to the older buildings south of
Potentially,
Ocean
we didn't
Park.
break it up by block. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I just want to confirm, because we got into comments a little bit, are we still in
We're
questions?
still in questions.
Trying to see if I have any questions. Well, I have comments, but I do have one question. And then, are we moving into comments after that?
After I ask
Okay.
some more questions, yes.
I wanted to follow up on, first of all, Councilmember Parra's, I will say passionate comments, and then Councilmember De La Torre's follow-up, which was about how we communicate. And I wanted to dovetail on that and just really ask, I understand that there's a time constraint, there's an urgency, but I do think that putting philosophical ideologies and whatever you think aside, I think staff is tasked with something very difficult, because you have a job that you do and you come in and you're in a department that has to follow state regulation regardless of the philosophical views of whatever. And then you have a council who gives you direction that can be very divided about how they feel about these things. And everyone has their stats and beliefs, but ultimately we have to adopt, and it feels very forceful for a community, the philosophies of whoever is elected, that body in the state level. And that's really difficult, and I just want to acknowledge that for a moment. I feel like we need to take a moment of silence for staff. But having said that, we are not the professionals. Some of us more than others, some of us more well-versed in urban development, and that lends to the communication part with the community, as Councilmember De La Torre was saying, is that, and Councilmember Barra touched on, that neighbors don't know. And there's sometimes smirking and chuckling or comments under their breath up here. And I think, I'm not saying from staff, but up here on the dais when we're asking questions, and you guys are just answering them fact-based and unbiased. And unfortunately, it feels like that information is moving very quickly. For you guys, it's not. It's probably like the slowest, you're constantly bringing back the same information over and over and over again. And I feel you. Because oftentimes we vote on something and then you come back and then we're like, well, actually we didn't really mean that, and then everyone has to go back. So how can we help you be more expeditious in what you're doing? And I feel that part of it could be some better communicating up front. And I'm sorry if you guys are already feeling like you're doing that, and that's how can we help? Because I do think that involving the community more often in a better way and making sure we're communicating in all languages, that's really bringing an equitable process and would actually help all of us, elected officials, because a lot of what we're talking about is out of our hands. And we still have to deliver the news, and we have to let people comment and understand even when there's nothing you can do about it. Because otherwise we're up here talking about it and we're kind of like talking about something that someone else is controlling from way above our heads. So if I don't know what the process is, to be honest with you, when you're communicating all this stuff. And I think we're up here talking, like later tonight, we're going to talk about, being culturally sensitive, and we want to really engage in certain topics as it pertains to certain things, and we kind of pick and choose. And this is people's livelihoods, as Councilmember Parra mentioned, that for some people owning a home was their entire life savings, and they're not moving from that home. That land and who lives next door to them and behind them is important and affects their value and whatnot. So how do we communicate now? And is there a plan? And what department? Is it within your department? How do we work towards better communicating this very complicated multiple cycle housing element?
Yeah, I think in this particular case, this is a lesson learned for staff because, we saw this as, we're changing the designation on these parcels, but, we know it doesn't really change what can be built there. So thought, well, it doesn't really matter that much because we're not changing what you can build in the situation. Also, we met the state or the legal requirement to note, like the city attorney said, we met the legal requirement to notify people. Because it was a citywide rezone, we didn't specifically notice, the adjacent neighbors. But, just hearing the council's input, in this kind of case, I think we need to go a little bit further, and we will take that lesson and we will do that in the future. But again, we just saw this as, it was a change in the designation, but not a change in what could actually be built. So we didn't think it was, we didn't take that extra step to notify the adjacent neighbors.
And thank you. And I don't think that the blame should be put on you, because again, I want to reiterate, you guys are doing a job and you know this information, and it's, we all deal with that in our work and in our personal lives. I know as a mom, I know everything. So whenever my husband or children ask me a question, I have to break it down for everyone. But I did also just want to add that we focus on DEI. And when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's not just race. It's the diversity of knowledge and urban planning and government affairs and legislation. It's equitable access to information and partaking in communication and whatever that may look like. And it's including everyone. And I think often when we use these buzzwords like DEI, we think of it very much attached to race, and it isn't. It's a lot more. So thank you guys for just hearing us out and letting us represent the community in a very diverse way, because I think each of us represent a population of Santa Monica that's different, that makes us the unique community we are. So I do have comments, and I know that a lot of council members do their comments in a question form, and I haven't mastered that art yet, so I will wait and come back for my comments.
I actually appreciate that, because it makes it easier for staff to sort of keep track. So I do have a couple of follow-up questions. So we actually have had developers say, I can't build in downtown because of the 20% inclusionary requirement. Is that right?
Correct.
Because I know I've spoken to numerous ones who said, I would love to build something downtown, but I can't make 20% work, especially on a single or even a double parcel. Is that right?
Correct. And I think past projects prove that as well in the last couple of years.
And the risk we've run, of course, then, is under our current system where we have the tier projects, is that they do tier 1 and then take advantage of the density bonus. So they only do 15% under tier 1, but then what happens is the density bonus units they get are all market rate. It doesn't add any affordable units. Is that right?
Correct.
So if you look at some of the projects we've seen downtown, the 20% inclusionary has actually driven more market rate, not higher affordability numbers. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So the other thing is, of course, that in the remainder of the city outside of downtown, it's 15%. Is that right?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I feel like I've got you in a deposition here.
These are easy questions.
But I'm trying to get through it as quickly as possible, so I'm asking leading questions. Now, so one of the interesting things, of course, is I think there is a consensus, maybe not a consensus, but a significant portion of the community that thinks if we're going to do additionally dense development, we should do it in the downtown area. But if we have the 20% inclusionary, which only exists in the downtown area, and it's 15% outside of the downtown area, aren't we really then probably driving the development outside of the downtown area and into the non-downtown area?
Potentially, which is also the plan to affirmatively further for housing, right? To spread it out throughout the city, not just concentrated in downtown as well.
Right, but at least with the 15% across the city, then we're not creating a disincentive for people to develop in downtown where they might be able to develop more units and therefore more affordable units.
Yes, an even playing field would, yes.
Right, because 20% of 0 is 0, but 15% of 60 is a lot more than 0. And the other issue is we know empirically, for example, and I mentioned this before, in San Francisco and other communities where they started out at the 20%, they actually had to abandon that for the very reason they weren't getting any housing. So it's not just a Santa Monica sort of anecdotal thing. There have been a number of communities that started out with higher inclusionary requirements and then had to abandon them because it really meant they weren't building any housing. Is that right?
Correct, and West Hollywood's a local example.
Right, right. And that was going to be my next question. So the letter that they got, even though it's not directly related to the housing element, suggested that they should go down to a 15% inclusionary level. Is that not true? I mean, it really did suggest that the 20% was suspicious. Would that be a way of characterizing
Yes,
it?
I would characterize it that way, that it kind of runs afoul to state density bonus law as well.
Right, so it's not just a housing element, but a state density bonus issue as well. And then the other question I have, and I want to follow up a little bit on this, is so we talked about lot consolidation on Main Street, and one of the things in the housing element, isn't it true that we don't just have to do what we want to do tonight and say, come back in 8 years and we'll do another housing element? We actually now, unlike in previous cycles, have to actually show that we're developing the housing we said we thought we were going to develop. Is that right?
Yeah, there are annual reports that we have to submit to the state.
And so if, for example, we were to bifurcate Main Street and say, well, we're only going to allow 6,000-foot consolidation on some portion of it, and no housing got developed there, would we have to answer for that?
Yes, the state could ask us, well, why is that? You must have constraints that are, keeping housing production, therefore change that, do something about that.
Right. So if we don't produce the housing throughout the city, as you have brought us this proposal tonight to zone for, and there are pockets of the city for whatever reason, because we make decisions about we can't downzone, but not upzoning as much as you might like, or lot consolidation, then when HCD gets our annual report and we say, well, we're building housing here, but we're not building housing there, and particularly if we're not making our metrics in terms of numbers, do we run a risk of HCD then coming in and saying, you're either falling out of compliance with your housing element, or you better amend your zoning ordinance to meet your housing element?
Correct.
Okay. And I understand, we've certainly gone through this before, that, a lot of this feels that, the city is sort of, in a train or a bus that's being driven by somebody else. But it seems to me that staying in compliance with the promises we made in the housing element, at this point in time anyway, would be important, because we still have builders' remedy projects proposed in this city that are hanging over our head. Is that right?
Correct.
And if we fall out of compliance, could we potentially see more builders' remedy projects?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions. Councilmember Zwick, are you still in questions? No. All right, Councilmember, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hit cancel all requests. We are now in comments. Councilmember Zwick, you went. Did you have more questions? I'm sorry, Councilmember Parra.
Just wanted to ask if we had the addresses on Pico Boulevard.
Oh, yeah, they had a
Pulled
map.
those up.
I'm sorry.
3115 Pico, 3311 Pico. As I mentioned, 3115 to 3125 Pico, 3018 Pico through 3026 Pico.
Thank you.
And I see Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, but I think Councilmember Zwick was in the queue first, and then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. So we're in comments, yeah. I just cleared everybody out, so, sorry.
I just want to speak to something that Councilmember Brock mentioned about those who came in to speak about the Livable Communities Initiative. I think, like the rest of the council, I support limits on lot consolidation in order to preserve the diverse fine-grain retail of our neighborhood commercial streets. But as staff has made really clear, if we want to do this, we still have to allow for a set of standards that ensure housing is feasible on these streets, unless we want to run afoul of HCD. I think, as staff said in their report, going less than 15,000 feet with our current development standards would severely constrain housing production, potentially conflicting with our certified housing element, meaning we could potentially be decertified if we are not making housing feasible on streets where we promised it would be. Again, I think our goal here is I think we're pretty united on this issue. I think the goal is to protect our neighborhoods from, frankly, big, ugly buildings that will swallow up whole blocks of existing retail. But our goal is not to make housing infeasible, again, because we don't want to risk decertification. And staff is recommending what in most neighborhoods are double lots, because that's the smallest possible lot size that we've really seen housing development to be feasible in our city. Wouldn't it be great, though, if we could do it on single lots instead? And that was sort of part of what I think was your point, Councilmember Brock. And to me, this is where LCI comes in. I asked for a couple slides just to show some examples in other cities. In the days of pre-auto-centric development before World War II, and I think if any of us have spent time in New York or Washington, D.C. or Boston, or really any city built before the widespread introduction of the automobile, we saw lots of development like this. That's Newbury Street in Boston. It's a really upscale shopping district with shops on the ground floor and apartments 3 stories above it. There are a few more examples. I think that's somewhere in England. That's not me. That's, I think, from somewhere in England. There's another one from Barcelona. That's, I think, on the Ramblas, great shopping district as well. That's back in Newbury Street. I lived in Boston for 5 years, so I grabbed a few of those. Essentially, what LCI does, in my opinion, and I've had the opportunity to talk to them, and I know certain other council members, I think, have had too, but instead of picking an arbitrary set of standards and seeing what resulted in the world, they decided to do it the other way around by saying, what kind of slender, modest apartment buildings would we like to see above our individual retail stores? The kind of buildings we see in every beautiful mixed-use neighborhood, from the West Village to Georgetown to Back Bay in Boston. And they hired architects to design these buildings on single commercial plots that were no more than 50 feet wide and 150 feet deep, which is kind of the standard 7,500 square foot of an average commercial parcel. And they built these beautiful buildings, or they designed them, and then they went backwards. And by the way, these buildings, based on the way that they designed them, generally have more natural light, the apartments, more cross ventilation, and allow for more 2- and 3-bedroom configurations, something, again, that I think everyone in this council wants when we're talking about rental housing. And then they asked, well, what standards would we need to make it possible for small builders to make this a reality in Santa Monica? And they reverse engineered it, went back to our code, and said, this is what we need to do to make that possible. And it involves certain standards being relaxed around FAR, around open space, to allow inner courtyards instead of setbacks, and to allow 1 staircase instead of 2 in order to get more floor plan efficiency. And all of these things that they went through and they came up with by looking really specifically. And I guess what I would say is that it is possible. It's not currently possible in our city to do it, but it is possible in other places, and we can make it happen if we so direct. And I think if we were able to incentivize that small lot development, we wouldn't have to worry about lot consolidation if there was a more attractive option to people to do whatever they wanted on their property on single lots, and to both promote something that I think is more aesthetically in line with what our community wants, which is more in line with what I feel like our community is worried about in pertaining to small businesses, and frankly is more in line with preserving our promises in the housing element to not constrain housing development on any parcel that we've said should support housing. So what I would propose, I would call colloquially to be a small lot overlay, a set of standards that would only apply to builders that wanted to build on single parcels in our neighborhood commercial zones, to give that a fair opportunity so that lot consolidation wouldn't even be their first choice. It would be an onerous process that would not even be what's chosen if there was a different one that was available. And I would move that the council direct the city manager in coordination with the director of community development and the fire chief to look at these principles that are being extolled by LCI and look at other principles, outside of that as to other cities that have incentivized small lot development, and come back with a set of standards and building code updates that would apply exclusively to 7,500 square foot lots with frontages no wider than 55 feet in mixed use developments on commercial corridors, and give us a set of options for a proposed small lot overlay that would explore things like vertical shared access with additional fire safety measures above 3 stories, new outer court and open space standards that allow for inner courtyards and light wells instead of other open space requirements, reduced impact fees, and a set of objective design standards that could be cultivated in consultation with neighborhood groups so that they could have a say in what they want their frontages to look like, whether they're on Main Street or Montana or Pico, so that these would be unique to those neighborhoods, and so that people would feel like they had a hand in creating these neighborhoods that they live in what they will look like, and most importantly, preserving the fine-grained retail that already exists there. So I would move that we adopt that, and that the city manager and staff report back to council in 180 days on their progress towards developing this new set of standards.
Second, we sort of kind of got away from our housing element, though.
I was, I guess, speaking in terms of lot consolidation, and
Right. No, and I understand that. And there's a motion, and it's been seconded, so it's valid. But what I'd like to do is, before we vote on that, if that's all right with you, is I'd like to move to table the motion so that we can go through the things we need to go through tonight, and then we can, I think, address that.
That's fine. My only, I guess, thing I would say is related to the element as proposed is I think there was some mention of tracking data regarding the timelines that were proposed administratively. And I just wanted to make it clear that my hope would be that the Community Development Department would track how long this process of approval for ministerial projects is taking on a project-by-project basis for all projects in our pipeline, and that that be reported both to HCD in their annual report and to council when that happens.
Okay, great. So what I'd like to do is I have that motion. It's made by Zwick, seconded by Davis, and now we're going to go through comments, and then we do need to actually start adopting things at some point in time. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to start out back where I was leading into comments, to circle back where we were and just say to everybody here on the council and anyone who's watching, and to the staff and everyone in this room, that this has been a point of contention in our community for a while. And it has a lot to do with different belief systems, how people are connected to the community that either they were born and raised in or just moved here for various reasons. And I think we have to be conscientious about that because it becomes very politically driven oftentimes. And some of us speak in terminology that not everybody can grasp and understand, and everything gets lost in translation. And I know oftentimes we are making votes up here and they're misconstrued in the community the next day, and you spend a lot of your time explaining things when we've already now moved on to the next thing, and it just keeps compounding. So I do really want to make sure that we are very conscientious on how we kind of, in however we can slow it down a little bit so that our community feels like they are truly a part of the process, and that us council members who are having to vote on these very important topics feel like we are also part of the process. And again, staff has been there to try to help. I mean, you guys are teachers. Ultimately, a large part of your job is teaching us what is going on and translating that information. And you guys do a great job. I mean, I don't know how you have time to do what you do because you're constantly making presentations and staff reports and talking to all of us. So I do appreciate that, but we've got to figure out how to emulate what you do out in the community and how we can do that as council members. I just wanted to point out a few things. We talk about affordable housing being spread out across the city, and I agree with that. As somebody who never grew up in a house as a kid, it was constantly moving around from apartment to apartment. I do remember, though, that in Santa Monica, it was easy for my mom to move around and find places within the Pico neighborhood that were affordable. But we never lived north of Wilshire, near Montana, or even in the Sunset Park area until where I am at right now. But land is cheaper in these places. And so oftentimes, whether we make these adjustments or not, you do continue to see development in these areas because the land is cheaper, because there are more transit and multi-unit properties adjacent. So unfortunately, we just keep seeing overdevelopment in a certain neighborhood, and we're sort of continuing that trend, no matter what changes we're making. I also just wanted to say that there are a lot of tools, and some of them forced upon us from the state, that, like right now, we're talking about expediting a process if you want to add parcels, if you want to go R2, but what tools do residents have if their neighbor or adjacent lot wants to do this and they don't want it for whatever reason it is? Maybe it has to do with it abutting their property in a certain way. I don't know, and I don't know, that's not really a question because it's sort of rhetorical. I don't think we have a system for that, right? Because we've had to adopt a philosophy that one thought process trumps the other or is better than the other. So just being conscientious of that and being aware that people feel like there's a lot of tools for things that maybe they don't subscribe to a belief system, and we don't know what that is. It doesn't mean that they don't like development. It doesn't mean that they are, NIMBYs. It doesn't mean any of that. It just means that everybody has unique situations, and we have to take notice of that, because we often choose when we want to be that sort of progressive council and that progressive city, but we pick and choose where that matters. And this is a big deal. We're talking about how our community looks. We are operating in the dark a lot with this HCD stuff. There's a lot of fearful statements, like if we don't do this, this might happen, but we don't really know. One could say that there's a lot of information on both ends of whether or not, we should be fighting this or not. So that makes it very difficult for some of us up here. And I just don't know how we strike a balance between developers and their revenue stream and what they're trying to achieve for themselves, and the true reason for this conversation, which is a lack of affordable housing. Because I personally see a lot of empty units, but I don't see units that anybody that I know can afford or that I can afford to move into, and that is the issue. And in reference to ugly big buildings, I mean, I've noticed a lot of them. There's a lot of big, ugly buildings that have been developed up and down Lincoln Boulevard that are giant. I mean, everybody has their different opinion of what they think is beautiful architecture, but there's a lot of huge modern buildings that don't match, like what you were showing up there, that don't match the character of our community. And clearly, obviously, in certain areas like downtown versus our neighborhoods, things are going to look different. I do want to comment that Community Corp of Santa Monica has done an amazing job years ago near where I grew up on 4th and Ashland. There's apartment buildings there that have that beach cottage look, and you would never know that it's an affordable housing unit. I wish we could all have development that was thoughtful, like a Community Corp. And I know that there are other companies that do that, and I hope we engage more with those types of developers, because what I do see is as we build these new projects, we get more people who are making a certain income level that drive up everything. Look, I love me some Erewhon, but it's expensive. And I can tell you the Gelsons, it changed, those grocery stores changed over the years, and it was an Albertsons, and then it became a Gelsons, and it's the only thing I can walk to, besides Bob's. So everything gets more expensive in the community, and what in turn happens is while we're sitting here saying we want to develop more affordable housing so we can have a more diverse population, in my opinion, what I've seen happen with my own two eyes is that the very people we're fighting to keep in the community get pushed out because they can't afford the little place, whether they can walk to it or drive to it, they just can't afford it because it's expensive. So you might be able to afford your subsidized apartment, but you won't be able to eat lunch in your own community. So these are all things I think we need to take into account because it's not just about buildings, it's about people. And some of us are raising kids in this community. And some of us don't have jobs that pay $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, which quite frankly isn't even enough to own a home in Santa Monica. And I do want to point out that we're constantly talking about development and stacking people in buildings and taking away, skylines and open space. But I do think that for a truly successful and healthy community, we have to consider mental health, and a lot of that is open space. I mean, people move to beach cities so that they can see the water, the vast ocean, so that they can have green spaces for their kids to play in. And although I do love the way Europe and parts of New York where everything's squished together and stacked and there's that unique character, I also think that every community is different for their different reasons, and we don't all have to have these stacked buildings like that. However, having said that, a couple of the women that spoke tonight are dear friends of mine, and I do agree that there are some things coming down the pipeline that we don't have control over, and there's a way to do it where we can all engage and we can all have a say in what these buildings look like. And what you put up on the screen is something that, yes, is very appealing in a community, but we're constantly talking about how it's not feasible. So, the conversation, I think we should definitely be considering it. I just don't know how feasible it is. And then I just want to end with, I just really hope that as we're up here on the dais, we can respect that we have different beliefs, but at the end of the day, it's about people. And we're people, and we're representing people up here. And some of us were elected because there was a big feeling that no one was representing the people, and our community was changing too fast. And it's not because it's, people who aren't progressive enough or can't think outside the box. It's rather, this is where they live. This is where they're raising their family. And they love the community they live in, and they feel that the more dense it gets, there's increases in crime. We're having trouble keeping up with, we don't have enough staff right now, so, keeping up with everything that you have to do to have a clean and safe city has been really hard to do, and we seem to be just really ultra-focused on build, build, build. So I'm not anti-development, but I do want to find a way to provide affordable housing, not just for people moving in here, but for our aging population. I mean, our senior citizens can't afford to retire in Santa Monica anymore. And our young people won't be able to live here, and that makes me sad. So I hope we can find a way to also, as we're trying to make sure we don't piss off HCD, I do hope that we can find a way and that we're utilizing all the tools to try to figure out how we can keep the character of our community and consider the people who live here now, and not just the people who we want to be able to provide housing for to come into the city, but also consider the people who have lived here now and can't afford to live not just anywhere else in Santa Monica, but anywhere else in LA County or even California if we were to push them out. But thank you guys you guys have a very difficult job, and I know I keep saying that, but I do want to tip my hat off to you guys for standing up here and going through these housing elements with us. And however, as Councilmember De La Torre offered, however we can help by going out into the community and being a liaison or an ambassador for just giving that information, I'm happy to participate in that as well.
Councilmember Brock.
So, Jesse, well played. And I'm happy to look at your LCI idea, and that's fine. But I have a couple of comments about that. You showed me pictures of London, Boston, New York. Most people who moved to Santa Monica moved here whether it's generations ago or last year, because we're not New York, we're not Newberry Street, we're not the West Village, we're not New York. We are supposed to be distinctly, uniquely Santa Monica. And while I appreciate your comments and how you played that, well done, but I do want to firmly say that people came to Santa Monica because of the beach, because of the fresh air, and because we weren't a city of high-rises. We weren't a city that crammed people in. There was a developer back in the 60s when you saw the previous round of really crappy-looking architecture called Cram and Jack. And I've heard stories about he's the one who got rid of the setbacks. He's the one who got rid of all that and crammed every apartment he could into every available space. You know, I've said before, and I should have talked about young palm trees, but I said before that no building in our city should be taller than a palm tree ever. That we are supposed to be a coastal beach city. We're supposed to be low rise. We're supposed to be a place where people have open space, not only the beach, but green space in their neighborhoods, green space in their community. And green space should not necessarily just be somewhere that's the inner courtyard, a little postage stamp inside an apartment house so you can fit more windows in and build more apartments around it. I don't think that's necessarily proper, which is why years ago I spent time and effort on landmarking the garden and courtyard apartments on Salmon City. 18 buildings that reflected apartment dwelling and reflected a more reasonable lifestyle and reflected the fact that all 18 of those were rent controlled. So those tenants, when their property was bought by an oil company executive, would not lose their apartments. They had a chance to stay in the community. If we're going to be ecologically sound, we're not building, we're rehabbing. We're not pouring more cement. We're creating buildings that could be built with wood, and that limits the capability of high rises. We're building buildings where we put postage stamp double lots. I love lot consolidation if it's going to be a park. Give me 2 lots, and I create a 15,000 square foot neighborhood park for those people living in apartments where they can come out and enjoy some time to read, some time to play with their children, some time to stay in a neighborhood which is affordable, because we have every single time, unless the entire city becomes community core or the new developer that's building on the 4th Street former garage space, PS3, that developer. Otherwise, every time we build, we lose the community. Community can't stay here because they can't pay $4,000, $5,000 a month. That's not affordable in this community. So existing housing provides more help. We will lose, we can only handle, we've had Starbucks even start to close in Santa Monica over the last couple of years because you can only have so many Starbucks. You still need, though I got mocked last week for talking about $20 burgers. So I'll change that. We can't all be $22 a plate burgers in Santa Monica. We've got to find a place to keep small neighborhood businesses and lot consolidation on Main Street south of Ocean Park Boulevard. Now, all those businesses aren't small businesses. I absolutely realize that. But if we're going to give that neighborhood a chance to be quaint, a chance to be neighborhood centric, we can't go triple lot consolidation there. I'm sorry, I just don't see it. So, I understand the 15% inclusionary versus 20%. And yes, if we were able to go 20% throughout the city, I think it would be smart. But since we perpetually live in fear of what our big brothers in Sacramento are going to do to us, I presume that's not possible. So I'll withdraw that and go with the 15%. And as far as your LCI idea, I look forward to sitting down with you or sitting down with whoever is sponsoring it and talking to them about it. There may be some great ideas we can glean from it. But overall, I think our job in Santa Monica, as council members, as residents, is not to upend the city. It's to affect as much organic change as we possibly can while keeping the character of this place. And we've lost a lot of the character, a lot of the individual businesses. And I maintain whether it's a single lot that you go to 4 stories or a double lot that you go to 4 or 5 stories, you're still going to lose the businesses that were there before. Sometimes you'll get better businesses. A lot of times you won't because they won't be able to afford that. And if we're going to capture something that Lana said, if we're going to keep equity and diversity in this community, it can't all be about big business. It has to be about fostering local businesses that become beloved. It has to be about those places, whether it's a barbershop, which I don't need very often, or a couple of restaurants on East Pico. Thinking of Lars, right, and Gilbert's, that are both community-owned small businesses, and they're successful because people know them. They feel they go there to eat, they go there to socialize because it is neighborhood. And I think what we're losing in a lot of this is neighborhood. And we have to do everything we can. I said from this podium months ago that I was so sad we had at one time no black-owned restaurants here. Now we have, I think, 1 or 2. I want to see that diversity. That's what made the community fun when I was growing up. My grandparents came to Santa Monica as far away as they could from me on the Hoboken Ferry to get away from big buildings. They started off living in downtown LA, which was the feeling of New York at that time. And they bailed as far west as they could, first to Venice, then to Santa Monica, because they wanted to be in a place where there was fresh air and green space and a place that children could grow up and be outside, that people could have a community. My grandfather used to take me to this little snack shop, which is now a city parking lot between 4th and 5th. And it was probably, 50 feet, 100 feet maximum. And this guy now, you would never go there because he was chain smoking, making burgers, and hanging to Snacks Fifth Avenue. And it was a little place, but it was part of community. And we can't afford to lose all that, especially when we don't have to. So I motion that we bifurcate Main Street and allow lot consolidation. I'm going to go up to what you think your maximum is, 11,000 feet on Main Street between Ocean Park and Marine. What? 15,000? No.
So
I lowered it to 11.
So can I ask?
And actually,
I need to call a
because
point.
you said 50.
Councilmember
yes.
Brock, I need to call a point of order here.
Sure.
We have a whole list of things we need to do. Nobody's making those motions.
Well, I'm making one.
No, your motion has nothing to do with anything we're doing tonight. Can you save that until after we go through what we need to, and then you can make a motion to actually, and I'm not sure where that would be, and staff can give me guidance.
It is the lot consolidation.
Yeah, it would be on the lot consolidation.
Right, which is one of the items on here.
Right. But I would like to go through this with some order rather than just start throwing out motions, because we have a list of things to get through. And we need to go through them one by one because people are now talking about individual things. I'm not saying you can't make your motion. I'm just saying, can you sit on it for a moment? And I tabled Councilmember Zwick's.
So you'll come back.
When we get to that one, you can do whatever it is you choose to do. But I would prefer that people, because we can't have more than one motion on the table at a time.
I'm fine.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep Robert's Rules of Order orderly. Anything else, Councilmember Brock?
I think that was my end point, was to create that motion and abandon my 20% downtown.
All right, then Councilmember De La Torre.
Well, I want to support a lot of what my colleagues have said tonight, because, you know, I do feel that, you know, by approving this today, there's a lot of changes that are being made, some that residents do understand and others don't. But one thing for sure is that the writing's on the wall, you know, that there will be displacement. It's unavoidable. I mean, in the name of progress, you know, we're going to build and there's going to be displacement. You know, that's something that to me is just heartbreaking because, I mean, a city, yeah, you know, you can value it by its buildings and infrastructure and all that. But for me, the people is what makes the city, you know, a livable and a vibrant place, you know, for us to live in. You know, I've been a strong advocate, you know, against gentrification in the Pico neighborhood because that's a part of the city that holds a lot of diversity, and there's people in that community have been stepped over, overlooked for many years, and it just feels like, you know, a lot of the plans that happened, we approve, and we really haven't seen, you know, a real strategy to really uplift the Pico neighborhood. Not even, you know, aside from, you know, the park and libraries and stuff that we have fought for throughout the years, but Pico Boulevard doesn't get the same attention, you know, as other parts of the city. You know, so you look at Main Street or Montana compared to Pico Boulevard, it's not seen as a destination place. There's a couple of anchor restaurants, but it's really not seen like an experience. And part of it is because we haven't really had a plan, you know, a real commercial residential plan. I think there's an opportunity to do that, though. I think, you know, and I like this concept. I looked at the Livable Communities Initiative. I mean, they have a strategy, they have some ideas, but really, I think, you know, we need to sit down with property owners, with renters, with you know, commercial and residential property owners, especially those who are on Pico Boulevard, and develop that type of plan. So any community engagement process, if it's LCI or anything else, I'm open to that direction, to give in that direction so that we can once and for all have that type of plan, that type of strategy to determine sort of how we're gonna make the Pico Boulevard experience vibrant, not just for, you know, definitely for the people that live there, but for visitors as well. And you know, the thing is, you know, there is a richness of culture that we can tap into that I don't think we talk about enough, but there is an opportunity to do something that would make Pico Boulevard a destination, a place that people want to go and shop, eat. It could uplift economic development in that part of the city, which I think is really needed. One other thing that I think is really important is, you know, with all the affordable housing that we're building, you know, I talked to a few residents in the Pico neighborhood. People are saying like, well, who is that housing for? You know, so we're talking about low income folks, and it's like, well, what about me? You know, I've been on the housing list for years. You know, I talked to a woman that said she was on, you know, Community Corporation's housing list for 15 years, and she just gave up. You know, it's like, oh, you should submit an application. She's like, I'm not doing that anymore. So we should be mindful of how we can prioritize those residents that really need the housing, you know, that are rent burdened. How is it that we can prioritize those residents? I know there's rules with federal money, you know, that you can't do that, you know, but maybe there's a creative way that staff can help us with that. Another thing that hasn't been said tonight, and I know we've talked about it before, and I don't want us to forget about this concept, I think it's so important, is affordable home ownership. So how can we give low-income people an opportunity to break that cycle of poverty, right? So create generational wealth. I think that's so important. I mean, I can say, you know, that it's a life-changing thing, you know, and you can pass on some wealth to your children if you own property. And we should look into that. There's definitely, you know, experience in our city with TORCA, you know, and we could learn from the mistakes from that program, but come back with a more robust strategy on how we might create not just more renters in the city, but more owners in the city, you know, people that have a different type of a stake in the future of the city. It's one of the things that we learned tonight And there's, with a lot of the policies in there is this concept of notifications, right? So in some developments, some projects are forced to have a community meeting, and I've seen that happen many times. Tonight, there's some zoning changes, where there was no requirement to notify neighbors even, someone who lives right next door to the lot that we're going to upzone, or to just, in this case, sort of fix an inconsistency that impacts zoning. We should definitely have that type of policy in place for any time that we make a zoning change, in a neighborhood, in a residential zone, that those residents, those neighbors are notified, and prior. So it's prior to submitting the zoning change to the council. So it's not just like last minute or, after the fact, that people have an opportunity to engage and to give us feedback. And I think that's fair, and that's also democratic. Totally support, more density in the downtown area. I think that's a smart move. If we can do more in the downtown, that means that we can do less in some of the commercial zones where we want to protect, small businesses and keep the rents affordable to some extent. Because we all know that once things get nicer, let's say there's change, it's nice. Some of us want that, but then it gets more expensive. So however we can achieve like better neighborhoods, same neighbors, I think that's really, really important. So we can keep people and businesses here in the city. The last thing, we talk about this jobs, housing imbalance. We talk about a lot of people driving into the city, looking for work, and that's part of the problem. We want to, cut down on commute time and so forth. One thing that we don't talk about is how we can develop our own workforce so that we can hire more locals to do the job. So the people that are working here already, living here already, they can work here. And maybe that's what the city needs to be considering as a policy or a program specifically for our city government, and then we can inspire others. I know we have a buy local campaign. We need to think about a hire local campaign as well to complement that. There's talk in the school district, with the where they're currently situated. They're in the process of making a transition from their central district office, to next to Santa Monica High School. And then there's talk about, and interestingly enough, there was talk a long time ago that I remember about building housing there. I like the concept of workforce housing, because it's very difficult to attract certain, like teachers, for example, certain workers that are very valuable. There's all workers are valuable, but then there's things that you can't do in the city anymore in the same way. You can't attract high quality teachers that is where they're competitive, right? They're in the workforce. A lot of school districts want them. And then when they look at Santa Monica, it's like, I can't afford to live there. And that's good. We hear that even from city managers, and city attorneys. And, when you have city managers and city attorneys that are making pretty good salaries saying it's kind of hard to live here, we have a problem where we're going to have, as time goes on, we're going to have a very difficult time in attracting quality staff to work within our schools or within our city and so forth. So we need to definitely put that in focus, the workforce housing aspect of this work, aside from the local hire. I don't want to go off too much. I kind of felt I feel a little bad, Phil, that you abandoned the 20% inclusionary affordable housing, because I was willing to fight.
Well, then I'll fight.
We can fight. I hear all the comments about, well, this is a little difficult because then it doesn't get built. And I'm almost thinking like, we put that out there and then monitor it, for the next 6 months and get a report every 6 months to see where we're going. And if it's just not going anywhere, we consider sort of making adjustments there. I also feel, as you said, Councilmember Brock, that people are going to make money in the city. We want people to make money in the city. We're not anti-growth or development. We want to see responsible development. So I think I would be willing to fight for that. And that's pretty much it. I don't want to waste any more time on that, but there was one other thing. I have one question for Jesse. I was looking at the Livable Communities Initiative, and they have a lot of words. There's a bunch of words, new stuff. Like the 15-minute city, for example. I've heard smart city before. In fact, the first time I heard smart city was when we were up in Yosemite with is it the Civic Well Conference. First time I heard that concept, smart city. And what is a smart city? You know, I'm still trying to figure that out, you know? Maybe because I'm not that smart. But anyways, going back to this whole issue of this question of a 15-minute city, I saw that on their webpage, and what does that mean to you? Or do you have any idea what that concept means?
Well, Councilmember Zwick is next in the queue, so if you're relinquishing him, we'll let him answer, and then he can make whatever comments he needs to make.
Yes.
As far as I understand it, a 15-minute city is simply a place where you can meet most of your basic needs by not having to walk or drive or bike more than 15 minutes to go to a grocery store or go to your job or something like that. It's a way to both improve quality of life and help the environment. Beyond that, I did want to say just a few things. To Councilmember Brock's point, I'm sorry you haven't had a chance to see the presentation. My motion, which hopefully will be heard later, is just for staff to study it and come back to us, not to necessarily implement it at this point in time. And I should point out, just to clarify, that we have a 55-foot height limit now on our neighborhood commercial streets. We're not really debating that anymore at this point. I mean, we are sending a letter, but that's what it is currently. This doesn't actually ask to exceed height limits or anything like that. It simply asks to work within our current framework to make development smaller and to preserve neighborhood retail. And I regret that when I included a few images, I didn't grab any from Santa Barbara, because that's a really nice seaside community that actually has a lot of mandates around the facades that have to be in that community. And you'll see a real cohesiveness in that community. And when I put up some slides of brick buildings, I didn't mean to imply that we should look like Boston or Barcelona, but rather that we should engage in a community process and determine exactly the way we want us to look. And if it's more like Santa Barbara or anywhere else, I would love to engage in that community discussion as to how we want these places to look. Finally, I do want to talk a little about what I've heard a lot of people talk about around diversity and displacement and raising a family here, because I'm a person and I'm raising a family here as well. And I care deeply about the diversity of the community and not displacing more residents. And I think I've heard a lot of people comment on this idea that there's a direct link between development and displacement, and development causes displacement, and that's what's causing displacement in our community. But when I look at the scenario, I see it a little differently. I see recently, now there's a requirement to post salary ranges on job postings, and someone posted a job posting the other day for an engineer at Snapchat. I think the salary range was around $380,000 a year, more than I make, more than most of us make. As far as I see it, everything in the housing element as it was proposed was for housing in places that currently don't have housing. And there was a distinct reason for that. We were very concerned about displacement of our renter population. We didn't rezone anywhere that was currently rezoned for multifamily for the exact reason that we wanted to be hypervigilant against the displacement of people currently living here. We zoned for housing in places that currently didn't allow any housing. And when I see a job posting for an engineer at Snap who's going to make $380,000 a year, I see there's two options for him. We either build him a house that he can buy, or he'll buy your house and displace you. Those are the two options that are going to happen. He's rich. He's not going to choose to commute from Palmdale. He's going to want to live next to his job in Santa Monica. We as a community have a responsibility, if we want to protect against displacement, to build new housing for people graduating from our high school, for seniors who are hoping to downsize, and for people that take jobs here. And if we do not build that new housing in such a way that isn't displacing anyone when we build it, we are going to cause more displacement in our community. I'm very concerned about that as a human, as a resident of Santa Monica, as a family, as someone raising a family as well. Everything I do and fight for when it comes to housing is to preserve the diversity of the community and to prevent displacement. And I feel very strongly that allowing new housing opportunities does that. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Torosis.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it brief because I think I am ready to make some motions here to just move us along. But I would say that my husband and I moved to Santa Monica because we wanted to live in a community that reflected our values. And to me, that means yes, being able to see the beach, and yes, being able to take our nephew to the park and being able to enjoy all of the cultural opportunities here and having amazing schools. But I think I also moved here because I felt like this was a place that wanted to include and invite everyone. And that meant, you know, our renter population, keeping folks in their existing housing. That meant being able to provide housing for folks that worked here. And I don't want to belabor this point because I think we all have, you know, views on that. But in our duty to affirmatively further fair housing, yes, we need to build housing in a diversity of places, but we also need to build housing, as we've learned, in these highest opportunity areas. And Santa Monica has the highest opportunity area in the state, all of its census tract except for 2 in the Pico neighborhood, which are high opportunity. So we are a well-resourced community that provides really great social determinants of health if people are born here and raised here and live here. And so I want to prioritize affordable housing. I want to prioritize home ownership. That's not necessarily what we're talking about tonight. But I think I'm really proud of staff and thankful to staff. And I want to say I think you all have done an amazing job. This is really complicated. I certainly am not a land use expert, and you've made it relatively easy to understand. So thank you. And I think the product that we have before us is going to be zoned appropriately so that we are compliant with our housing element. And I think I'm interested in maybe coming back and looking at the 20% situation, but not for tonight, because I think we have to adopt something. And then I would also just say, like, I think you all know I was on the rent control board, and I went back and I looked at all of the community engagement that you all had done in preparation for the housing element. And I definitely hear Councilmember Parra, and I agree with everything that you said earlier tonight. But I also saw that you guys had done 21 community engagement opportunities before you even took like the first iteration to council. And I know you came to the rent control board. And so I think it's a reflection of like how we do community engagement in a way that's culturally competent. I said that on the rent board, you're not going to get people on a webinar who don't have time to come on a webinar. So in the future, I think we've learned some stuff. I think, you know, meeting people where they are is really important, but I really do want to thank you. I want to acknowledge that you did do a lot of community engagement. And so I don't know, Mayor Davis, if it's appropriate to make a motion at this point, or if there's other folks who are still wanting to comment, but.
Well, the only 2 people left in the queue are myself and Councilmember Brock, and he's not here.
Okay.
But I think it probably makes sense to wait to make a motion till he returns. So why don't you let me make my comments, and then we can return to you.
Really, one last thing I would say is that I'm compelled on the argument in Bergamot, making that a place for potentially more housing. I'm just getting back up. I think it was 84 and 4 was the potential proposal. Yeah. I don't know if anyone's compelled by that, but I would be okay with upzoning just the Bergamot area to account for more housing. And I think that could even make it more favorable in our letter to HCD to see if we can shuffle things around. So I'm amenable to that change. But other than that, I'm prepared to move on these items.
All right. Well, let's get through myself and Councilmember Brock, and then hopefully we can get some motions going. So I want to make a couple of comments, and I understand obviously people are really passionate about this. But what we're doing tonight is not making philosophical decisions. These are very concrete decisions we need to make. And yes, I understand there's difference in philosophies about what we should or should not be doing on housing, and there's different philosophies about what the state has done or not done on housing. But at the end of the day, the legal point is that state trumps local. We have to do what the state tells us to do. And it might not be pleasant, it might not be consistent with what people want, but the risk of not doing what we are legally obligated to do vis-a-vis the state, I think is really great. And I think it's easy for people to poo-poo it like, oh, what will they do? Well, they've sued Huntington Beach. They've sent pretty serious letters to a number of jurisdictions throughout the state threatening to sue them. And it's not just HCD, by the way. The Attorney General, Rob Bonta, has stood up an entire housing enforcement division for jurisdictions that are not, either have non-compliant housing elements or are not complying with the promises they made in their housing element. And I do want to point out, because I think Councilmember Terosas and Councilmember Zwick, I think Councilmember Zwick said it, but Councilmember Terosas echoed it, is that what we have done is created a housing element that does not displace people. We have not suggested moving into existing residential communities and moving people off their parcels and building large apartment buildings. What we have done is, I think, thoughtfully tried to place more dense housing in our downtown area and in other areas like formerly commercial areas so that people don't get displaced. But as Councilmember Zwick points out, if we don't build the housing, all that's going to happen is money will win. And the people who have the money will get the housing. And so if we have more housing, then there's less risk of displacement. And in fact, and there are, I gather, some outliers, because I know I'll get texts about this when I say this, I always do. But the majority of studies show that when you build more market rate housing, it actually reduces rents. It's supply and demand. And I understand there are some people who don't believe supply and demand doesn't apply in the housing market. But the fact of the matter is, when they've looked, they've certainly looked in the LA area, but UCLA did a study of studies that looked all over the country, New York, Seattle. And what happens is when you build more market rate housing, the housing in that area that's already built becomes more affordable. And we can argue about why that is, whether it's supply and demand or what they call filtering, which is people will spend more money on the newer housing, so the older housing becomes less attractive and therefore more affordable, or maybe it's some combination of all of those. I recommend to everyone that they read Shane Phillips' book, The Affordable City, because it discusses all of these phenomena quite well and in easy to understand terms. But if we are really committed to creating a city where our older residents can afford to move into smaller units, maybe after their family moves out, where our Samo High graduates or our Santa Monica College graduates can maybe find a place to live, we are going to have to build more housing. Right now, we are building so many fewer housing units on an average year than the number of students who graduate from those two educational institutions. So by definition, we are basically forcing our young people out of our city. And yes, you can argue, well, they can't afford to live here anyway. But if we build enough housing, and if we ultimately build enough affordable housing, and this is part of this process, because it isn't, it'd be great to build 100% affordable projects only. But two things are true. One is that's not going to happen because there's limited resources. And two, what everyone needs to remember is when we use inclusionary housing, we are building affordable housing at no cost to anyone except the developer. The city doesn't have to subsidize it like we do with 100% affordable housing projects. Nobody has to go necessarily get TCAT credits even. They are basically building housing that is free to the city. And it's affordable housing, and it's deed restricted, and people can live there. And I think what's important is we need to remember that as council members, we're not talking about this particular, it is true, we're talking about people, but we're talking about not housing. We're talking about homes that people live in. And if we don't build enough homes for people to live in, they either end up having to move. We heard one nurse today from St. John's says she has to live 26 miles away because she can't afford to live here. Well, not only is that a burden on her as a human being, it's a burden on our environment. She's generating pollution those whole 26 miles. She's missing time with her family. And I bet by the time she gets done commuting in those 26 miles, she's already exhausted before she even starts her job. So, yes, I understand there is this sort of visceral reaction to building more housing. And obviously, I think there's probably disagreement amongst all of us. But at the end of the day, what we have to do is do what we are mandated to do by the state. And you can call them Big Brother. I call them government. We're also mandated to do what the feds tell us to do. And I want to emphasize that it's not even just builder's remedy projects. We've already lost a year of affordable housing subsidy money because we did not have a compliant housing element. So if we run the risk of going out of compliance again, everyone up here who says, I believe in affordable housing, is basically running a risk that we're going to lose out on millions of dollars of money to build more affordable housing. So sure, we can take a flyer and say, well, you know, we don't think HCD will do anything to us. But certainly, as someone who's watching this very closely, and others I think are as well, I know our staff is, there is every indication that if we deviate from the promises that we made to HCD in the housing element, in any material way, we start to take on risks. And by the way, it's not even just HCD, and it's not even just the Attorney General. There is a private right of action. So if we start to muck around with a housing element that we have already submitted to HCD that they have told us is compliant, we say, well, you know, we're not going to do that, or we're going to do this a little differently, then we also run a risk that we're going to get private lawsuits. And I'll just remind everyone that I think it was 2 cycles ago, Mr. Martin may know, 2 cycles ago there was a lawsuit against the city for not having a compliant housing element. And not only did the city lose that lawsuit, it had to pay the legal fees of the parties that brought that lawsuit, which were hundreds of thousands of dollars. So while I understand everyone's emotional about this, I think our task tonight is, we've already had the study session about it, is to do what we told HCD we were going to do. If we want to talk about the 20%, for example, I'm all for talking about 20% with the understanding that the way we're going to get to 20% is probably by building 15 and 20-story buildings in the downtown. That's the only way 20% becomes feasible. But if everyone wants to come back and look at that, I'm for that. Let's talk about it. But you can't say, let's do 20% in a 7-story building. That's not going to work. Let's do 20% in a 9-story building. That's not going to work. We're going to have to upzone significantly if you want to accommodate it. That's fine. Similarly, bifurcating Main Street. You know, I think the people who live north of Ocean Park and the businesses north of Ocean Park might go, well, what are we, chopped liver? I mean, there are some very quaint businesses north of Ocean Park who go, wait a minute, why does Papier Gustative get a pass, but Earth Cafe doesn't? Why are we making that distinction? There are equally charming businesses, equally charming buildings, both north and south of Ocean Park, and I know that because I walk it virtually every day. I live a block from Main Street. And so I think, and you know, I mean, I'm thinking, for example, south of Ocean Park, there is a perfect place for housing. The old Ariel World Cafe site that has been vacant for years. It's a corner lot. It would be perfect for housing. But if we don't allow them maybe to consolidate with the small lot next door, nothing's going to happen there. Because if something was going to happen there otherwise, it would already have happened. It's not like COVID killed Ariel. Ariel was dead long before that. So I think that what we ought to do is, we have a list here of things that we have already directed staff to come back with. And I understand, you know, nothing's final till it's final. But if we keep revisiting these issues over and over and over again, I think we're really asking for trouble. So I've said my piece, Councilmember Brock, and then we really do need some motions here to get through this. Or not. We cannot do motions, and we can just say, no, thank you, but that's up to the council. Councilmember Brock.
Well, first of all, I don't think that we're going to say no, thank you. And second of all, we absolutely 100%, none of us up here believe we're Huntington Beach. We all believe in housing. We all believe in doing our best for the residents of the city and future residents of the city. So to compare us to Huntington Beach, who is deliberately thumbing their nose at the state, even though some of our residents think, oh, bully, we should be doing that too. I don't think anyone here believes in the philosophies of the city of Huntington Beach right now or wants to do that. We're trying to do common sense solutions for our residents that still allow growth in our city. And as far as World Cafe area, whatever they are, the building next door is 3 or 4 units, retail units together in one building, so they couldn't consolidate. The owner of there, from what I understand, has been asked for years to sell, to do something. And I would be happy with the World Cafe becoming housing as well. Don't have a problem there. They don't have to consolidate with anyone else to build housing. And Jesse's LCI, he mentioned that he showed all these single buildings without any lot consolidation whatsoever. I'm going to let him off the hook on that, but I just want to point out that the LCI, from what I think you just said, doesn't require lot consolidation. So, and I hear what you're saying about Main Street, that there are, yes, places north of Ocean Park too. So I'm concerned still about the 15,000 square feet on Main Street. Two things that Councilmember Delatorre said really stuck out to me. Not why don't I stick with 20%, but two other things. Workforce housing. I thought that part of the housing element in the state is asking for how do you house your workforce, which doesn't always mean 100% affordable. It means also how do we take the lower middle class and try and get them places to live, our teachers, our custodians, our groundskeepers, the people who work in the city. I think Oscar said it quite well there, and I think that's an important point. And I want to mention one other thing that Oscar said, and I thank him for bringing that up, because Councilmember Parra, myself, and Councilmember Delatorre, starting when we took this podium in 2021, started talking to planning department about how do we do rent to own. What do we do? We've been ignored for 2 years. We brought this up every time the housing element came back. Do we do a son of Torca? Is there some way that you incentivize owners to sell those units for tenants who've been sitting there for a long time? What can we do to help home ownership, condo ownership, apartment ownership? I have, and I've said this before up here, I have 3 friends who live in Torca units in this city, who have stayed there since they were Torca'd. And they've been really happy that they own their small apartments, that they own their small places to live. Now, they're never going to get as much of a return as if they were on, I don't know, Adelaide, but the costs weren't there either. So I still can't understand why the planning department hasn't come back to us. When I know we've asked over and over again, we've mentioned this continuously. Why can't we come up with a scheme, plan, whatever you want to call it, to allow rent to own in our city? I think other cities are doing it. Some cities are even doing it with Section 8 housing, where the amount of money you pay into rent becomes your down payment. You don't lose any of that. I think that's really important, and it's not necessarily it's a way for people, yes, to build equity. It's a way for people to have a chance to own something. I would request, whether it's in not a motion, but a direction at the end.
Well, you can give direction at the end if you like.
That we do that we seriously, that planning department, I know you're overwhelmed all the time, I know that, but I think that's really important. I think it's an extremely important thing that we look at that. And the other thing, and I've said this before, and I don't want to get into a whole thing with our mayor, but, yes, more housing works if we're in San Bernardino or Riverside or a non-beach community where people are looking for inexpensive housing, and you build 1,000 apartments or Fresno, and it brings the entire, table of rents down. Doesn't do that in Santa Monica. When you have the Prime Minister of England, who owns the penthouse of a condo across the street from us, that's not bringing the prices down, right? He's the Prime Minister of England. He owns the condo right across the street from here, the penthouse suite, $8 million. That's not helping our rents. That's not helping the people who need apartments in the city, the people that we want to help. And for every new unit that's built in the city at market rate, mom and pop landlord looks at their rent-controlled tenants and goes, why are they still here? Because they could actually make some money if they left. I don't want that. I want them to look at their tenants and take care of them. I want them not to look at their tenants and go, crap, that person's still in this building, and try and get rid of them. Our rent control board has hassles constantly with landlords who aren't taking care of their buildings, who aren't helping those people who live in those buildings. We need to do better as a city. We need to do much better. That's the end of my comments, and when you tell me I can make a motion, I'll make it.
I'm not sure what motion that referred to, but I think Councilmember Terosas is prepared to make some motions. And then staff,
Mayor, I wanted to break in for a second. I
Sure.
just checked with the city attorneys. And so all of these can be done in one, or if you guys wanted to, looking at the recommendations, if you wanted to separate out the lots, it would be recommendations 7, 8, and 9.
right. That would be 7, 8, and 9. I guess the question is does the 20% live or not? Because where would that be?
20% for downtown. Sorry.
Yeah, 20% inclusionary, not.
We were going to study that.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't want to cut anyone off from making a motion they want to make. So I just need to know what item that would be.
That would be attachment D, so I think that's item, it's the zoning ordinance changes, I'm sorry. The attachment or letter are different than the recommendations. Yes, it would be 6. It's recommendation number 6, it's attachment D to the staff report.
Okay, so 6, so that would also be part of, so if we broke out 6, 7, and 8, we could do the others, is that correct?
Yes, and the other question would be about lot consolidation. That would also be in number 6 as well.
Okay, so, well, someone said 6, 7, and 8.
Right, so, yeah, so number 6 is the introduction and first reading of the changes to the zoning ordinance.
So number 6 is lot consolidation and the 20%?
Yes.
Okay, and then 7?
7, 8, and 9 would be the clarification of the parcel designations. If you had concerns about any of those are in 7, 8, and 9.
Okay, so those would be the parcels that we've been discussing, but there are more than those parcels. There's 40 parcels in there. So
They're in all of those.
And then.
right, so someone would have to make a motion presumably, but to exempt those parcels that we've been talking about. Is that right?
I'm sorry, there were a lot of discussion behind me. Can you repeat that?
So there's 40 parcels.
Correct.
That are part of 7, 8, 9. I didn't hear anyone talk about the vast majority of those 40 parcels.
So then we can just do 7 and 8.
Well, I mean, we can do 7, 8, 9, but then if someone wanted to exempt particular parcels from that, that's the question, right?
So to the extent there would be the 2 parcels that were being discussed, and there's actually a third in that general vicinity.
Right.
Those are actually in 8.
Those are in 8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, and 9. There's a lot. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep this simple. Number 9 actually had pulled out 2 of those parcels, right? So you could pull that one as well, but they inadvertently were still left into 8. So I'm sorry, we were trying to keep this simple.
Yeah, well, good luck with that. So let's, out of an abundance of caution, right? Because I don't want to run into a situation where we have inconsistent adoption here. So if someone were to want to take out the 3 parcels in the Pico neighborhood, that it would be safest to do that in the context of, we can do 7, 8, 9 together, but we can do 7, 8, 9 together and then exempt those if someone wanted to do that.
Yes.
Right? And then the lot consolidation is in 6.
The lot consolidation is in 6. The 20% would be in 6. If you were to discuss upzoning the area that was suggested earlier that Councilmember Terosas mentioned, that's actually in the Bergamot area plan, so that would be. Number 1. I don't think it's 1.
Would that be 1 and 4?
Yep, 4.
It's number 4.
Number 4 only, okay. All right. So let's start out with hopefully what will be the easy part, but maybe not. I've been proven wrong before. I'll entertain a motion for recommendations 1, 2, and 3, which are adopt a finding that the proposed amendments to the loose DCP, Bergamot Area Plan and Zoning Ordinance, loose designation map and zoning districting map, loose designation map and zoning districting map were analyzed as part of the 2021-2029 six housing cycle. Element environmental review report and addendum and no further review pursuant to CEQA as necessary. Number 2, adopt a finding that the proposed extension of the urgency interim zoning ordinance are categorically exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3. And 3, adopt a resolution amending the text of the land use and circulation element of the general plan for consistency with the goals, policies, and programs set forth in the sixth cycle, 2021 through 2029.
I'll move.
Moved by Brock,
Second.
seconded by Terosis. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson Warren?
Sure. Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich. I'm sorry. Oh, my God.
Living in
Mayor
the past.
Davis. Wow.
Well, we both have dark hair.
No, I don't even know where that came from.
You know what? That's okay. That's okay. All right. I will vote yes, even though you used the wrong name, and so that passes unanimously, 7-0. Now let's do item number 4, which is the Bergamot Area Plan. Councilmember Terosis, did you want to take us away on that?
I'm so sorry.
You snooze, you lose.
I know.
Councilmember
I can
Zwick wants to
move if
jump
you
in.
like.
Okay, fine, go ahead.
I would move that we adopt item number 4 alongside the proposed upzone of the 1 square block of the CCS between Berkeley Street and Stanford Street, Pennsylvania Avenue and Nebraska Avenue, to what was proposed as a 3.25 FAR and 70 feet, while still preserving the step down between that and the R2 zones in the rest of the CCS.
Second.
All right. Moved by Zwick, seconded by Brock. Not seeing anyone hopping in the queue. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson Warren?
Sure. Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
No.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes 6-1. Now we have item 5, adopt a resolution amending the text of the downtown community plan for consistency with the goals, policies, and programs set forth in the sixth cycle 2021 to 2029 housing element.
I would move that we adopt this with direction to staff to come back with options if we wanted to increase the inclusionary requirement to 20%, what would be feasible under HCD. Is that reasonable or no?
That is actually in 6.
That's
Number
6.
I thought we were
4.
doing 6. I'm so
No,
sorry.
we're
I was
doing
reading the
5
wrong
right
one.
now.
I'm
We're
sorry,
on 5.
Sorry.
That's okay. This one-
Yeah, we're doing.
Wait, we're doing
the
4?
downtown.
No, we're doing 5. We just
5.
did 4. So is anyone moving 5?
So if I have a question on that, so that does not include, that does not pertain at all to the increase, decrease of inclusionary?
The inclusionary is actually in the zoning ordinance itself for the DCP. So it would be 6.
Okay, I move approval.
Second.
Moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. May we have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes 7-0. All right, now we were on item 6, which includes both the 20% question and the lot consolidation question. So who wants to make a motion?
I think I'd like to have them be made separately. So I will make the motion that we adopt, or we stay at the original 20% inclusionary for downtown.
Well, but we're actually adopting the entire zoning ordinance here.
Well, but if you do both together,
So just to clarify,
Maybe
based on
different
council direction from the study sessions, it's 15% in the red lines. So it would require changes to what's before you this evening.
Right,
So
remember-
so based on council direction, the 20% became 15% throughout the city. So this would be a change to what's before you this evening.
Council, could I offer an option on this?
Sure.
Because the 15 to 20% is so significant, adopt it as is, but give direction to add that question to the letter going to the state to ask what would be the effect of going to 20%.
Carolyn, that's what you were suggesting, right?
Asking planning.
And then you
I
were
was
looking
asking-
at further upzoning downtown as part of it.
I mean, I wasn't necessarily saying put it in the letter to the state. I was asking planning to come back with options for us to do 20% in a way that worked. And if that included conversations with HCD to figure that out, that would be fine.
That's acceptable.
But I would like to go forward with what we previously had given direction on, and then we could see options for.
So would that be
Yeah.
direction at the end?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
So did someone move it?
I'll move approval.
Well,
Second.
okay, but
Oh.
that is where lot
Oh,
consolidation is as well.
All right, then
I don't want to come back and have someone
No,
say,
no, I
wait a
understand.
minute, wait
I
a minute,
understand.
wait a minute. So everyone needs to sort
So-
of understand where we are here.
Can we could move approval and then have a friendly amendment about
You can
Main
move
Street
approval with a change.
with a change.
You can move approval with a change.
Okay, I move approval with lot consolidation limited to 11,000 square feet on Main Street
Is it 11?
instead of 15.
So just to clarify, are
I'm
you?
looking at the two, what they said earlier.
So you're proposing 11,000 square feet as a lot consolidation. You had mentioned it was south of Ocean Park, north of Ocean Park.
Mayor Davis convinced me we shouldn't bifurcate it, even though I felt that we had more large apartment houses already in developments.
So
On
it'd
what
be-
I consider North Main Street, there was the Stella Barra building. There was the building directly across the street with a mural on it. So I thought that was my reason for bifurcating. But if everyone thinks that's a bad idea, then let's stick with the bifurcating, because that way we still have breathing room from Pico to Ocean Park.
So you have to state your motion clearly so everyone knows what it is.
If I knew how to state it clearly, I would have. I will, that, can you help me out with this?
So it sounds like you are recommending that for housing projects north of Ocean Park, they can still consolidate
15,000,
up to
right.
15,000. South of Ocean Park, be
11,000
limited to
maximum.
11.
Yeah.
And these are just for housing projects.
Yes.
Commercial development would still be limited to 6,000.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Where you'd have to
Does that complicate things?
Is there
I
a, is
think
there a second?
he did a great job of
Is
making
there a
it.
second? Yeah, if everyone can talk one at a time, that would be good, because we're clearly losing focus here. Moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. I would like to make a substitute motion that we adopt a staff recommendation, the resolution amending the text of the introduced for first reading of the ordinance, amending the text of the zoning ordinance for consistency with the goals, policies, and programs set forth in the sixth cycle housing element, for consistency with updates to state law related to housing production and minimum parking requirements, and to make minor changes, clarifications, and corrections, including modifications to parcel coverage limitations, without the bifurcation.
Second.
All right, we'll vote on the substitute motion first, and then we'll see what happens.
Councilmember De La Torre,
No.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
No.
Councilmember Brock,
No,
Councilmember Para,
No.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, the substitute motion fails by 4-3. We go back to the original motion. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember Zwick,
No.
Councilmember Para,
So just so that I'm This is the original motion
This
that.
is the original
council- okay.
motion, right?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
No.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
No. And would anyone like the opportunity to explain their no vote?
Sure.
Go ahead, Councilmember Zwick.
Staff has made it abundantly clear that under current building standards, 15,000 square feet is necessary, and anything less would present a severe constraint on housing production, potentially conflicting with our certified housing element. I'm very nervous that this will make us run afoul of HCD and potentially the Attorney General as well.
And I voted no because I agree with exactly what Councilmember Zwick just said, but I also see no reason to bifurcate between north of Ocean Park and south of Ocean Park. I think they're both equally charming, and I think discriminating between one and the other makes no sense at all. Do you have anything to add, Councilmember Terosas?
No, I'm kind of offended. I live near there, and I would agree. I think that they're both equally amazing. I would also just say that this could potentially pose a constraint on housing, and I'm very concerned that we will be deemed out of compliance.
All right, so we are on to 7, 8, and 9, which I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, we can do together. Is that correct? So we can do them together. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
All right, you're moving 7, 8, and 9 without change?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I want to make us, well,
Let me withdraw mine, and why don't you go?
yeah, I want to approve, was it 7, 8, 9 we said?
7, 8, and 9.
But the, what is it, item G, the,
9, you mean?
what's the
9 were Warwick properties?
the Warwick properties, yeah, those two, I want to exclude those for now, temporarily, until we have a more robust community notification process.
Well, actually, there were 3 parcels, not 2. Did you mean to include all 3?
Yes, all 3.
Should we say 3115 to 3125, 3026, and 3311, I believe, are the 3 addresses you mentioned?
Right, so those were actually the properties on the SSI. So the 3,
Got it.
so the 2 that you had been discussing were 1808 34th Street and 1811 Warwick. In that general area, there's also an 1811 34th Street.
Is that your intention to exempt those 3 properties,
Those three
Councilmember De La
properties,
Torre?
yes, correct.
And other than that, you are moving to adopt a resolution amending the general plan use map for consistent designation of identified parcels, introduced for first reading an ordinance amending the official districting map for consistent designation and introduction of first reading of an ordinance. Well, actually, 9 we're kind of not doing because we're exempting 1811 Warwick and 1808 34th as well as 1811 34th. So
That's
9
correct.
9 would basically not be included in the motion. That would be correct?
That would be correct.
All right, so Councilmember De La Torre, is that your motion to move 7 and 8 with the exceptions you noted?
Yes.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved by De La Torre, seconded by Para. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes 7-0. We are not going to do 9 because 9 was just dealt with, so now I need a motion for 10.
Move to introduce and adopt an emergency interim zoning ordinance to extend interim regulations established by the interim IZO number 2633 et al. In Directive 10.
Second.
All right, 10 moved by Terosas, seconded by Zwick. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes 7-0. So now we have some direction that people would like to give. I'd like to go first to Councilmember Zwick, since he was kind enough to let me table his original motion relating to LCI and others So would you like to restate that, Councilmember Zwick, so everyone's clear about it?
Yeah, without the preamble, I'll just state the motion, which is that I would move that council direct the city manager in coordination with the director of community development and the fire chief to incorporate the principles of walkable and beautiful mixed-use streets embodied by the Livable Community Initiative in studying new development standards and building code updates that would apply exclusively to small lot, 7,500 square feet mixed-use developments on commercial corridors, and that this proposed small lot overlay should explore vertical shared access with additional fire safety measures above 3 stories, new outer court and open space standards that allow for interior courtyards and light wells to provide more light to residents, reduced impact fees, and objective design standards developed in consultation with neighborhood groups. Further, that the city manager and staff shall report back City Council within 180 days on progress towards the development of these new standards.
All right. You moved, I seconded that before. Councilmember Parra.
So I heard direction, but you started your conversation with incorporate the principles. So are you asking for them to come back with information on this? Or are you saying, I want you to incorporate these principles?
I'm asking for staff to study the principles in the development of a new set of development standards and building code regulations that would apply only to small lots on our commercial corridors.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
We're giving this direction, and maybe this is a question for you guys. With everything that's happening, is this going to be something that we give this direction over here that's going to impact time and staff efforts?
Yeah, we were just talking about that. So I think what we'd like to, hear everything that staff is, or excuse me, that council is directing, and then let us look at that in relation to our work plan and everything else we have on our plates and figure out when we could get back to council with these items.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place to say it, that with everything that we're discussing, and I don't even know if this is the appropriate time to give that. The LCI is out in the community doing a lot of community engagement. They haven't quite reached everybody. And I'm just putting it out there that it might be better to, like we were talking about with communication, to really have LCI continue to do their community engagement, to have a better buy-in so that we're not. And in the meantime, you guys can figure out how many more staff members you need to hire to accomplish all this.
I raise it now for 2 reasons. One, because we're talking about banning lot consolidation, and I'm worried again that that will potentially cause us to fall out of compliance with the state. This is about a set of building standards that would allow development to occur on single lots, whereas currently it's completely infeasible. So I feel it's very apt to be something to be studying now if we're going to be simultaneously limiting lot consolidation. And second, I'm not asking staff to go ahead and do this. I'm asking them to study it and come back to us with a presentation that then would have ample opportunity for everyone to see, and we would have ample opportunity for the community to see and vote on. And I'm sure LCI will continue doing their outreach in the 6 months or more that it may take for them to report back.
Yeah, and as a seconder, I think what I want to add, and no knock on staff here, but I know LCI has already reached out to staff, and some of the feedback they got is, this looks pretty interesting, but we need direction from council to really embrace this. And I think that is the purpose of this motion, is that I agree with Council Member Zwick. I think a lot of people in the community, when they see what LCI is proposing, will be quite impressed. But unless staff also, for lack of a better term, has those. I know you've already had some conversations, but the idea is to continue to have those conversations. It's not to come back. There's no direction here to come back with anything in particular. But I think if we genuinely are concerned about our neighborhood commercial boulevards, I mean, we spent a lot of time wringing our hands about this. This is one thing that really could preserve that fine-grained, locally owned, diverse businesses in our neighborhood commercial districts. But if we say, well, we'll wait till the cows come home, then we may be in a situation where those businesses are gone. So this is one way to perhaps offer some, more meaningful action on a shorter term. So that was my reason for seconding the motion. Councilmember Brock, did you have comments on this, or were you looking to give other direction?
I'm looking to give other direction,
Okay, well,
but in the meantime, comment, because this is a motion for direction on the floor right now. I sympathize and I want to hear more about the idea. But I am concerned that our planning staff is so overwhelmed, undermanned. One of their principals is out on maternity leave. You know, that we have, I hear Councilmember Negretti or Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, and that says that, look at, you know, we're not quite there with staff. So I would ask for a friendly amendment that we don't give a time limit right now to staff. That we hope they'll study it and come back to us and engage in conversations with the city council and community. And so I don't know if that's friendly.
It's friendly to have staff report back as to what would be reasonable and to go according to that timeline.
That's friendly to the seconder as well.
Thank you so much.
See no other comments? I think we can do this by voice vote. Oh, Councilmember De La
Can you
Torre.
repeat the direction on how you said the neighborhood groups were going to give input on?
The direction had to do with objective design standards that would be developed in consultation with neighborhood groups. It has to do with these 4 neighborhood commercial zones, so presumably that would be OPA and Pico and Sunset Park and probably both Wilmont and Noma when it comes to Montana.
Okay. Yeah, so I just want to make sure when you said neighborhood groups, these are the elected bodies that traditionally represent those neighborhoods.
Or other groups that have
I
a
mean,
stake
I
in those
think it could be all
neighborhoods.
stakeholders, but it would certainly include those.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be all stakeholders. The thing is what's happened in the past is they specifically marginalize those groups because they don't like the development sort of position of those groups. So we want to not politicize it, and we want to make sure that it's inclusive of all groups, but not to be, marginalizing groups that disagree with a certain perspective,
I would certainly want all neighborhood groups that are based and have a stake in that neighborhood to have an ample say in the design standards.
Yeah, one thing I just want to make sure that, I mean, I do, I like LCI. There's elements that I do like. I do believe it's a little premature. I think we as a council should really, instead of just one council member sort of define all the criteria, I think we should have a more robust discussion so we can develop the criteria and give a better direction to staff.
Is there a particular criteria that you have a question about?
Well, I think, just thinking about, you have the neighborhood groups, even fleshing that out, like what would be the groups that we want to engage in? You have the business improvement districts, right? You have those groups that I think would have a lot to say. Property owners, of course, we want to engage. Residents in general, and one thing that I do want to see, I think there is an opportunity, especially in a certain part of Pico Boulevard, not all Pico Boulevard, but definitely in a part of the boulevard, to look at how we, to engage those businesses that are sort of anchoring sort of the commercial district, and then figuring out how we might be able to create sort of a destination for that part of the boulevard, looking at cultural attributes and design that makes a lot of sense, for the demographics of that part of the city and the history and so forth. So that to me sounds a little more attractive, more direction. But
if there's proposed language, I'm open to it. I'm trying to make it as broad as possible so as to allow the discretion of staff to consult with as many groups that would be pertinent. But if there's a specific wording you would like, the motion is amenable. The mover is amenable.
So can you just incorporate if the clerk heard what?
Yeah.
Incorporating the directions.
How about I give it a shot? Why don't we say that we will include, the motion will ask staff to engage with all stakeholders, including existing neighborhood groups, business improvement districts, property owners, residents, and all other stakeholders within the city who might have an opinion about this. And it will also, and I don't think we should limit it just to Pico, because I think there are people on Ocean Park, for example, who would also like to see some development there, because it also, and about making sure that as they go through this process, they look for ways to enliven the boulevards, using some of the processes suggested by LCI that would make the businesses there even more attractive to residents and visitors.
I think including some cultural attributes, looking at, I'm trying to figure out how to word it. It's because part of this is, it seems to me like LCI, it's almost like if we really agreed that LCI was, the organization that could get us there, I mean, to help us have a better plan, it's almost like we would hire them as a consultant, to work with staff, and give them that direction, and have criteria, established. And I kind of feel like I'm unclear, let's say, on if we support this, okay, so what gives the power to LCI to sit at the table with our staff? You know what I'm saying? I mean, what contractual sort of arrangement exists between LCI?
I think the motion was LCI and others.
Yeah, there's no contractual arrangement. In fact, I wouldn't want us to have to pay them or anyone because they're willing to give their opinion and advice for free, and I would want staff to consult them and any other groups who are working on this issue. I intentionally do not want to create a contractual relationship between the city and this organization. I just like the principles that they're advocating for and that the community members in the community who've attached themselves to it also believe in. And I wouldn't want to bind staff to have to fulfill the wishes of any group. I want staff to do their own evaluation, and I would want it to cost the city as little as possible.
Mayor and Council, I want to try to simplify this just a little bit. Because I think we understand what the principle is, which is to come back with, I think at the highest level, right, it's to come back with a set of design standards, changes to the building code, changes to fees to facilitate or look at how small lot development can occur. I think we're going to need to break this work program up a little bit over time because it's got multiple different dimensions to it, right? We're talking about design standards, and I understand Councilmember De La Torre wanting us to think about, what is culturally sensitive. But I would like to take the highest level direction in this conversation, which is to focus on the small lot development standards. Let us take that and digest it. And then I think this is going to have to come back to over multiple pieces over time. But I think at its fundamental level, that's what this is about. And I would just like to focus on that at this moment. And then as it unrolls over time, we'll start to get direction about how to focus on design standards in this area or that area. And I think once we get the conversation started, it'll become more tangible to all of us in terms of what this could be. But that's where I would suggest we just focus it there. Let us get started with the program and then let it unfold over time.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I have many people in the queue now. Councilmember Para.
I was going to say I appreciate that direction by City Manager White, because as someone who has never really heard of LCI, I'm not comfortable giving any type of direction or supporting something like this when I don't even know who they are, what they're trying to, what their focus is. And I mean, it sounded good, but I don't know it from Adam. So for me to say, oh, let's just go and direct our fire department and our staff to go and, try to make it fit into or our fire code and make exceptions, as someone that works with the fire code. The fire code is the fire code for a reason. You don't change the fire code. The building standards are what they are. And so I'm a little hesitant to approve anything that asks to change fire code and to change building code, to try to cram in something into a postage size property. I would want people to be safe. So that's always going to be number one for me. So, sorry. But yeah, I wouldn't approve this.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
This might be sort of out of, I was just going to say that we're talking about design standards and community. I just think there's we need to figure out who we are as Santa Monica and have a brand, and that's part of it. And I know that's a little off topic, but this is some of the things these community groups are talking about. I don't think we're taking it off the table, but I do agree with what our city manager said with the top view of it. And I think we're excited about the other elements because in discussion, we're talking a lot about how things look and whatnot. But I do think that there's some other fundamental baseline things like that the community's been kind of grappling with as we come out of this post-pandemic world and economic recovery as to like, who is Santa Monica? What are our values? And I think that will help guide all the other things we're talking about. And I do think a lot of people in the community just have not had enough time with this middle of the road, I should say, middle ground proposition that LCI has come together with. And they are not a corporation or organization, from what I can gather. It's from what I can see so far. So I just think once people get a little bit more their hands on the information that you obviously are very familiar with, people can ask those questions, they can engage in a more robust conversation, and then people might be prepared to make a better decision up here.
Councilmember Brock.
Yeah, David, I think, made it very clear that we should look at the umbrella right now and take our time and work through elements. Lana has some good points about something we talk about a lot, who is Santa Monica now. And the LCI, I don't know if we can put that entire burden on staff right now. I'd like our city manager to be able to look at the points and bring them forward individually over time, and then go from there. So I'd ask that you reduce your direction to just let the city manager look at the things that he's talking about looking at, and we can get more into detail later, or you could bring a 16 item another date.
Sure. I mean, the broadest part of the motion just says to study new development standards that would apply exclusively to small lot mixed-use developments and bring it back for further consideration.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, so we're all clear what the motion is? We can do this by voice vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Yay.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, that passes by 6-1. All right, Councilmember Brock, you wanted to give direction.
Who was the no?
Councilmember Para.
Either Councilmember Delatorre or myself, but do you want to take a stab or do you want me to do it?
Yeah, no,
This is on rent to own.
Yes, I want to direct staff to assess including a new section on affordable home ownership.
A new section of what? I'm sorry.
Within the housing element that discusses affordable.
Whoa, sorry. It's already been certified. We can't change the housing element. What we're doing tonight is the zoning code that implements the housing element. So we can't change that. Please, God, no. We cannot reopen the housing element. So if you want to give direction to staff to look at programs, keeping in mind what everyone else just said about our staff being overburdened, but if you want to give direction to staff to examine the possibility of rent-to-own or affordable home ownership, I think that's something you can do, but please don't connect it to the housing element.
That's
Yeah, I mean, we want to make it. Here's the main thing is this.
You can get in line.
Yeah, we've been bringing these issues up, and there's been no response. So I mean, how do we get sort of something concrete, a plan in place, even a consideration of the issues that we're bringing up around rent to own, affordable home ownership. Now, by the way, the housing element is not against the law. It doesn't put us out of compliance to include any section on affordable home ownership, correct?
If you go and amend the housing element, then we have to go, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but if you amend any portion, a word, a letter in the housing element, we have to go to HCD and ask for an amendment, and then the amendment process begins, which means we run the risk of bad things happening. I mean, we already have it. It took us 3 times to get, I'm sorry, I'm going to go off the handle here. It took us 3 times to get a housing element that was acceptable to HCD. I think the last thing we want to do now is go back and say, hey, we want to amend it again. So I have no problem with giving direction to staff. You are perfectly entitled to do that. It's just not in the context of amending the housing element. You want to give direction to staff, we can give direction to staff. I'm not getting in the way of that. Just I want to separate it and make it clear we're not asking for an amendment to the housing element.
So if I may, council members, I think what you're asking for, Councilmember De La Torre, is that this is just the first phase of implementation of the housing element. So we have several more phases later on, and so you can certainly give us direction in the second phase of the housing element implementation to look at, issues such as home ownership, and we can certainly do that and bring our colleagues back from Housing Division who have way more expertise than we do in planning staff. So,
Yeah, I mean, when is the second phase?
I mean, there is a list of timelines in the housing element that list and I believe the second phase is in 2 years. It's all by different programs.
Those 2 years. Yeah. So I'm trying to, I mean, what would be the most expeditious way for staff to bring back to council some options on how we might be able to integrate, influence, amend, whatever the word is? I mean, because it doesn't sound to me that it's not against the law to amend the housing element. I don't think we fall out of compliance when we're following the rules, right? City Attorney Sloan, can you
Maybe
respond to
add to your direction to come back with a recommendation about where this program would sit, whether it's housing element or a standalone ordinance, whatever it may be.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, because maybe we don't even need to make it a part of the housing element. It could be part of some other type of plan.
No,
Okay.
and where I think it is really where I think the discussion's really going to have energy over time is particularly when Measure GS comes together and the Oversight Committee comes together, because right at the end of the day, what that tax offers us really is 2 areas of opportunity. One is to allocate resources towards preventing homelessness, and the second is towards affordable housing. And I think that is completely fertile territory and new opportunity for the council, right, to think about where you want to invest those resources and what kind of affordable housing opportunity. So I know that's not going to be immediate for anyone, but the truth of the matter is that affordable ownership is a very expensive proposition. And I just think that has a resource allocated to it where if council really is serious about pursuing this, that's going to line up very well with your focus, and it's going to line up resources with the focus. So I just think that's going to also provide a really good opportunity for you to give direction on programs that align with something that actually has dollars tied to it.
Okay, well then the direction would be to do that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, could I make a friendly amendment? And my friendly amendment would be to not only examine the technical possibility of doing it, but the cost, because everyone who has tried to do this, especially, we've all been talking about how expensive it is in Santa Monica. If you want to help people buy a home, you're going to have to loan them literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then when they go to sell that home, we want them to have accumulated wealth. But then, so if we don't take the hundreds of thousands of dollars back that we gave them, that's a very expensive program. So I'm not saying I'm against it, but we know Community Corps has tried it. We've had other affordable housing providers in other jurisdictions try it. There was a huge falling out in San Francisco, once again, about trying to do affordable home ownership, and nobody could make it pencil out. And I'm not saying maybe we can't crack the nut, but I do think it's important to keep in mind that any such program would likely be a significant drain on resources. So I think we need to come back with a financial analysis as well as just a sort of technical analysis. All right? So the motion was, and I have a bunch of people in the queue.
I wanted to make a friendly.
Okay, Councilmember Torosis.
I would just say that, first of all, we have to explore what's happening in the context of the new Housing and Homelessness Department that we directed staff to proceed with, but I think that would be separate and apart from planning and the housing element, because we're not zoning for like ownership units versus rental units at this point. You can't make that distinction. But I would say that there has been a movement countywide around TOPA, Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, and you guys probably all know about it. And I would say if we're giving direction, perhaps we link up with our sister jurisdictions who are looking into this to see how we can leverage some of the research that's already been done. And we also explore the opportunities around land trusts as a vehicle for shared wealth, because I think, as Gleam said, the financial model on homeownership hasn't been cracked yet. So I would add like some supplementary direction just to look at the land trust model as well.
That sounds great.
Is that friendly? Who was the seconder, by the way? Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. Councilmember Zwick. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. Okay, Councilmember Brock.
Well, I don't want us to get overly complicated. Except I can't get my microphone on. I don't want to get overly complicated on whether it's rent to own, TORCA 2.0. Land trust is a great idea. Councilmember Terosas, absolutely. I'd just like the staff to look into over time the different ideas and come back to us. So the one thing I don't want to do is wait 2 more years and have to ask what happened. So we asked this in February 2021, I believe, and we're asking again now. So we'd like to get some ideas, some possibilities of what's available and what we could do. And I think there's a lot of different ideas. We don't know which would work in Santa Monica yet. So I just don't want to get us too complicated into details. I think the general cloud of saying, hey, we really want to hear something at some point in the future. That's my comment.
All right, seeing no further comments, is everyone clear what the motion is? Is to direct staff to explore both constructs for homeownership as well as what the financial considerations might be for affordable home ownership, and to come back with a report. There's no time limit because we're all cognizant of the demand on staff's time. We can do this by voice vote, I believe. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes unanimously 7-0. Is there any other direction that anyone else wants to give? Oh, Councilmember Zwick.
I'm not sure if it's necessary. I mentioned earlier just about reporting. I don't know if we need to vote on that around timelines in the administrative process.
I think staff heard you on that. And so I think we will be getting reports back on whether we're making those timelines that we set and including those as part of our report. So I don't think we need separate direction on that. Anything else? Oh, Councilmember Zwick, you buzzed back in. Okay, I'm canceling all requests. All right. Then I think we have concluded item 10A. It was a slog, but we did it. Now, if we want to continue with anything else, we need a motion to continue past 11.
I'll make a motion to move past 11.
Second.
All right, made by Negrete, seconded by Zwick. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a drink on us. All right.
Okay.
That's right. Hopefully we can get through these fairly quickly. I have more Tony's Chocolonely at home. I shall bring it and bribe you all. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on.
Okay, we have item 16A, is request of Mayor Davis that council direct the city manager and/or city attorney to return with an amendment to the council rules, resolution Rule 6S. Council member discussion items to clarify that 16 items are to provide policy direction only, and that staff can assist in the development of language for a 16 item, but that no resolutions or ordinances should be developed or drafted until the majority of the council gives direction to the city manager and/or city attorney. The exception would be resolutions for advocacy.
All right, I will try and be brief. We can act as a council only as a council. Individual council members, in theory, should not be able to ask staff to draft up proposed ordinances or resolutions. We've had some misunderstanding around that, and it causes a lot of resources to be expended before council's even given direction about something that they may or may not want to do. And two, in all honesty, it creates sort of an awkward situation because when you're staring in the face of an ordinance, it's drafted at the request of a single council member or even two council members or even three council members, it's already somewhat baked. And it really makes the discussion, I would say, less robust and, in all honesty, less open. So the whole idea behind this is anyone can bring a 16 item. 16 items are limited to policy, not to give staff particular direction on any particular thing, and staff can certainly assist in the drafting of the language of 16 items, but unless and until council has acted as a council, namely with a majority of votes, 4 votes, there won't be any drafting of any ordinances or resolutions. So that was the purpose of this, simply to clarify the relationship between council and staff. Anyone have any questions? All right, then I'm going to move the item.
Second.
All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Zwick. We can do this by voice vote since there's no money involved. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We are on to item 16B.
Item 16B is statistics. Okay, so this is, I'm going to let you take this over, Councilmember Zwick, but it all comes down to Councilmembers Zwick and Teros's want to direct the city manager to report back in 60 days on the costs and timelines for the implementation of a pilot program augmenting the city's Vision Zero plan with safety enhancing signal improvements at selected intersections.
All right, who's going to introduce this? All right, Councilmember Zwick.
Just to unpack some of the language so that we're all clear, no right on red, obviously, can't turn right on red. There's increasing evidence that the efficiency benefits of allowing right on red are far outweighed by the safety issues that it creates. People come to an intersection, they look left for traffic, they turn right into someone who's crossing the street. And New York City has long outlawed this. Washington, D.C. is piloting doing away with it everywhere across the entire city. Parts of San Francisco are looking at it too. Our proposal is far more modest, which is just limiting no right on red to the scramble intersections in our downtown. You have pedestrians crossing all streets at once, cross one way, across the other, and diagonally. It's not a good time to have also cars turning right on red into potentially pedestrians crossing from 3 different directions. Beg buttons. A beg button is the button that you press when you want to kindly ask the little sign to turn to walk so that you could cross the street. If anyone has ever attempted to push a beg button, that sometimes could be 6 feet away from a curb cut when you're, say, pushing a stroller or wheeling in a wheelchair, you'll find that it's incredibly difficult and hostile to pedestrians to have to ask secondary permission to cross the street. I would say what we do to improve accessibility in this area actually improves the quality of life for everyone. Not only is it an ADA issue, it's an issue that also increases safety. During the pandemic, many places have moved to start putting their lights on what they call pedestrian recall, whereby you don't need to press the button in order to gain permission to cross the street. San Francisco has already done this citywide. Santa Monica did it briefly during the beginning of the pandemic when there was fear that touching beg buttons would spread disease. It's very easy to do. It's a very simple, cost-efficient way of improving pedestrian safety, and it's one that I think we should start experimenting with as well. Third, leading pedestrian interval. This is just a best practice that has been shown to measurably improve pedestrian safety by allowing pedestrians a head start in crossing the street before cars are able to move. And that way, cars are far better able to see a pedestrian in the middle of the street before they start moving and far less likely to hit them when they take off from the light. Right now, again, the proposal is just for a pilot program that would apply to 10 intersections where we've seen pedestrian casualties or injuries in the past, and or places that are just high pedestrian use as determined best by staff. Again, LPI is something that can just be programmed into many of our existing traffic lights and would be very small expenditure of resources to make this change, and potentially a very large benefit. And just to speak broadly to that, we talk a lot as a council about clean and safe. These pedestrian issues are huge safety issues. In fact, as mentioned in the motion, it's the leading cause of death for children across Los Angeles County, and that includes Santa Monica. We might presume to believe from the amount of talk on the dais about unhoused people, about struggles around drug use or mental illness, that perhaps they might pose a great and imminent threat to children, but in fact cars pose an exponentially greater one, and this is borne out by data. And if this is truly our number one abiding council priority, and I believe it is the priority of every member of this council, then I believe that these kind of safety priorities must be front and center.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Terrosis.
Yeah, I think that, Santa Monica has prided itself on being an innovative leader in the region on mobility, on infrastructure, on transportation, and on equitable infrastructure. And we made a commitment that we wanted to see zero pedestrian deaths. We've committed to this Vision Zero plan. And I can't tell you how many parents and elderly folks have reached out to talk about how unsafe some of these crosswalks are and how unsafe it is for them with the right turn on red. And so I think I've said this to the city manager right when I got elected. I see safety as more than just police in our community. I also see it as safe and habitable housing, safe streets, safe routes to school, safe water and air, and a clean environment. And I think that this absolutely lives up to our commitment around safety. I would also just say that we made a commitment to equity. We know that across the country that U.S. pedestrian deaths are at a 40-year high with the reliance on cars. And as we've seen from several schools of public health research, Black and Latino Americans are disproportionately affected by traffic-related deaths. Each time a Black American takes 1 mile, their bikes 1 mile, the fatality risk is 4.5 times that, the risk of a white American. That's just I couldn't find Santa Monica specific data, but I do just want to say that I think we want to invest in all our communities. We want to make sure our children are safe. We want to make sure that our infrastructure is safe. And I think this pilot program, as well as the banning of the right on red, are just a few steps that we can take towards realizing our Vision Zero goals. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
So a couple of things. We already have the pedestrian intervals at many intersections in Santa Monica already. So I don't really understand why that's on there, because a lot of our major intersections all start pedestrian crossings to give pedestrians more time to get across the street. That's one. Two, I think that I'd like to have staff come back and tell me and tell all of us what percentage of accidents are happening on right turns that are scrambles. So I'd like to know if it's a problem, because the intersections that I'm always concerned about where I see accidents are like 15th and Montana, or 16th and Montana. No, 15th. Things like that where you're coming at the sunset, right? And people get blinded and they hit pedestrians. Those are places we always hear about accidents. So I would like to know the data on whether we're having accidents at the scrambles on right turns. I think that's something that's important. And I'd basically like to see the data. Is this a problem? is there a reason to have no right turn on reds at the scrambles? Secondly, how many intersections do we already have on pedestrian first in the city? I think that would be and are there more or less accidents there? Because I know most of the intersections that I travel now on signals have pedestrians come first already. And there's that 5 or 10 second, whatever it is, lead time for pedestrians to get a start to be able to cross the street. As far as the walk signs, I don't know if that matters, because most people, even though it was illegal to cross on a don't walk, pedestrians are also a large part of this problem. It's not only drivers. Pedestrians now, with the new jaywalking rules, you go downtown, you see people crossing the streets everywhere. And on the scrambles, especially, where pedestrians still haven't figured out how the scrambles work. And so they're crossing on the sections where it says don't walk. They're ignoring those anyway. So I think part of this has to be pedestrian education as well. And because you do have that case where pedestrians are just going through intersections, walking through without any regard to traffic, and whether or not they actually have a walk signal. So I have no problem necessarily changing the signals back to walk. I don't think that's a big deal, but I'd really like to see the data, and I know we have a couple of months to see data in all these areas. So are you motioning?
He hasn't made a motion yet, but there are other people in the
I haven't
queue.
made a motion. I was going to wait for others to speak. There's data that proves the safety of all of these interventions.
Santa Monica?
It probably hasn't been
I don't
studied.
care about San Francisco or New York or DC
Well,
right now. No, but I think it's realistic.
Well, you can't study it until you implement it.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not saying don't study it. But I'd like to know what the percentage of accidents over the last 24 to 36 months are in Santa Monica at those scrambles.
Well, I'm next in the queue, so I'm going to say that I'm going to agree with Councilmember Zwick that there's actually a lot of data out there that right turn on red in any intersection is deadly for pedestrians. And, you know, I try not to get too offended, but as someone who walks a lot in this city, in an automobile versus pedestrian accident, pedestrian always loses. And the idea that, oh, well, you know, and look, pedestrians, everyone needs to take care of themselves. But anything we can do to make it safer for pedestrians. Pedestrians include kids going back and forth to school, as Councilmember Tarosa said. It includes our seniors, and it includes anyone who, thank the Lord, is walking instead of driving around our city, and not only keeping themselves healthier, but not polluting in the process. So I think there's a lot. I mean, you may not care about data from other places, but you know, that's kind of a high standard. There's a ton of evidence that says right turn on red at any intersection, much less a scramble. But the scrambles are particularly vulnerable because, as Councilmember Zwick points out, you don't just have people crossing in front of you to your right. You have people coming from your left and actually coming at you from the diagonal. And as someone who spends a lot of time walking in our downtown, I've had to dodge more than one car. So there's your study. In terms of reprogramming the traffic signals to operate on pedestrian recall, so I'll just give an example of Nielsen Way. Those lights don't change very frequently. So what ends up happening is the pedestrians look on a street where cars are sometimes traveling 25, 35, sometimes 50 miles an hour, and they say, you know what? This light's not changing. This light's not changing. And they run out against the red light. And on more than one occasion, we've had people get hit. I think it was about 3 months ago, we had someone take it on the chin pretty badly right outside my house at Pacific and Nielsen. They were crossing against the light, and arguably when they sue the guy in the car will say we were crossing against the light. But I know for a fact that the reason people do that is because they get impatient because the lights don't change. And I will tell you, even at Nielsen, if you want the light to change long enough for an elderly person like me to cross the street, you have to hit the bake button. Even when it automatically changes, it doesn't give you a longer walk signal. You only get the longer walk signal when you hit the bake button. And I think that's really a problem. We are not being a pedestrian-friendly street. And the leading pedestrian intervals, yeah, we do it already, so why not do it in more places? If in fact it's a good thing, I'm not sure why we would say let's not do it. It's an easily programmable thing. It doesn't take tons of money. You just literally have to reprogram the traffic lights, all of which are electronic. So the last thing I want to say is there is a lot of money. It won't be there forever. But there is a lot of money from the Department of Transportation around Vision Zero initiatives. Secretary Buttigieg has made this one of his signature plans. And I think if we were to do this pilot program, we might put ourselves in line to access some of that money by saying we did a pilot program. We want to institute it throughout the city and find some money to do that. But if we sit around and wait, other communities are going to dive in, get that money, and we won't have it. So I think from a financial standpoint, if we think that this in the long term could be beneficial, better to do a pilot now that gives us a basis for seeking grants from the federal government to implement it and other Vision Zero measures throughout the city. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I'm glad that our city has a Vision Zero plan. And so I think what's being recommended here is to sort of, assess some of the trouble spots, where we might have, where we can make some changes and maybe save some lives. And I'm all in for that. I think that's important. But there was some comments and just from my driving around the city and sort of assessing similar situation that, you go around like 17th and Pico, 19th in Santa Monica as well?
We just had 3 kids since December.
Yeah. So there's just a lot of other areas in the city. And I know that the language in the item says to look at sort of the top 10, right? If I can read it. But in any case, it's not just looking at the downtown area. And even though I know that that's where there's a lot of foot traffic and there's a lot of probability for accidents to happen there. I just want to make sure that we're looking beyond just the downtown area, and I'm pretty sure I read somewhere where we're looking. It does allow us to look beyond that. So I support moving forward with this.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Zwick.
I would just say, these are national best practices that save lives, and if I had my way, I would institute them at every intersection in every part of our city. I'm suggesting 10 where we have a frequency of accidents just simply to help in the places where the leverage would be the highest. It's not meant to just be downtown. The direction is to determine 10 intersections as determined by the high injury network that we've already mapped in our city where accidents are most likely or currently happening the most. Right on red, I suggested the scrambles because it's simply the most egregious place where we should be banning right on red. I would also entertain motions to ban right on red throughout our city, as happening in several places as a safety measure. Again, I'm trying to take the most modest approach so as to limit taxing the city's resources and also introduce change gradually and show people that it can be helpful. But and as for LPI, I'm glad we do it at some intersections. I'm simply asking that we do it in some others.
Can someone make a motion?
I would love to move this item.
All right, moved by Zwick, seconded by Terosas. Councilmember Brock.
So I want to make it clear that I'm not opposing the motion at all. What I think I'd like to expand it slightly because, for instance, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti just mentioned 19th in Santa Monica. I mentioned 15th in Montana. Mayor Davis mentioned Nielsen Way. Well, I've been advocating for speed bumps on Nielsen Way to match the speed bumps in Venice for the last year now. So I'd like us to look maybe at a more complete pilot and look also, for instance, San Vicente and Ocean. I mentioned to our assistant city manager last month that everyone blows through the stop sign making a right turn and then speeds up San Vicente. Well, I came back from the National League of Cities conference and said there's a $3,000 solution where you can ring the stop sign with lights so that it's blinking and making sure that people see that there's a stop sign there. I think we have a lot of things we can do in the city to increase pedestrian safety. And I want to make sure you understand, I'm not against pedestrian safety. I don't want anyone to die in the city or get injured because of a traffic accident, period. But I think I'd like us, maybe with a friendly amendment, to expand the pilot program to look at intersections that are not signaled that maybe could use traffic enhancements. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense, but I think I'm not sure I can accept it because I'm specifically talking about signal enhancements in part because they're very easy to do and very cheap. I would love to do safety enhancements at every intersection throughout the city. I'm just proposing this because it's something we could do quickly and cheaply, and it could save lives. If there's a specific, and again, I didn't want to presume to say what intersections it should occur at. I'm asking staff to look at our high injury network and to base it on where people are currently getting injured.
Then I'd like it not to be just signals. I'd like it to say where are the highest percentage of traffic accidents in the city, and look at those and say, what can we do to improve that, and come back for the biannual budget.
Well, staff has a work plan for Vision Zero, and they are making safety improvements on Wilshire right now, according to the high injury network. I'm asking for a specific additional improvement that is not an infrastructural improvement that would not cost money as a capital improvement.
Some of these other things are not.
I just want to ask a question, Councilmember Zwick. So if I understand the 16 item, you're asking us to look at high priority. So there's two pieces to it. One is to ban the right on red in downtown Santa Monica where the scrambles are. Then the second piece of it, if I understand it, is to look at the high priority intersection. So it could be 19th and Pico.
Well, but it's where traffic signals are.
Right.
19th and Pico, for example, doesn't have a traffic signal.
It doesn't have a traffic.
No, it doesn't. I walk through it all the time.
17th does, I'm sorry.
17th does,
Correct.
20th does.
So I just want to make sure it's clear that the second piece of it could be anywhere in the city where we've determined through data is an area that's concerning. So it could be literally anywhere.
It could be anywhere, and I'm not particularly fond of intersections with traffic lights. It's just a simple way that we can make an improvement at those intersections. I would love to entertain motions about safety improvements at other intersections as well.
I'm good with that.
Well, I mean, we do have a Vision Zero plan, and staff is working on that, and it includes a lot of types of improvements to non-signalized intersections. So this one relates, as I understand it, specifically to signalized intersections because they're easy to change. Don't have to build anything, don't have to install a sign, you just have to change the software on the signal. That's really what's going on. Although for the right turns on reds, we will have to put up a sign.
That will need a sign.
But those are cheap.
The initial piece of this is to come back with costs and a timeline. So,
Right.
Right. I mean, we'll probably do it through an information item vehicle where we'll
Sure.
provide this information and then we'll take direction on how to implement stuff.
All right. So since we're not spending money at this point in time, we can do this via a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, that passes unanimously. Next item, Madam Clerk.
We have a request from Council Members Swick, Terosas, and Delatorre that the council direct the city manager to ensure that the staff engage in a meaningful consultation with persons authorized to vend pursuant Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 6.36.030 F and G regarding implementation and proposed changes to sidewalk vending policies in the city. And I'll turn it over to Council Members Swick, Terosas, or Delatorre.
Who's going to introduce this one?
I think Councilmember Zwick should introduce it.
Oh, you're getting picked on tonight, Councilmember Zwick.
Well, I mean,
We didn't discuss this, so no, that's fine. Look, I think we all are aware. I think it was in February or could have been January. We heard a lot of public comment from those who are street vendors in our community, and tonight we heard a lot of public comment from street vendors in our community. And we've heard a diversity of opinions, frankly, about, certain rules and regulations as to how we should properly regulate vending. And one thing I said when I met with various vendors is, well, I'm hearing this from you, I'm hearing this from someone else, like, I don't really know what to believe. And they said, well, yeah, then, and what occurred to me was that we should have more of a formal process where we can hear from all parties, gain a sense of, how many believe one thing and how many believe another. And that's the reason why I drew up this motion, or we drew up this motion that's before you tonight. It's not, this public comment is not a great forum to weigh in on very substantive issues around particular rules of contention on this issue. This item doesn't actually propose any change to our vending rules as they exist now. It simply seeks to put in place a system wherein all parties are adequately consulted, feel heard and respected, and a range of viewpoints are taken into account so that public policy is able to balance those in the recommendations that it brings forward. And I believe that's an integral part of creating a diverse and inclusive Santa Monica, and that's what's before you.
All right, Councilmember De La Torre, and then Councilmember DeRosas, if you have anything to add to that, and then we'll go to comments, questions.
Well, we heard from speakers today, and some of the based on that, and I had an opportunity to speak with some of the vendors as well. I think that it's a big disservice for us to not have, more solutions on the ground. There was a recommendation for a rotating sort of lottery, system, which I think might be a good solution, because right now it's kind of like first come first serve. People are going and locking in a space and saying it's theirs, and there's just a lot that conflict has not gone away. And even if we got rid of all the people from the past, let's say, there's nothing stopping any new person coming in from either from our city or from outside of our city to come in and set up shop. So we need to have some type of regulation, and we also, I think, need to have either a part-time coordinator position, like as soon as possible, to inform people what's going on. This is how it works, and to have a fair process. And I understand that there's a history with all this, and I just also want to say that, the code enforcement, police, everyone that was involved in clearing out the chaos, that existed, around COVID. There was just wild, wild west, no rules. That was a very important step. I think that I just want to acknowledge that was a good thing. It was a positive thing, and we're now at a place, I think, where people realize that the city is serious about enforcing rules, and there's just a question of, okay, so how do we manage this for the vendors? And one thing that really breaks my heart is really to see, the division that exists between sort of like the one group of vendors and another group of vendors. I don't even want to call it permitted and unpermitted, or good actors or bad actors, because it's just the division is still the division, and I have a hard time sort of seeing that. And I'm trying to figure out what is our responsibility as a government, And part of it is that we were very sort of lax in our enforcement. We allowed a lot to go on that we probably shouldn't have. And then we came down really hard to try to get control. I think, like I said, it was appropriate to do that. But now we still have this issue, where people sort of, it's unresolved. There's still that conflict, there's still that division. And I'm thinking that this at least opens up communication, with all parties involved. And that's why because it didn't change any policies, it was mainly just to, expand communication. I think that's important. But beyond the communication, I think we need to, really, I look at it like the people closest to the problem are the ones that we should be listening to, because they're going to have solutions. Today we heard a couple of really good solutions. One around this revolving sort of, space, right? How we give out these permits with marked spaces, and then also a coordinator position, someone that's going to be in constant communication with them, and maybe that's something that comes out of these dialogues. But I really do think we need those two pieces right there, because if not, it's just we're not being responsive as much as we should be. To end sort of the acrimony that exists between vendors, that type of sort of competition that is not healthy right now. And so I'm hoping that we can beyond just the communication or a part of that direction is to discuss with vendors, the rotating sort of, they even talked about self-regulated system. I don't understand how that might happen, but they recommended that. But having this rotating system, discussing that, and then also discussing sort of, and staff coming back, to council, giving us some guidance in terms of creating a part-time coordinator, a street vendor coordinator position.
Great. I'll be brief. This is an issue that I've worked on regionally for several years. It's an issue that I obviously have personally seen in Santa Monica, walked the pier, met with many of our businesses, met with our vendors. And I think just to give staff clarity, the intention of what we're doing tonight is not to change any specific direction that we've already taken, but it's really to put a flashlight on the regulatory process here and make sure that we're moving forward with all deliberate speed in a way that's open and transparent. Because I've met for several months with different sectors of the community who are still, alleging that they have not been consulted on the vending process here and what we plan to put forward. So I don't think that we can afford to pick and choose who we consult with, just like we talked about having a robust engagement process with the housing element and making sure that we're going out to the community and meeting folks where they are. I think I wrote something down earlier. 1 second. It was, I think Pro Tem Negrete said that involving the community more often in a better way in more languages to let them know what's going on is a positive thing. And so I think that's absolutely what we're trying to do here. We're not saying that staff isn't doing that. I think we're just trying to be as inclusive and open as we can. And we also want to make sure that this process is a really great opportunity to take everyone's insight into consideration as we come up with a more sustainable and forward-looking vending solution. I just want to say I very much support the work that DART's done. I very much support the Peer Task Force. I really empathize with all the businesses and what they've been through. I think we're in a state where we're planning for our future here, and businesses and economic recovery is an essential part of that our Santa Monica community. Part of that are our micro entrepreneurs, our open air economy, our folks who are making their living. And we want to make sure that we are promoting pathways to legalization for the compliant actors and that we are ensuring that we're taking appropriate measures against those who are not wanting to come into compliance. So I just want to say that this motion is prioritizing, the voices of our community, the voices of our stakeholders, and I want us to be intentional about what we're trying to do here, especially since SB 972 went into effect on January 1st. There are more pathways to legalization, especially for those who are using open flame, which I understand we actually haven't permitted any of those in the city. Very easy to permit churro vendors and paletas and fruit carts and toys, but much harder for those who are using flame. So I think we just need to make a clarified process in all of our threshold languages that we need. And that's all I'll say.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Okay, so as many of you already know, when I first came onto council, this was in July of 2020, this was the first project that I immersed myself in because as Councilmember De La Torre mentioned, that was a time when it was the wild, wild west. I know Councilmember Brock and I were down there on a day when over 25 vendors rushed code, police officers. This was after cussing at them and yelling racial slurs to one of our officers after they were politely being asked if they needed information on where they were allowed to vend, where they could vend legally, and how to go through the permit process. And we're explicitly told, and there is hours of video footage that is available on Santa Monica Close Up on YouTube. You can watch it like a Netflix special and binge watch it over the course of a week and get the entire history of what was happening on the pier. So I don't want to take credit for the task force, but I will say I think most of you can agree up here that that was something that I spent multiple nights a week, every week, coordinating efforts with both Public Works, Police Department, Fire, our staff here, and most importantly, the vendors, all of the vendors. I know them all by name. I don't know if you guys do, but I can name the vendors, and I don't know who you talk to, but I can tell you that over 15 of them said they've never met you guys before. So I only say that to say that I don't know who you're talking to, but I could gather that there is a lawyer that's been representing a group of vendors who specifically have over 25 carts. And I would compare that to big bank take little bank. The micro entrepreneur who has one cart or two or three that's a family is struggling to arrive, set up, some of them coming over 2 hours distance to get there to sell their items on their cart. When there's one person who comes with over 25 carts, shows up, illegally parks, stakes out a place, has crew members staking out a place, and threatens both physical violence and verbal threats in order to hold that place down, and then proceeds to actually ensue physical violence. And there's record of all of this. There's been criminal activity that's both directly and indirectly related to the vendors themselves, whether it be unregistered firearms, attacks with a deadly weapon, more recently, unfortunately, also DCFS cases, kids running around unattended, and then the connection thereof of drive-by shootings with the fights between the vendors after. The list goes on and on. One of the gentlemen that leads the carts has proudly stated on a video that's for all the public to see, he is not interested in a permitted program in Santa Monica. He's gotten permitted by way of the lawyer, but he does not want to vend where he's supposed to vend. So let me just draw a distinction here that you can be permitted and I can have a driver's license. Doesn't mean that I can drive without my seatbelt, driving 150 miles an hour, making right turns when there's a new law that says I can't make one, right? I can get a ticket, I can get cited. And eventually, if I have a lot of those, my license is going to get suspended. So I just want you to know that the history is not what you've dealt with from a regional or county perspective does not apply to Santa Monica. Our staff developed a vending program that existed way before I got on council. And like you as a new council member, I came on saying, hey, we should have a vending program. And Anuj was like, yes, welcome to my world. We've had this vending program. It's actually way better than any vending program. We have less people than LA County, and we have a vending program that should exist in LA County, but it doesn't. So we have a vending program. You want to talk about equity? First of all, I just want to address something that's a little offensive because this, and I know it wasn't intended, but I just want to make something clear. This is a very long 16 item, and the whole time everyone here is saying, well, we're not doing anything. We know staff's already doing it. Well, why not consult the one person who's been working on it? Why not consult with staff and make these changes? What is the point of this? Is this like identity politics? Like, I don't know what's happening here, or is there a lawyer involved? Is it the specific group that's saying we're going to use other council members to get what we want? Because I can tell you that I'm rarely offended, but there's some verbiage in here that does offend me. One of it's culturally competent. You're putting it in here as if staff, police, fire, code, they're not culturally competent. Almost 100% of the fire and code, and at least the police and code people speak Spanish and also are Latino. So I'm not really sure what you mean by cultural competence, and also myself, I went out there because when Brock and I were out there, I said, look, I'm bilingual, I'm first generation here. I want to be out here talking to people from a different space. And so that bothered me a little bit. As far as making it available in Spanish and English, we had a mobile command booth, which, by the way, Councilmember De La Torre and I and Para offered to work the command booth. I went down there. I did go down there. I spoke to everybody, including the vendors who say that no one talks to them. And it's all on video and captured. If you would have just taken some time to do the research, you would have seen that. And you would understand that this 16 item is I just hope it's not a political grandstand for something that doesn't exist here, because that bothers me. Because the way I look at it and why this is offensive to me is because oftentimes micro entrepreneurs like vending carts are lumped into a group like they don't need rules and regulations. They can self-regulate. We would never do that in the business community. We wouldn't just let everybody figure it out for themselves. The small stands and the mom and pop businesses on the pier and around the beach were suffering because people were not only taking away business and lining up and creating chaos with other activity, they were poorly storing the food in public restrooms and in cardboard boxes, so that wasn't healthy for our community. There was trash and oil, and I was out at 2 a.m. watching it get shoved down our storm drains going into our ocean. So it was definitely impacting our environment and our beaches. It was taking more hours for our public works team to scrub and clean, and we have permanent stains on our pier deck from the oil and the grease. Not to mention we were using open flames and propane on a wood deck on our pier. So the elements of safety and the health to our ocean were separate from all the other things we're talking about. They have said time and time again they want something, and you can all watch the video. They want something that nobody has, and you heard it here today. The reason why the lottery system doesn't work for some of the vendors is because it allows for equity. You want equitable access, you want everyone involved. That is not the priority for the vendors that are there. Obviously, having a lottery system for them doesn't give them the benefit of if they wanted to try to show up every single day and be first. I mean, think about it. If a mom and a dad and their daughter show up and 25 people show up, who's going to get the space first? Some of them have the physical bruises on the backs of their legs to show you who got the space first. I'm getting emotional because this was, to me, a big overstep without actually getting involved. I don't know who you talk to, but I am there multiple times a week. I text, I talked, I call with them. The gentleman who was up here that spoke that got socked in the face on Sunday, I visited with and looked at his lip. So the relationship they have had with DART took so long to build, the confidence for them to meet with me and Oscar in the courtyard with the news because they feared for their life. Coming here tonight to speak, they've texted me. I had the officer in the back of the room walk them to their car. Why would we condone criminal behavior and intimidation? We treat certain businesses like that in this community, like they're criminals when they're just trying to ask for a CUP. And here we are saying, just because they're Latino, that we're going to make a special accommodation because it's just the vendors. They're business owners too. They understand the rules. They understand they're entrepreneurs. And let me tell you something. One of the vendors states it. He doesn't want the lottery because he says, that guy only made a few $100. I make thousands on a cart per day. And I have 25 carts and 50 cars. And he's bragging about it, showing the cash that he makes. He says, I'm right with Santa Monica. I'm not going to get a permit. They got to spend money on a permit and they got to follow all these rules. They don't make enough money. You know what? I pay tickets and citations. I'm cool with you guys. That's my fees to the city. He said, I'll negotiate. And by the way, this is all the police officer saying, I am begging you, I will set up a meeting with you, with the council members, with whoever you want, with staff. I don't want that because if I'm going to have a meeting, I want something nobody else has. And he says, I want the whole market. He wants to monopolize the situation with all 25 vendors. So if you think that's equitable, then you're speaking in complete direct opposition of everything you say up here, and you're only doing it because it applies to a certain class of people, and that's offensive. And I know you don't intend to do that because I know you guys are all coming from a kind place, but please be culturally sensitive when you're going to use these big terms and phrases, because when you assume people like Anuj, who's a man of color, are police officers who are more diverse than the community we work in, and specifically the DART team is comprised of 100% Latino and African American people who speak Spanish, the code enforcement team, even the county health team. Everyone was kind, and you know what they got? They got attacked, they got yelled at, they got treated like crap, they were mocked and humiliated, not to mention the impact it made on the entire community. So while you're putting this item saying, we don't really need to hear because we're already doing it, we are engaging. As a matter of fact, we're setting up a meeting. Anuj and I have a meeting with a few of the vendors to talk about this rotation process. We already put forward the idea about putting pads and having them have a star located. We already changed rules about where they could stand. We've been addressing their issues about safety because some of them that are closer to the farthest bathroom have had strong arm robbery on them from transients and other people stealing their food. So we are engaged in multiple conversations. Anuj has been involved in more conversations than I have been. Staff has been involved. So to say that we're not being thoughtful and engaging with everyone, we are. But when you say that we have to bring everyone to the table, we don't. If people are doing criminal activity and repeat offenders and they're terrorizing the community and the other vendors, we have a duty to protect those other vendors as well. And I'm going to stand up for them. So in my opinion, if this was some business owner that had a brick and mortar, what would be the difference? Why are we treating this any different? And do we do this for the business process for small business owners? I can tell you that a cash business is probably, at the end of the day, their P&L looks a lot better than some small businesses that run a brick and mortar. So, you know, I wouldn't be treating this micro entrepreneur situation any different just based on the fact that they're outdoor vendors. So I think as we move forward and we think about putting these things forward, let's be thoughtful and really talk to staff, which I heard happened. I can tell you there's been a robust conversation. There's been education. It's in multiple languages. It's been done in person every time. They're warned lightly and repeatedly that you do have a permit now, but you're not vending in the appropriate place. And the response is, I'm going to vend where I make the most money. And so, yes, we do need to create a system. We've been working on it. I asked for the coordinator before. There's just not money for it. One of the vendors actually opted to do it in part and volunteer. So this is something, I just urge you to go down and actually talk to all the vendors. I urge you to watch all those videos. That'll tell you a lot. And you'll see what both PD, fire, the county health department, and Public Works had to go through. And I just want to end on a positive note. Public Works was cleaning up all the gunk afterwards. PD only came in at the end to sort of protect Code. Code took the brunt end of this. They were treated like crap because they couldn't defend themselves and ran over by carts and outnumbered. We got them all to work together with fire as a team. And I would go to lunches with them and have meetings with them as a group. And let me tell you that the camaraderie that was built around doing something together was amazing. These people had worked in the city for years and didn't know each other. Public Works now feels like a part of the team. And more importantly, they've created relationships with the vendors. And you heard it here tonight. They think it's favoritism, but in actuality, it's just our wonderful police officers in Code doing their job. They're always greeting our vendors and our local businesses, and they don't treat them any differently, and we shouldn't either. So that's what I have to say about that. Unfortunately, I mean, you're not really proposing anything. We're already working on this, so I don't really understand it, but I will say, but by putting this forward, you're making assumptions that staff wasn't culturally competent, and I'd be careful using that phrase, and that we don't already offer it in other languages, and I wouldn't also assume that it's all just needs to be in Spanish and English. I'm sure if we don't already, we have people who speak other languages.
Councilmember Parra.
Thank you. Well, Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem kind of basically said pretty much everything that I was thinking and feeling, and kind of already blown up once tonight, so I'll try to keep my cool right now. But I also was pretty offended by this item as someone who also had parents who immigrated here, and my dad probably was someone that could have been someone working the streets of Santa Monica as well. And to insinuate that, you know, staff may or may not have been putting out information that wasn't, what are the words that you used here? Linguistically, it's like the competent, I can't even remember, culturally competent and what have you. It's offensive. You know, they've been doing this work for 5 years. I don't have to repeat everything that Lana said, but I think that more importantly here, I think that the item that should have been brought forward is probably what can we do to assist, you know, with what Councilmember De La Torre said, you know, the division, right? So that there isn't a division between, and I know, let's not use this word, but I have to be able to differentiate between the bad actors and the good actors, right? And to be able to, you know, the bad actors are continuing to be bad actors because there's no teeth. There's no teeth in the process. We get, you know, there's citations being issued. I've met with Lana, Councilmember Negrete out there a few times. I've walked out with her. I've taken photographs of the propane tanks and all the activities on the pier and what have you. I've met with the DART team several times. I've met with code enforcement. I've spoken to our officers and staff about what they're doing. I've seen the handouts. I've spoken to Fabian. So I've spoken to the vendors. And so, and I've heard, you know, what they've gone through. And, one of the things that's just really, and really important to me is just making sure, you know, one of the questions that I recently asked, I said, okay, in the 5 years, how many times have you, you know, arrested people? And they said, really, like on my hands, maybe 5 to 10 times in the last 10 years. Not because of vending. And so really it's all about education and outreach. And that's what it mostly has been about. It's all about education outreach. And that's what our staff has been doing. But in the interim, you know, they have been abused, by, a lot of the vendors out there and very disrespected. And so I think that we should be up here supporting them and finding ways, to really put teeth to these policies. And, you know, a couple of the vendors that were here, there open cases, assault cases against, you know, them. So anyhow, all I'm trying to say here is that maybe you should have spoken, outside of speaking to the vendors or, you know, out there, you probably should have spoken to staff as well before bringing this item forward. All different staff, DART team, well, okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. Well, it didn't sound like it, because from here, you would have known that this work was already being done. That's all I have to say.
Councilmember Brock.
I join my two colleagues in really condemning 16C. First of all, I have to give some history pre-Lana, pre-Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, who just took this cause on and relieved me of it. Because the first 6 months I was in office, that was my cause. When I had code enforcement, people asked for stab vest. I didn't know what a stab vest was. I had only heard of bulletproof vests. I quickly learned the difference. I learned how one code enforcement officer had hot pepper thrown in his eyes, and our police didn't do anything, couldn't do anything at the time. Lana and I were on the pier one Sunday trying to clear the pier of illegal vendors, when one of their shot callers for the family that was running the pier bumped me and said, next time it won't be a bump. You need to get off the pier before I take you out. That was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon that day. Now look at, we have vendors who are wonderful, kind people who are just trying to make a living. And we've licensed more vendors in the city of Los Angeles over the last 2 years. I want to repeat that. Licensed more vendors than the city of LA over the last 2 years. Now, we have been kind. We have tried to help vendors who want to make a living, who want to follow simple rules. And yet, we had, last time they came, we had the mother of the family who was helping control the vending here, talking about how her poor people needed to make a living when they were coming with white panel trucks, unloading in the pier parking lots, and dumping their grease into our ocean. 30 feet, 50 feet from the ocean, they were dumping their grease into the storm drains. We had a 15-year-old shot caller who I believe was arrested on the pier one day with a gun. So we have licensed, I'll repeat this, licensed more vendors than LA. We've given vendors who want to play by the rules, and we have relaxed our rules to help vendors who want to be there to help make a living. But I can recall July 4th, 2021, 66 illegal vendors on the Santa Monica Pier, 66. And our restaurants on the pier saying our business has gone down 20, 30, 40%. Because these gentlemen with their bacon-wrapped hot dogs, which are good, by the way, and all the other things they were selling, and the balloons and everything else, had just taken over our pier. The formation of the DART team, the arrival of Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, the new police chief, the new city manager, made a huge difference. You can now walk on the pier and there are legal vendors there. And the health department is cooperating fully with our police force. So there are certain standards of behavior for vendors. Making sure, when I used to see the hot dogs wrapped in a paper towel, when I would see hot dogs dropped on the ground, put back in that paper towel, we would see fruit that was illegally cut down at the beach. There are certain county health rules that are supposed to be followed, standards. And whether you're a legal vendor or not, there are standards you should follow so that the health of your patrons is secure. And they weren't doing that. Think of that, stab vest for our code enforcement officers, most of who left. Most of them left. One code enforcement supervisor one day who told me that a vendor had come up to him and said, "Your 3 children, they're lovely. They're lovely children. They go to this school. You live at this address." It would be so terrible if one of your children didn't come home that night. Really, there are no words. Now look we have vendors now who are in Palisades Park, who are in locations where they can sell their wares. They've paid permit fees. They have a stamp on their cart. I think we're open to more. We haven't closed the door on legal vending. We haven't closed the door on people who want to follow the rules. And I'll repeat this, we've relaxed the rules over the years. But, you know, there were witnesses to where a vendor would come back with his cart at the end of the day, and he hadn't made his quota, and he was beat in the parking lot in front of thousands of people. We had vendors family members who assaulted each other on Sunday afternoons. Santa Monica shouldn't be the Wild West. And our DART team, our police force, our assistant city manager, our city attorneys have been kind. Kind is a good word. And understanding. And worked continuously with vendors and the merchants on the pier, the merchants downtown, to try and have a stable atmosphere. So I will not vote in favor of this, and I'm quite offended that the makers brought this, because they obviously haven't looked at the history of this city over the last 3 years at the minimum and what's gone on. Our police force is doing a fantastic job with the DART team with trying to keep order, and they're understaffed, underwomaned, undermanned, and yet they go out there with kindness every single day. And I want to publicly thank Santa Monica Police Department for the job they've done. I want to thank our Assistant City Manager for the job he's done, our City Attorney staff for the job they've been doing to help. I know I just said a lot of words, but I really have no words to describe this. If I wasn't on the council right now, my term would be, there'd be some bad language going on. Terrible, just terrible.
Councilmember Zwick.
I've heard a lot of stories and horrible accounts of what of past incidents on the pier, and I've done a lot of research myself. In fact, I've had multiple conversations with the Nugent City staff. I've talked to Jeff Clockey and watched all of the videos and photographs that he provided as to what the pier conditions were like in 2020. And I'm a little confused as to how this relates to the motion at hand, because there's no part of it, again, that seeks to undo the work of the DART task force, which I would agree with Councilmember De La Torre has done an excellent job in creating a sense of order and comedy where before there was less. I would suggest that people not make assumptions, say, as to the research that was done, because there was much that was done. I took multiple tours of the Palisades Park, the pier, under the pier, the north parking lot, with many vendors, and I heard many concerns. When it comes to, say, creating permanent spots in Palisades Park, that sounds great, but say there are 5 spots and there are 40 people that want it. Perhaps we could look into creating a few designated spots elsewhere. That's one of the things that this motion suggests talking about. I also offered Councilmember Negrete to talk to you when you reached out to me last week and you didn't reply. Sorry? You said you had something you wanted to tell me about a text, and I said I'd be welcome
Okay,
to
we're
hear
not
it.
going to do this. We're not going to do this. So Councilmember Swick.
So I offered to talk to everyone, including Councilmember Negrete, if there were specific pieces of background that I was supposed to know. All I know is that I talked to a lot of different vendors who had many different concerns. I was not in a position to adjudicate every concern or know which faction was pushing what and how much, but I did know that a lot of vendors showed up in January concerned about a lottery that they'd heard a lot of things about, and they hadn't received a notification outlining what it would look like, and they had a lot of fears about what it would look like. And they came to a meeting with the city in which there wasn't a designated interpreter, and they told me that that was unfortunate because they were not able to fully communicate with staff about their issues. So, again, it's, I talked to a lot of vendors. Almost several of them had used open flames and had cooked hot dogs. They all now sold fruit because that was the one form of food vending that they were able to get permitted to sell. So everyone I talked to was permitted. In fact, they showed me their permits. But there's a lot of other sub-issues that I think are worth discussing. And I wouldn't make assumptions about anyone's motivation with bringing an item. And I'm a little offended that people assume my motivation or my research or what I'm coming to the table with when we talk about this issue. When it comes to city staff, when it comes to Anuj, when it comes to vendors on the ground, these are people I've talked to. This is the motion that was crafted. Again, it doesn't say to dismantle the DART task force. It doesn't say anything like that. It simply says that when new proposals are made, changes to the vending ordinance, that there be a more formalized process whereby we have the address on file of every permitted vendor. Perhaps we could send them a notice in the mail that outlines the changes and provide time for comment. I don't think that's an unreasonable proposal, and I don't know exactly what it has to do with many of the horrible stories that I'm hearing tonight on the dais, many of which I've heard before about what the situation was like 3 years ago, because I don't see any proposal to go back to that.
All right, Councilmember De La Torre.
No, I'm glad you made those comments because that's exactly what I wrote down. We are not retreating on the progress we have made on cleaning up the Santa Monica Pier. There's no retreating from that. Like, no one's proposing that. In fact, I think there's a commitment to expand that good work from the pier beyond the pier. But it is costing us about $3.5 million. I mean, it was an added expense, I do remember. I mean, that's not a cheap price tag. And to sustain that, it's going to be about that much. You know, we can get people to comply, right? We can get people to comply. We can threaten them with legal action. We could do a whole bunch of things. Or we can find a way to create a culture, right, where people become part of that culture, and then this is just the way that they do business. Now, we're not there yet. The problem that I have with this is that there were some bad actors. Like, I'm not denying the fact that there were some people that did some things that were really wrong. There's some people, but so let me just say this. I think there are some people, and we should legally ask ourselves, first of all, like what we can do or can't do. But if we can do, legally, if we can exclude people and say, you know, you can't ever come back to the city of Santa Monica and vend because of your past behavior. That might help clarify some things. Because I'd like to know who are the people that did these things that should prohibit them from ever doing any type of business in the city of Santa Monica, and we exclude those folks. But then there's folks that I met today. There's from my understanding, I never heard, maybe about, I don't know, 90% of the women that were in the group. I haven't heard them pulling out guns or bumping people or making threats. I haven't heard too much no one, unless someone can say, out of all the people that were there today, half of them have been behaving that way, right? So it's hard for me to tell, like, how are we distinguishing between, who are the people that should be excluded, and legally can we exclude them? Because if we can't, if they're still showing up. I mean, there was a sign that one of the vendors said, no nos vamos. Like, we're not going anywhere. Like, until you can legally exclude me from the city of Santa Monica, I'm going to be vending because this is the way that I feed my family. And that's what this woman told me. So I'm trying to figure out for myself, like, is there a possibility that we can bring people into the fold so that we change their behavior? Because my whole thing is, the issue is the behavior. And you have to ask yourself this, is it all their fault? Yeah, partly. You can also say, it was all their fault. But was it also our fault as a city government that allowed, everything to go down the way it went down? People were allowed to go on the pier from day one, and then it turned into day 50. And before you know it, now it's like it became a big problem to get them off the pier. And like I said, it was the right thing to do. I'm not disagreeing. It was the right thing to do. I don't want to condone criminal behavior. But I also believe in second chances, and I also believe that we have a responsibility, that the city also failed, that we failed in enforcing our rules and our laws. And also there's also a more complicated issue of a state law that I think prohibits us from totally excluding people. If somebody made a threat, okay, go to jail for that day, you come back out. You can't exclude them from being a vendor unless you have criteria that says if you ever make a threat to somebody, you will be completely excluded. I don't know if that law exists or not. So right now, well, first of all, this item, all it does is just allows for communication. That's all. It's not allowing for anybody to sell something different or bring propane on the pier. We've already settled all those questions. All this is doing is opening up an opportunity for people to communicate more to all stakeholders involved. And the question for me is, who are the stakeholders now in the vendor program? Because no one can tell me that we can exclude people. Like, these people shouldn't be a part of the vendor program. These people should. We don't have a way to do that. Bottom line is, you get a permit, you have to treat people equally. Like, you have to be fair with everyone, unless there's good reason to not treat them, with fairness. And there might be good reason to do that, but I just don't see how we're gonna exclude these vendors that some people might have some problems with. So that's the problem that I have is how do we work that out? And then also looking at the fact that our failure as a city to enforce our laws in part created some of the problem. Yes, people are responsible for their behavior, but we have to understand the dynamics that led to all of that. We took control of the situation. It's costing us $3.5 million approximately to continue to control the situation. And I'm thinking that, I'm not saying that it's not worth it. Like, we'll continue to spend that money, but is there a better way? And one thing that I'm reflecting on is, if these folks are coming to our city government right now, like, these folks, if they wanted to be rogue, they'd be like, F the city government, F what you got to say, F your police departments, and F your policies. I'm going to do whatever I want to do. That's the behavior of these folks coming to us and trying to speak to us. And I had a short conversation with folks, and people were saying, we want to comply. Like, we want to work with the city. We want to work with you all. We want to just be able to, feed our families in a way that's fair. Like, we want an opportunity. It's hard for me to look at them and say, you don't deserve that opportunity. It's hard for me to do that. So I'm trying to figure it out and trying to see, well, if you bring them into the fold, if you get them to be a part of the process, all this does is just helps communicate to them more. They feel like they have a vested interest in keeping the peace. That's one of the women said that. She goes, we just want to work in peace. Because they also, here's the thing, even if you got rid of that whole group, let's say there was 15 people showed up today. Let's say you get rid of all that 15 group. Nothing stops another 15 from coming from other parts of the city that don't even know that all of this happened, the rules and regulations and all that, and you're going to end up with the same problem, because when they show up at 4 a.m. to stake out a space, you know, you still don't have a way to monitor, control that, and also regulate. And so beyond just the communication, what I was hoping that we can accomplish with this item is that we get the ball rolling on the dialogue around how we make it work, so that we end the acrimony and the conflict that currently exists right now. Like, those threats are happening between vendors because they feel that they can, you know, sort of get first dibs on the space. And so we need to find a way to regulate that. I think it's time for us to have a part-time person to, if we're going to do this right, to sort of monitor and provide oversight for that. And those are some of the things that I think we need to do just beyond the communication. I mean, I'm sorry that people feel that this is something other than what it is, you know, because I know it feels that way. There was a lot of hard work. I mean, you know, both Lana, Phil, I mean, I was a part of some of those conversations, you know, and people feel that we're retreating from any of the progress that we made. I for one, don't support that. I do support the idea of communicating to people, and that's all this is. But beyond that, I do support the idea of talking to folks, because not even the bad actors, but the good actors were saying, you need to have a rotating process for the permits so that we stop fighting over who gets this space. You need to have a coordinator position so that we're not the ones trying to coordinate for ourselves. So and that's coming from people, that's coming from the permitted good vendors. So I want to be responsive to them as well. And that's where all this is coming from. It's not to take steps backwards, but it's to look at the history of where we are, learn from the mistakes, take some responsibility, you know, don't just put it all on the vendors, but take some responsibility as city government, and then move forward responsibly with a vendor program that's well regulated, with some oversight, and that we have, you know, more control moving forward. And I think that's the end of the story that I would like to see out of this whole thing, is that, and even that 15-year-old boy, like that 15-year-old boy, should be in school, but think about this. I mean, I believe in second chances. I mean, I come from a background where people make mistakes, and you know what? If they make mistakes and they come correct and they apologize and they want to do something a better way, I believe in giving those individuals a second chance. That's just me. But I think that would be to me a ideal story, is that some of the bad actors, we convert them into being good actors, into being compliant, and to helping us move forward, you know, with a program that's inclusive and that's better than what we have right now, because we still haven't solved the problems. There's still acrimony, there's still division, there's still anger, you know, and there's still lack of regulation and lack of a system that makes it work for all the people that are out there right now. And I'd like to get us to that. And if this is one way to do that with communication, then you know, I want to give that a chance.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
So I just want to let you know that you guys were here before me, but when I stepped in, I made a point to solve the problem, and I focused on one thing, and I got a lot of heat for that, saying you're just focusing on this one issue. I was new to council, but I wanted to really devote my time to take in everybody who was involved, all the stakeholders, the small business owners, the community that was affected by it, both sides of the vending task force. There was this lawyer that was involved, who I think is suing us still. I'm not really clear on that. And the vendors who were getting pushed off of the pier. And let's not forget, there's a churro vendor, and there was somebody who used to sell empanadas. There's a churro vendor down on the pier right now that has a physical permanent space who was totally impacted, and we're just ignoring them. So nothing was done, and then we worked really hard. I worked really hard on putting something together to solve the chaos. So what you're seeing today, now that you guys are coming in at the tail end of it, like, oh, well, there's still these issues. We're only operating like this now because of all the work that you just wrote in the 16 item that has been done, because of the engagement, because of all of this thoughtful process. How we got to the discussions amongst different vendors who were invited to discuss the rotation and why you're saying not everyone was involved, because as you saw in their signs, and they came up and commented, they don't want the lottery system. The lottery system is not financially beneficial to anybody, because obviously showing up and being promised a permanent space works out better. The reason we haven't got it yet is because we're doing the engagement. We're allowing for multiple people to meet with us. They can't all meet at the same time. Not everybody is friends and knows each other. And quite honestly, not everybody's comfortable meeting, which is why I go there, here at City Hall and coming and meeting with Anuj and everybody at the office here. So we're having to meet everybody where they're at. I'm having phone calls with people. There's back and forth. I have written proposals that have been submitted. So I think what's annoying for me is that it's like someone coming in when you've already done all this stuff to be like, hey, you built the house, you painted it, you furnished it, and they're like, I don't like your throw pillows. I mean, it's just, we're doing it right now. We're talking about this process, and we didn't put the stars. We haven't solidified. Like, they're talking about the lottery like it's been set in stone yet. We haven't done it yet because we don't know what it should look like yet, because we haven't finished engaging with the vendors that are permitted and following the rules. And they have said, look, again, if the system is that 3 days before online, which is kind of where we were discussing how long do they need an advance notice to figure out, the product that they're going to have so there's no waste, is that the appropriate time for them to see if they're going to be vending? Their issue is all of that's great, but once we get that in place, who's going to monitor it? And that I have asked for too. We just moved, we didn't have money and we haven't been able to figure that out. I offered, even if we could get, you and I talked about this, Oscar, about getting a community volunteer and how we rotate that. So I think tonight we need to stay focused on the fact that we are here because of all the work that's been done. So we don't need to say this work needs to be done, because we are doing it. That's why it looks the way it looks. And that's why we're continuing to move into this idea of we discussed the umbrella issue. I don't even think you guys know about that, about the heights that were happening. We discussed the constant movement issue. We discussed, looking at the egress issue around the cannon, and if they can, on Sunday we were talking about it again, taking measurements, like can they vend on one side? So a lot of this discussion is happening. Now, if you're saying that everybody who wants to vend should be able to vend in Santa Monica, I mean, that's just not possible. Because we'd have the same situation, we'd have vendors at every turn, like we don't have space for it. So there's going to have to be some sort of rotation. Also, Ocean Avenue in Colorado, we talked about before, and maybe we can go back to where's some permanent vending spots that I think the peer had said that DTSM would be managing. I'm not really sure if that's the case, but where's the permanent vending spots? All of these things are already being discussed. And yes, everyone is being reached out to. I want to say that you said second chances, Delatorre, and I'm all for second and third chances and fourth. Watch that video. You guys must have not actually watched all the videos, because he talks about vending here for over 20 years this way, unpermitted. So, and then being told these are the things that you're doing incorrectly that you shouldn't be doing nicely 50 times. I mean, I don't know how many chances do we give people. At what point are we now not backing up our PD, our code enforcement, if we're just going to go back and say, well, they made, we gave them 100 chances. So I don't think that's fair for all the people who invested. As a matter of fact, one of the vendors here today was on that other side of things with the lawyer who convinced them that, they should be a part of this bigger case, which really doesn't apply to Santa Monica. Realizes that that's not the route to go, because they want to follow the rules. They are following the rules. They don't have any citations. And so they're willing to put in their 2 cents and weigh in the discussion. So all this stuff you're talking about, like, people have been pulled in that weren't in originally in the conversation, because I've been making contact, Anuj has been making contact, the other vendors are making contact and connecting them with me. So that's really active. The other thing is somebody invested. One of the vendors finally made a legit hot dog cart. It was $8,000. They bought a used one. It's an investment. But the cost to be a vendor and be permitted is very inexpensive. They're not paying a sales tax like most of the vendors. The ones that are stationed on the pier are paying a percentage of their sales. And I monitored the sales for, 3.5 months, and I went down there and took the numbers when we cleaned it up, how their sales increased. So it was impacting other businesses. We have to think about the other businesses as well. And I just also find it a little funny how we're like the hot dog vendors, but when we were talking about having McDonald's on the promenade and other food, we have to decide where we sit on certain things, but that's another issue. The education's there about proper cleanup and disposal, all these things are there. I think I would like to suggest that if we're gonna put anything forward as it relates to sidewalk vending, that we look at the permanent space around Ocean Avenue in Colorado and what other spaces we've designated for, when I say permanent, I mean you don't have to roam, but you can rotate. And then second to that would be this coordinator. How feasible is it to either have a volunteer coordinator position or a paid coordinator position? But I do want to warn you guys, being someone who's down there all the time, that this coordinator position is touchy because you're putting someone in a position of policing who's supposed to be where, and we have to think that through. What does that mean? It's got to be someone who understands, kind of like how they give out the spots down at the pier. You know, somebody's policing like who's supposed to be there and walking up and down. So, you know, I don't know what type of training that person would need, so I'm not sure that having a volunteer coordinator is even feasible, but I think we should consider all options of what it would be. I would like to direct staff to really look at this coordinator position and whether or not a volunteer option from the community is possible. And then also just looking at the pads we talked about. If, you know, I mean, these are all things that are happening, so I don't even know that it's necessary. We're talking about the rotation of every 2 hours as it is already. But I do want to note that whoever you talk to, I'm telling you that all the vendors I talked to on Palisades did not know who you guys were. So I think whether you meant to or not, you were being sold a very nice story and painted a different picture from a group of vendors that do not want a regulated system, because a system provides equity and fairness and different people will be able to vend. A free-for-all, regulate yourself, provides an environment where a large group of vendors will monopolize the system and nobody else will get involved. So I just want to make you be aware of that. But I would love to look at this coordinator position as a start and continue the conversation. There's already a meeting set up with the NUJ and a few of the vendors to discuss the moving around every 2 hours. And I've been meeting constantly with the DART team about what that would look like down there on Palisades Park.
I'm somewhat reluctant to join in on this free-for-all. And maybe I'm just completely misreading it. But I did not see this proposing to undo any of the good work that any of our staff has done. I certainly don't see it as being intended to undermine the work that anyone up here did, or to undo the DART team, or change any policy or create the Wild West again. What I interpreted this at, and, you know, I suppose we're all victims of our own interpretive policies, was a suggestion that perhaps we need to do a more concerted effort to reach out to as many vendors as possible. And when I hear Mayor Pro Tem Negretti say, Anuj and I are meeting with some of the vendors, I think that's exactly the problem.
Who wants to meet?
Well, I'm not going to engage with you. I didn't interrupt you, and so you're not going to interrupt me. The fact of the matter is, I don't know, because I'll be the first to say, if you asked me who are the good vendors, who are the bad vendors in your mind, I don't know. What I do know is we do get information from certain people that suggests that some vendors do not feel like they're being included in the process. And so all I interpreted this as meaning was, let's make an effort to include as many vendors as possible in the process. I know there were previous iterations of this. I know that staff looked at this, and I know it's gone through some changes, I think, to basically say that. You know, one of the things of, you know, if people are interested, and they're probably not, they should look at the New York Times on March 16th, which talks about 6 cities on 5 continents that are reimagining urban life. And one of the cities that they identify is Durban, South Africa, where their vending system completely changed. During apartheid, the vendors were oppressed. They did not have control over where they could vend. And what happened was the vendors all of a sudden got a seat at the table. And it's now one of the most vibrant parts of that city in South Africa, and actually draws tens of thousands of tourists to the vending markets. And all I'm taking from that is, when the vendors have a voice, good things happen. And so And that's just how I interpreted this. Now, I understand people up here think there are good vendors and bad vendors. I'm not in a position to decide who that is. But what I think I can, and I'm assuming that our DART team, including our police officers, code enforcement, fire, they are identifying if people are violating the law. They are telling them they're violating the law. They're writing infractions if that's appropriate. I think they're doing a great job. But I think the fact that someone is suggesting maybe we can do a better job of outreach shouldn't be controversial, but apparently it is. So that's how I interpret this. This is just let's try and up our outreach game. We spent a whole lot of time on the housing element, talking about we didn't do enough outreach here, we didn't do enough outreach there. And this is the constant challenge of municipal government. How do you make sure everyone who wants to be engaged is engaged? But I just see this as being a recommendation that we give written notice to the permitted vendors. As Councilmember Zwick points out, we have their addresses. We give them an opportunity for public comment. We make sure that when there are meetings that there's linguistic justice so that people who don't speak English can participate. And other than that, I didn't really, and then talking about engaging in ongoing dialogue with permitted sidewalk vending communities regarding several items of importance, including compliance, enforcement practices, enhanced signage, expanded opportunities, and zones for permissible vending, and methods for allocating designated spaces to vend, which I understand we have not necessarily settled on. So I'm not really sure why this is perceived as sort of undoing years of work or insulting anyone or saying bad things about people. To me, it's just more outreach. And when I read that in other communities, albeit in South Africa, where they engage the vendors, they actually found that the vendors flourished, that to me suggests that outreach is a good thing. So I maybe would hope that everyone could take this down a notch and look at what's actually in the language. And, you know, we can vote and we'll do a roll call vote so people can be on the record. Councilmember Torosis.
Yeah, sorry, I know the hour's late. We want to go. I would just kind of echo Lana, or Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. I very much appreciate all the work that you've done. I very much appreciate all the work that all the council members here have done to get us to this point. I don't, there's no intent on my part, and I don't think on the co-author's part, to undo or undermine any of that work. I think policy is not a monopoly. I think we can all care about these issues. Certainly, I made public comment on this issue and came to many committee meetings on this issue and met with vendors on this issue before I was on council even. And to insinuate that we didn't do research, didn't meet with staff, didn't meet with community groups who potentially could be this third-party intermediary, which I have, I think is slightly upsetting because I don't think I take this position lightly, and I would never come here without having done full research and engagement. And I have a quick question for our city manager. It is my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, that we have not legally permitted any open flame vendors in Santa Monica. Is that correct? That is what Anush said.
I was gonna say, I don't know the answer at the top of my head, but if that's what he reported, then I would stand behind him.
So I think we say like we're this great example, and I think that we are a great example, but I think that we know that even though in California we can't criminalize vending, and we say, okay, people just go and become legal, in actuality, the fact that you need, if you're gonna be having an open flame or cooking around meat, that you have to have 3-compartment sinks, significant refrigeration, trash space, like all of these are things that we need to take into account. Also, the permitting cost, yes, in Santa Monica is $126.68, but it's at the county level, that is also compounded by $393 annually for vendors that are selling low-risk food like ice cream, and $772 per year for high-risk food like tacos, and then a cart inspection that costs $746. So I think, you know, people have an economic interest in this. We are not insinuating that we consult with unpermitted vendors, but I do think that, you know, from my engagement and my discussion with folks, we just want to make sure that we are addressing the fact that, yes, we want everything to be in all languages, but there's also a power dynamic here. You have a lot of folks who have maybe not necessarily the best relationship with law enforcement or with folks in uniform or folks with badges. And I think that we know it's a known best practice that having a third-party intermediary like a community group to come and help facilitate discussion and dialogue and trust. And yes, I agree and appreciate that you've built up trust with the DART team. I think it's just a value added. So I don't want to get into like all of the different issues in the process at this point. I think we've discussed some of those with staff, but I'm looking forward to a continued amazing, robust engagement and decision-making process, because I believe power is best when it's shared, and I believe it's best when we invite all stakeholders to the table for discussion, and that's what we're trying to do here. And so hours late, and I'm done.
Councilmember Brock.
Well, so if our fellow council members were doing their research, they would understand that open flames on a wood pier is illegal. So that's number one. That's where the hot dog vendors were. That's the issue, one of the issues. Secondly, I think we can continue the process, which we're already doing. We've already licensed, I'll repeat this, we've licensed more vendors than LA. We have had a more robust program than Los Angeles, which is a city 1,000 times larger. We have offered spaces for vending. On a personal note, no, I don't want to see Palisades Park filled with 50 vendors. And the vendors that are north of Santa Monica, north of Broadway, have said they don't want to be there because they can't make any money either. Now look at the same way, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Negretti mentioned something a minute ago. We offered to expand the uses, the food items, the restaurants, the fast food places on the promenade. But yet, we're going to license vendors who will take away their business. We have to decide to some extent which side of the coin we're on and how much money we can spend on regulating vending and increasing the issues. We had got it to where it's manageable. The reason that Councilmember Parr and Councilmember Negretti and I are upset is because we have a can of worms that's actually sealed, where our staff and police and fire and county health and everyone is working on to try and keep a lid on it, while saying to each and every vendor, if you'd like to become legal, we'll help you. And you mentioned 2 county fees. Yeah. And we asked a year ago our lobbyist in Sacramento to work on state fees and lower those. And I would suggest, since you work for the county, maybe you could get your county supervisors and people to help lower those costs, because we know that's an impediment. We understand that. But our costs are not an impediment. And we have done our best to allow legal vendors, not the vendors with bottles of tequila under their cart that they'll sell you shots of, or the other vendors who will sell you weed on the side, or the other vendors who just run when anyone comes to talk to them, or the vendors who have caused issues. It's not second, third, and fourth chances, because they have the opportunity, regardless of what they've done, to walk into City Hall and say, I'd like a license. I'd like to be legal. Nobody's prohibiting that. Nobody has prohibited that. They just haven't wanted to, and this has been discussed with them ad nauseum. So you guys will vote the way you vote, but we made progress. You're going to undo the progress we've made. Yes, you are. So take a vote. I give up.
Councilmember Swick.
I've heard a lot of words tonight, and I've heard this is a bad motion that will undo all the progress we've made. I've heard that it's a redundant motion that will do nothing. If you believe it's a bad motion that will undo all the progress you've made, vote no. If you believe it's a redundant motion that will do nothing, I guess I would hope you'd vote yes. But that's it. I'd like to make a motion that we have a vote on this item.
So are you moving the item?
Yes.
Is there a second? Yes. All right, moved by Zwick, seconded by Terosis.
I just want to make a comment and make sure we're clear on what is happening, because I think you mentioned, Mayor, that we're just trying to engage with people, and we are. And so I want to be clear with who we're engaging. Delatorre, you made a comment earlier. The only reason people showed up tonight, they've been asked to be a part of all these discussions. So the people who are part of it have been actively begged to be a part of it. Anyone who isn't a part of it, it's not because they weren't asked.
But I think we're giving direction to staff.
But the staff, what are you asking them to do because they're doing that? I'm sort of unclear. And secondly, are we asking them, and why we're saying it's undoing it is because what it sounds like and what we think has happened is you're asking them to speak to people who are not, they're permitted, but they're offenders, and they don't want to vend in the places that they're costing us all these resources to go and constantly say, you can't vend here, you got to move here and deal with these issues. So are you saying that now we have to engage in a discussion with the group that doesn't want the system in place? Because that's who was here. That's who spoke. Doesn't want any system to go forward. And yes, wants to go backwards on this idea of a lottery and rotation, and also wants to be considered, even though they've continually have tickets and citations and offenses of not vending and haven't paid any of them. So that's what you guys are asking to do, and that's why we feel like it's undoing it, because we only are at this place where they finally showed up to city council and finally got permitted because of all of this work. So now they're like, well, now we can say we're permitted and we want to get rid of the lottery system and have a free-for-all. So that's the engagement you're asking really to have when we're already on a course to have a different sense.
I don't think we're asking for any.
Well, I think you guys don't know. That's the problem.
Just.
So you know what? Okay, it's now 12:56, and I've had it.
Explained it.
I can't believe that you seven of us can't engage in a civil discourse. We don't need to call each other names. We don't need to insult each other. Everyone here, I believe, is coming from a good place. And whatever we had for dinner tonight, I'm going to tell Gilbert never to order it again. Because and maybe it was because I brought the Easter candy and we all got sugared up. I don't know. But I just don't see any reason. This has just been a terrible night. And none of us have comported ourselves very well. And I just think that we can have a civil discussion. So what we're going to do is we have a motion from Zwick. We have a second from Terosis. Councilmember Delatorre has been in the queue. Is there anyone else? If you want to get in the queue, speak now or forever hold your peace, because then we're going to have a vote. Because frankly, it is now 12:57. And I don't think any of us should be proud of how we've acted tonight.
There were questions. I don't know if there are answers that are desired or.
No, I don't think we're at a point where people are engaging in constructive conversation, if you want my honest opinion. I think we're down to the point where people are just insulting each other, and I'm done with it. So Councilmember Delatorre and then Councilmember Negretti.
Yeah, when I agreed to join this item, and Jesse and Carolyn did bring it up, and I thought it was mainly, and I remember. And there were edits. This wasn't the original motion or item. And there were edits because basically what I said, and when I talked to Jesse, I said, I want to make sure that we just focus on communication. Let's not talk about Jesse was ambitious and had other ideas. And, to his credit, he said, let's simplify it. You're right. Let's just try to get it down to the communication aspect of it. Because I think with opening communication, it could solve problems, and I know people are perceiving it as something other than that because of the history, and there's feelings, and it's emotional. People, there was a lot of bad that happened on the pier. A lot of people did a lot of bad things. I see some of those people within our house, and they're coming and. Whether we believe them or not, I tend to believe them. They want to comply. They want to work with us. They feel that the system's not being fair, and there's probably a reason for that. Well, they're responsible for some of that behavior, but they're also taking responsibility, saying we want to comply, act right. We want peace, and so our job is to try to find a way to to be fair and to solve some of these problems. So what I'd like to do is add, so specifically to the item that we say meaningful engagement and input, when substance and vending policies are being considered, for example, after considered, examples such as rotating space system, for lack of a better term. So we can specifically focus on that, because there was both sides were talking about it. I want to get clarity.
It says it at the end.
It says it at the end?
Including vending cart compliance enforcement practices, enhanced signage, expanded opportunities in zones for permissible vending, and methods of allocating designated spaces to vend, ensure a thriving and inclusive.
Okay, so that, it doesn't say rotating, but that language does cover that.
Including but not limited to.
Yes, okay, so that can happen. And then also this coordinator position, like someone needs to be in charge of this in a way that and I don't know, I don't know exactly.
We'll come back to us with an update on
Yeah.
that, because I think they're working on it.
So come back, yeah, so staff come back to say, how are we gonna manage this? Because people aren't gonna go away, and I don't think we have legally the right, unless someone corrects me, and says, no, we do have the legal right. All those people that were bad actors, they're totally gonna be excluded. No one's been able to tell me that yet, I mean, whether it's right or wrong, the point I'm making is these folks are not gonna go away. They can come back. In fact, if one thing that they can do is do what they were doing, which they're not doing anymore, but creating a whole bunch of havoc for us, you know what I'm saying? But they can storm the pier. They could do a whole bunch of that crazy stuff that they were doing. It seemed like it was being coordinated. They're not doing that anymore. They're coming within our city government trying to find a way to make it work, right? And I'm inclined to engage them in the dialogue. That's all that's all that is to engage them in the dialogue, to see if we can bring them into the fold so that they can comply and we end up with a better vendor program. So I support the motion. I call the question.
Well, okay, there's no call on the question going on here. No one is further in the queue, so we're going to have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson Warren, because everyone, I think, it might be unclear if we did a voice vote.
Okay, Councilmember Swick.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
No.
Councilmember Brock.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I'm voting yes. We're moving.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that motion passes 5-2. And I don't believe had any adjournments tonight, is that correct? So our next meeting will be a regularly scheduled meeting on April 11th, and we'll see you all then.